PKA 700, Gavin Mcinnes, the first of 4 guests. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com, Log and Load, and perhaps Blue Chew. We'll find out more when Chiz gets back to us on the sponsor info. Gavin, you're looking slick. Thank you for joining us.
I'm happy to be here, boys. It was fun last time. Let's hope it's at least half as fun this time.
Oh, I was hoping for twice as fun.
No,
we got all the pleasantries out of the way last time. I enjoyed that. I got a lot of people tweeting at me the DKA podcast, the Don't Know Anything podcast.
What was the thing you didn't know? It was you, right, Woody?
It was one of. It was probably
there was one thing I didn't know that it had to do with a break-in strategy of getting car keys.
Oh yeah, they just kick in the front door and grab your fob.
Yeah. I questioned it because it sounded wrong, but I was wrong, and that happened.
You know, if you followed Andy Kumi on Twitter, you'd know.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you about it every day.
In Canada, I saw this great video that said the juxtaposition of Canada versus America, and they had this cop, like RCMP guy, saying, "Okay, guys, so they're taking the fobs. You want to leave your fobs by the front door, make them easy to access, so it's safer for your family." And then they cut that with the guy in Florida going, "Yeah, we teach shooting here, so if someone enters your home, there's no excuse for you not blasting them and saving the taxpayer a lot of money. Hopefully you finish them off and we don't have to deal with it."
There's an easier way to deal with this. I'm surprised no one's doing it.
A garage?
Booby trap the fob.
Oh, you can't do that.
You should be able to booby trap your own property.
The law does. Yeah, apparently booby traps are illegal because they used to make them back in the day. They used to sell these little booby traps. It was like a little hammer-fired shotgun that you kind of nail onto your window and it'd be fired with a pull string if somebody opened the fucking window. But that's not a legal thing anymore.
It should be.
I'm into motorcycles, and in the dirt bike world, you can't just put like a cable across the path.
Of course,
if motorcyclists are tearing up your property, you can't booby trap it like that.
Huh.
You throw nailed up boards down. That's what I did. There were people driving through a place, and I just put boards out there with nails driven through them and fucked all their ATVs up.
Yeah,
they broke my windows.
They broke your window.
So were they even destroying your property, or you were just ruining?
Yes. No, they're fucking doing donuts in my front yard.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Your front yard?
Yeah, of the building I have. Yeah, I own it.
No, but I mean, like, were they doing it because they didn't like you in your front yard?
Who fucking cares why they're doing it? Was the rape personal, madam? Did he mean it? Like I don't care why they're doing it. They're doing it.
It impacts how hurt my feelings are. And that's what this is all about.
Do you remember this is probably like 2016. It was a super old video where this one like boomer kept having his Trump sign run over by people into his yard. And so he somehow like a very remarkably easy strategy. He attached it to a 2x4 with nails on it so that if you tipped it over, the nails faced up. And then he like showed a picture of that and then a photo of like some like clearly liberal woman with like a blown out car having it towed away. Like that should be legal.
You're going to talk about the guy who electrified his Trump sign. So when someone grabs it, they get zapped. And that's probably illegal too.
Fascism.
Worth it.
You should be able to booby trap your own property in any way you please.
With our fobs is if I have a shit or something, I rub shit all over the fobs and leave them by the front. And then obviously in the mornings, I put on gloves and get Clorox wipes and I clean all the shit off them.
Yeah. You have a very frustrating, disgusting morning routine.
The whole front of a whole area by our front door reeks.
Yeah.
No car thefts, not one.
No, never.
Everybody's heard of that Kia boy thing where like they rob tons of Kias because I guess the Kia just didn't think it through. And my younger brother has had a Kia for years, and he's always mentioning like, God, please someone steal my Kia. Like this thing sucks. I just need a Kia boy in my neighborhood for one night to steal my Kia so I can get the insurance payout and buy a nicer car than this fucking Kia. And so shout out to the Kia boys. Maybe you can find my brother's car and steal it.
Yeah. We probably shouldn't discuss this insurance fraud here among thousands of people. However, I might add, he just needs to park it in the right spot.
Did I say my brother? I meant a guy I heard of. Actually, I'm making this all up.
And a short story you once wrote as a child.
I'm making up right now. It's just a stream of consciousness thing.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Kias get a bad rap. They're not that bad of cars. They're really not. They're fine.
They're following the path that a lot of cars do, where they start as garbage and improve over the decades.
And they try to have like an exterior that looks like a more expensive car. Like I think I saw one of their like coupes the other day, and I was like, "What is that?" Like I can't tell if that's a $30,000 car or a $100,000 car. And then I got close and I could tell, but for a while it looked nice.
Cars. You look at like the Porsche SUVs, and they look like complete garbage. I'm a fag, so I have a 2000 Jaguar and a Land Rover and a Triumph and a BMW, and they're all horrible cars, but they look really good, and that's the most important part, I think, of cars.
Yeah, I don't think that Jaguar even has that cool hood ornament anymore, do they? Because it used to have the leaping.
Yeah, I have the leaping Jaguar. Well, I think they did stop, though. I don't understand why, because it has a spring in it, so it's not killing any kids. It springs back.
I thought it was because they were getting stolen, because they're too cool.
Well, that was off. The boys did that with the Mercedes thing, right? They would wear it around their neck, and then Mercedes just said, "Please call us, and we'll send you one. Stop taking them off cars."
Yeah, I mean, hood ornaments are cool. They have to come back at some point.
Yeah,
right. There's inevitably it's cyclical, of fashion.
I got the leaping Jaguar on my desk. I totaled my car when I may or may not have had some beers, and I was drifting, trying to impress my brother-in-law. Completely totaled the car, like gone. And my insurance company gave me the value of the car, $14,000. It was worth like 17. And they sawed off the front and then just stuck a new nose on. Like when I say sawed off the front, I mean everything.
Yeah.
Like, imagine the foreskin of a penis going onto some other penis. And so I had an extra leaping Jaguar, so I just installed it on my desk. It looks awesome.
But the core question remains: was your brother-in-law impressed?
No.
He was happy to be alive. That's
but I had cameras on, and I wanted to see the accident. For some reason, it didn't record. I have audio after, no video, and I'm just going fuck because it won't start. And apparently, the fuel line cuts when you crash because it doesn't want to blow up. So I didn't know that. So I'm like, come on, fuck. And then I hear my Native American brother-in-law with his Midwestern voice go, we got to get the fuck out of here, like now. And then I just hear like running.
Guy. I don't think we've ever have any of us been in a real car crash. Like I haven't.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Like how
I have to have another. I broke my arm. Flipped it 2.5 times.
Yeah, that is bad.
Was it your fault or someone else's?
Well, I mean, it could have been anyone's fault.
What the insurance
I was sleeping at the
time. Holy shit! I hope the statute of limitations are up on that. Jeez.
No,
how many people did you kill?
I was the only car involved. I was I had this big night before, and then I was in a bicycle race that day, and I was exhausted on my way home. I pulled over and tried to sleep. I'm 17 at this point, and because I couldn't fall asleep, I made the bad call that I wouldn't fall asleep. Like, all right, I'm here. It's like been 20 minutes. I can't be any more bored. Let's try again. And the car pulled to the right. It wasn't a great car. And I woke up when the two right tires hit the grass. And I sort of steered back onto the highway quickly and got into this sort of swerving thing. And on the side of the road, it went down quite a bit. And then there was a hillside, like a check mark. And when the front of the car hit that hillside, that's when I started rolling. And it was 2.5 rolls. So, one roll isn't upside down. That's half a roll. It was 2 full rolls. And then I came to a rest on the roof. And one of the rolls lowered the roof by like 6 inches and broke every window. And then I had my seatbelt on, but in my mind, I thought I was going to fall out the driver's side window. So I posted my arm out to protect myself.
Yeah.
And that's when I broke these 2 bones. I've got that scar there. I don't know if it's not super visible.
Yeah, I can see a little bit. I can see like the cross.
That's from one of the surgeries to repair the arm.
Yikes.
Yeah. And it's why my fingers don't work well.
You fell asleep. So I almost like give you that one, like, because it's not exactly user error. You were just exhausted. But I do pride myself on all the miles that I've driven and never hit any fucking thing. Like never, ever.
Not even a deer? You can't avoid a deer.
I've hit a deer. I hit the deer. I got, yeah. And he hit me, actually. Honestly, he hit me. He hit my fenders like squarely in the side. Like he hit where the tire well was. So I'm going to blame that on him. That's not my fault. I couldn't do anything about that.
There was like I don't even know if this was true. Maybe it was like a parent thing to try and scare me. But like I've had in my head that like if a deer is in front of your car, you never slow down even the tiniest bit. You're supposed to just blast through it. And that's because it was either my dad or maybe it was a fucking hockey coach of mine. I don't know. But he told me, he's like, oh, my brother-in-law. Yeah, it was a hockey coach. He's like, yeah, he was driving windy road, saw a deer, decided to slow down. All that did was kick it up onto the top of his car.
Oh,
beheaded him.
So his theory is you atomize the deer.
Yes.
You're okay.
But the real
I've heard that theory on motorcycles too.
He very casually mentioned that it decapitated his brother-in-law.
Fuck.
Like he died by having a deer go through the windshield and take his head off. And I'm only now realizing he was probably lying to me.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a lie.
Damn.
Yeah, deers are not very sharp. They're not known for their cutting ability.
It's true. It would have to hit you so fucking hard to just take your head off the windshield.
No, one of the greatest internet videos of all time. The dude's on his fucking, I don't know, R1 or something, cruising down a road, and a deer runs out in front of him, and he hits that deer right in the middle with his motorcycle going 90 miles an hour plus, and it cuts that motherfucker in half.
Really?
It cuts that motherfucker in half, and he travels through the deer. He gets a little wobbly, pulls it under control, and pulls over. But he looks like a horror movie. Like he's just, he looks like you dumped a bucket of blood, like Carrie at the end of the fucking movie, just dumped on with blood.
Deer.
Yes,
organs.
it was so badass. Yeah.
I saw a motorcycle accident. So this guy was riding along and a deer ran into the side of the bike and hit the motorcyclist. All right, he was going fast. And the guy kind of swerves, pulls over, gets to the shoulder, and then drops the bike. And I'm like, oh, like, what's the matter? You know, task saturated, adrenaline, like what's going on here? And then you realize when you looked at, the camera goes to his foot. It's as if it was put back on backwards.
Oh,
like, oh, he's hurt. He can't stand on that thing. It's a problem.
Deers are the worst.
I know a guy who had got a motorcycle accident with a deer. The deer was driving, and he got so fucked up that he had all these holes in him, like gashes and shit. Not just road rage, but like perforations. I don't know. It looked like he'd been shot a couple times. I don't know what that was about. But his problem was the deer guts were in his wounds. Yeah. So there's a huge prone for infection
sepsis.
There. Yeah. You got to get to the hospital fast to get washed out.
Ugh. Yeah. And they're rife with parasites, right?
Don't they? Worse than that.
Those videos.
Are they? I didn't know.
Their lives are a living hell. Fuck Bambi. All this, like, what we don't understand about animals is the unbelievable suffering just existing is. They're fucking in the snow, just trying to get a morsel of food. They get a cut. It gets infected. They're walking around with maggots on them. Or I saw a video of a deer. Half of it was gone. You could almost see its ribs, and it was just like, and they're always foraging for food, and then someone's going to kill them. There's always a predator. I think, who doesn't have a predator? Maybe a hawk or something. They're always in fucking constant fear and stress and pain.
You make a lot of sense. Is there a good animal to be? I'm thinking
hawks are chill as fuck. It's like,
what about a hawk? Like the fastest, deadliest hawk?
Yeah, you'd have to be at the pinnacle of the food chain wherever you were for it to not be horrible.
Yeah.
Even a lion, you got fucking hyenas bugging your ass all the time, trying to eat your food. Yeah, and any pack animal, you got to keep fighting the alpha, like to get near the top. So that's no relaxing there.
Yeah,
you live in an environment where the actual alpha animal is a mosquito. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, they got the most kills, eh? Mm-hmm. No, but if you don't have that trophy hunting, if you don't have that rich dentist coming to your fucking village to kill that old lion, then he slowly gets weak enough that his like nephews murder him to death in an awful kind of way. If he's lucky, and if he's not lucky, they just cripple him and he gets kicked out of the tribe to like limp along. That's what the Tsavo lions were. They were two beta male lions who were like, I'm tired of this shit. Let's eat those people over there instead. And they ate hundreds and hundreds of people.
That doesn't sound very beta.
When was this? Tsavo lions? I haven't heard that.
It was when the British were putting the railroads through Africa. Patterson and what was the other guy's name? There's this town called Tsavo where they were trying to build this bridge, and they had a lot of Indian workers. You know, the British still owned India at the time, and they were bringing them in, and these lions were just eating them, like a dozen a week or something. Like they were just in camp. They were just in.
But were they too kind to shoot back?
they don't. Well, you don't give Indians guns.
What are you crazy?
You had a couple of redcoats over there in a building, and they'd hear, and they're like, "You think we should go out?" Why bother? He's done for by now. And
are you crazy? There's lions out there.
Exactly. There's a really good movie about it called The Ghost in the Darkness. It's Val Kilmer and Michael Douglas. It's real good.
Yeah,
it's a true story.
They kind of alluded to it in that prequel to Yellowstone, whatever it's called, 1923, that I was trying to watch with my wife, but even my wife was like, "This is too gay." Like it's Lifetime romance. He's in Africa, and this rich girl decides to leave her wedding and follow him through the terrain, and it's Lifetime, like cornball pulp fiction, like I mean the literature. Just unwatchable romance. Disgusting.
You're right, but that guy's straight as fuck. He fucked her in a tree, he fucked her in a Jeep, he fucked her in a tent.
Oh, so you saw it?
Oh yeah. That's kind of show I watch.
He loves gay shit.
I find the romance, romance was too much.
It was, and I didn't like the unbelievability of it. I don't know. I couldn't suspend that belief. I really hated the scene where the big ship like casually floated into the tugboat, and then all of a sudden the big ship's like being propelled. It's bullshit.
Did you see the previous prequel, like 1887?
Yeah, that
was
1883.
I don't know. I couldn't.
I didn't like it.
The horror of the teenage whore of the camp gets
the kind of show I like. Carry
is
on.
the toughest gal of them all, and then she gets shot with a doo-doo arrow, and we give up the whole fucking Oregon Trail mission to bury her right fucking here. I don't know. I was annoyed with parts of it. There were parts of it that were badass though, and I liked the early seasons of Yellowstone. When I was locked up, like that was the show. People would take their chairs, put it in the TV room, and and it'd be like, "This is where I'm sitting for Yellowstone." There'd be a posted on the TV that said Yellowstone 8 p.m.
Was it everyone, or was that the white TV?
The they'd fill the whole room up the same way that they'd fill the room for college football because that crosses racial barriers. Yellowstone crossed racial barriers. The black guys were in there for that too.
What were you in jail for? Gun stuff?
Marijuana. I had.
He got bullied in jail.
Yeah, they gave me
killers.
I ended up with 2 months of federal prison, so they sent me to a federal prison camp in Alabama with a bunch of fucking.
Months?
Yeah, that's what they said. They didn't believe me either. In prison.
They thought he was part of 60 Days In, which is my favorite part of the story.
They threw me in there with a bunch of like bank robbers and murderers and shit who had been nice enough to get down to a camp, but still they were like gangbangers and murderers and bank robbers and shit. So I got to hang out with them for 2 months in steamy Alabama.
You called it camp, but is there an official name? Is it called low-level security or medium?
I think they call it a prison camp or something because we're in that like dormitory style open air sleeping situation where you've got like no safety from when you're asleep. You're just in a big room. Everybody's in a bed.
Were you a little tempted at any point to like kind of juice up your story? Because everyone else has way more intense stories of why they're in there, and you'd be like, "I ordered weed in the mail and I shouldn't have."
Yeah,
no, but they get your papers, right?
That's it. Yeah. And plus, like, they could be, "Oh shit, you did all that? You can ride with us tonight. Show up here at 8." And be like, "Okay, are we gonna smoke cigarettes? No, we're gonna
kill guys, just like you used to do.
We're gonna kill that Mexican guy over there. He been snitching."
Now you have to like make up another lie about how now you're a born again Christian. You don't do that anymore.
I swore to the Virgin Mary. I start doing a Cholo voice at this point.
I feel comfortable with you guys enough now to do this, to talk normally.
I want to see how you motherfuckers kill. I want to check your techniques. I don't think you got what it takes.
Yeah, they haven't passed my skill check yet. Like I may have passed theirs, but I'm still not sure that they're down on the down.
How much weed did you have?
Half an ounce, or half an ounce.
Half an ounce. I got that on me, and I don't even smoke weed.
Yeah. It was not a lot of weed.
No, if you forgive me for telling your story, I think they got him for distributing, but he didn't sell it. What he would do is he would like have girlfriends come over and smoke and poke, I guess, right? And
wasn't even that. It was my full-time live-in girlfriend. While she was at work, I messaged her and was like, "Hey, you want to get high tonight and watch like Lord of the Rings or something?" And that was the evidence of my distribution or whatever.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's something else is going on there. Someone Well, you're the gun guy, right?
Yeah, they hated gun
Yeah,
stuff.
Kyle's
Yeah,
a gun guy.
it's like Al Capone's taxes.
Of course.
Yeah, I can't
think
prove
they're
that, but
pretty
we've all
adjacent.
thought that. Yeah.
They tried to make every I had to plead to that nonsense because they were trying to make like every firearm I owned and like a magnifier or whatever you call it, like each one was going to be like years, up to 10 guns, like 5 years a gun, up to 10 guns. And then it was like I'm looking at 67 years or something for my half ounce of weed, or just plead guilty and go do your 2 months in the prison camp. And I chose that option.
Right. You can see how that law makes sense for situations where the guns are used to support the distribution, right? Like this says something about your operation. If you have, 18 scary black rifles in the kitchen cabinets or something like that. But in Kyle's case, they were not related. One's for YouTube videos.
Yeah. They were very clearly documented for YouTube.
So you can't own a gun now, right?
No. I'll try to appeal that at some point. I mean, they just reclassified marijuana today to a class 3. I'm sure in another, some odd years, it'll be easy to maybe get my record expunged.
I'm going to make him a felon for jaywalking.
Of
and
course.
Then he can't have guns, and fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck you because you're encouraging the populace to be armed, and that's a threat to my government. So the government is the mob, and you don't threaten the mob, so they take you out.
I mean, that's exactly how I've always seen it. A big part of it was I also sold a lot of tannerite. You know what tannerite is? That shit you shoot. I was responsible for promoting that big time and selling enormous amounts of it. Don't imagine dump trucks going to one guy's house, but like everybody wanted a can of it to shoot in their backyard. And I think that was causing a lot of extra paperwork for certain.
You shipped a lot of it to like eccentric individuals who lived in the woods.
I didn't ship any of it, not a speck of it. I advertised for where you could go online and buy it as a responsible fucking adult.
Who was your biggest customer? Ted Kaczynski?
No, Ted makes his own shit, all right? Don't put that on Ted.
Put that on Uncle Ted. He did make his own. He was a bit of a home brewer.
Yeah.
I maybe it's because I don't know many criminals or any really, but I just see the justice system weaponized against my friends on almost like every case that I can think of right now, from J6 to this porn star Mercedes Carrera is in jail for molesting her daughter, which she absolutely didn't do, to Proud Boys in jail for fighting Antifa, to this one guy, Tiny Tuetse, he's from American Samoa, he's a Proud Boy, he's doing 7 years now. Antifa shot him in the foot and he's in jail for being violent towards them. Like I just can't think of a case where some guy I know did a bad thing, like stabbed someone in a fight, and then went to jail for like a good amount of time. For that would be, I don't know, 7 years or 6 years. I can't think of one of those. It's all marijuana bullshit, or we're going to get you with some other law, or, like Mercedes has been in jail, not prison, in jail awaiting trial for 5 years now.
Oh, Jesus.
Shit. What's her story? That she got accused by who?
Her baby daddy got herpes in Thailand. And she goes, how the fuck did you get? Are you fucking underage girls in Thailand? Are you fucking 16-year-olds? Are you a pedophile? I don't want you around our daughter. You make me fucking sick, you creep. And coincidentally, a couple days later, after her threatening to take the kid away and not let him see her, the kid does an interview with the police where she says, oh yeah, I was fisted and they made porn with me and all this shit. And like really intense sex shit, like threesomes and all this stuff. And so they go to Mercedes' house and they see cameras around the bed, like all porn stars have. They find meth, like all porn stars do, and they find tons of guns. So they throw the book at her, and she keeps getting these lawyers who quit or are incompetent. The guy who monitors the prison is also the prosecutor. And she goes, you can't be the prosecutor and be in charge of me in prison. And he goes, I can wear more than one hat. I mean, it's in San Bernardino and it sounds like the Wild West.
Damn.
Yeah. It sounds like she might not be the ideal mother.
And one more thing, by the way. Sorry. They got all her computers and her phone and her hard drives, 100% of everything that day, no time to erase. And they didn't find not a semblance of anything kiddie porn, no pictures of the girl, nothing at all. So it's just that one statement she made that happened a few days after.
How did the dude she was with not get in trouble for that, or did he as well?
He is. He's in jail too. Damien.
That's
what
wild.
The fuck? Yeah, I'm sure you know a ton of people from the J6 stuff. Like I did hear stories of like they just got kept in jail for years without a trial.
Yeah. And then they get these sentences of 22 years, 30 years. And then you hear the lefties going, that's white privilege. And you're like, what? And they go, well, the max was 40 years and they only got 33. And you're like, for meandering? For trespassing? You want them to get 40 years? Like most murderers are out in 15. Most pedophiles are out in 5. They went, some guys broke some windows. That's bad. Don't break windows, kids. And what did the rest of them do? They posed for selfies. It's fucking crazy. And the craziest part about J6 is hearing lefties talk about it like it's the apocalypse. It's worse than 9/11. They didn't get enough time. Even Antifa is mad about it.
Really?
Taylor and I talk about this a lot, how like just prior to January 6th, or at least the year prior, like half of the cities in the Midwest got burned down by Antifa riots and just, I don't know, black riots. Every dollar store
Black
and
Lives
fucking
Matter.
McDonald's in Missouri got burned the fuck down. And we watched it like it was a Wild West movie every
Dude, you
night.
just couldn't go to St. Louis for months.
They would
Did you
take
see
over
that
the
one go
block
the other
and
way
the cops
today?
would stand by.
Governor Abbott pardoned that guy.
Oh,
I don't
good.
know.
You didn't see
January
that?
6th guy?
No, it wasn't January
Oh.
6th here. So his name is Daniel Perry. And
Yeah.
what he did is he texted to his friend that he was going to kill a Black Lives Matter protester. And then he drove into a Black Lives Matter protest. And the article made it sound like he hit someone, but I'm not sure that part's true. So don't hold me to it. Anyway, when he gets there, one of the protesters, this is Texas. He's wearing I think it's an AR-15, but scary black rifle. And he approaches the car. Now you're allowed to open carry in this place. And he makes the hand signal to roll down the window, and Perry shoots him and kills him through the window. And today he got pardoned, so he's not going to do time. Or I'm sure he did time while he waited for
that
this.
guy was in a truck, right?
And I can look and see if it tells me in this.
Yeah, I remember this story. You know who started that whole thing? Was if it's the thing I'm talking about, this hideous black gimp with no arms or legs.
How do you even start something if
So
you're
that
limbless?
sounds like his fiance. His fiance was a quadruple amputee that he took care of.
Imagine
And
your
now he's
son
been
brings
murdered.
home a quadruple amputee. He's like, Dad, I'm bringing home my girlfriend, and you might be surprised. And you see that she's black, and you're like, oh, come on. And
She
then,
looks like an 8-ball, son. Get her the fuck out of here.
What do you like?
They're
Bring her in
rolling her out of
a
the room.
backpack? Like,
No, I don't think she was there for the event. I don't know how. Why do you think?
she was goading him. She was goading him. She's a fucking nightmare troublemaker. She fakes. Like, I saw this video of her slithering out of her chair because that's all they can do.
Is she faking a
Screaming about
quadruple
police
amputee?
brutality.
yeah, notoriously.
Yeah, it's her fault. She's evil.
Yeah, throw her in prison. Really, you could just kind of lay her in the park somewhere. She's not going anywhere, right?
Here, let me read this.
That's what she should do.
Prosecutors said Perry, who was stationed at Fort Hood, initiated the counter when he ran a red light and drove his vehicle into a crowd gathered at a protest. I don't think that means he hit anyone. He just drove into the crowd. Foster was openly carrying an assault rifle. Foster's the guy that got shot, legal in Texas, and approached Perry's car and motioned for him to lower the window, at which point Perry fatally shot him with a handgun. So
But the video's out there. He's not waltzing up and saying, "Excuse me, would you mind?" He's
really?
screaming and yelling and freaking out, and he had been goaded on by this armless, legless Bob. That's what we call
Does
her.
she really not
when
have
she
arms
goes
and legs, or
swimming.
are we just having a laugh at a fat lady?
Yeah, okay.
I'm good with either one.
No. She testified. I'm scanning the article, but I guess she
Fat nug.
testified how much harder her life has been now that her caretaker's been murdered.
There's no way
I
her life could
fucking
be any
bet.
harder.
Well,
She had
she
somebody
lost
to
her
roll her
fiance.
around before, dude.
Like, take it easy on the virtue signaling, dude. Just having a black girlfriend gets you all the woke points you need. You don't have to go for one with no arms or
Me?
legs.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
I didn't understand what you were
Is
getting
he-
at first.
Oh, well,
Is
us
that
just
her?
arms, just no hands.
Okay, well, we
Better
can't
or
see
worse?
what the leg
Yeah.
situation is. I
think elbows, like down to the elbows, they're gone.
That's awful.
Was this an accident, or was she born like this? I'm so much more interested in her day-to-day life than I am.
She was swimming in the ocean, Taylor, and a shark got her.
You think a shark got her?
Yeah, she was swimming.
Yeah, right.
Fibbing. Yeah, she was bobbing about.
That's his name.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Speaking of hands getting cut off, is a little bit of a diversion. I saw two black dudes have a machete fight today at a gas station.
Oh,
not with my own eyes, but on the internet. And they both got fucked up. I saw the after. Like one of them's head is like split open, but one dude gets his hand literally chopped off in the fight, like it's Game of Thrones. Like dude cut the other guy's hand off, and then the guy's got no hand. He's got a stump for where his wrist ends, and he retreats a little, and then the winner, clearly because he has two hands, he's like, yeah, motherfucker, and like walks off, and then dude, the loser, runs back in and grabs his own hand because he's gonna need that for later,
That's good. Yeah, he's still got his wits about him.
Well, you better hurry, by the way. You got like probably 10 minutes to get to the hospital.
He sauntered to that hand.
Yeah, I know. I saw the video too. He was meandering. But I've always wondered that. You see that in London with all the Pakistanis and the Muslim refugees, and they're always fighting with machetes. And I never understood that. Like, what is a machete fight? How does it last more than 1 second? Like, I get you anywhere in your body and you're toast.
These guys I saw the after of these guys, and they were cut open everywhere. They were like, but they weren't like deep enough to get to like vital organs. You'd have to hit like a blood vessel, like a jugular, or like their femoral in their groin or something. But it's mostly their hands. Obviously, that guy lost his fucking hand. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before.
I assume that there's only one video of these two guys machete fighting outside of a mobile on the run, which is what I'm watching right now. And so I had to watch it twice because so early in the fight, that guy gets his hand cut off, and then he's the guy winning. It's not even it's not his blade hand, as they
it's his offhand.
It's his offhand.
Did he block with it? Is that how he lost?
Yeah, he had it up.
You believe it or not, Woody, that's like day one of sword fighting class.
This is machete fighting. We have different rules.
Oh my god,
dude didn't have his shield for something.
And you're right, Kyle. This guy walks back over to pick his discarded hand up, like as though he's more embarrassed about the fact that he lost his hand than he is worried about the imminent problems that are going to come from having a hand cut off in a machete fight.
Do we know
he's got a good surgeon
his current status?
I
saw a clip.
They probably sew the hand back on and then took him to jail, right? Like you can't have machete fights outside of gas stations.
Mutual combat, as far as I'm concerned. Look, if two men show up and both of them just happen to have machetes, like, come on. This was mutual combat. They both agreed to this. I don't see why anybody would go to jail.
Ooh, what is that term called? Mutually agreed combat?
Like
I've heard
dueling?
it before.
Like a legal
back
duel.
To the know-nothing
Like a legal duel.
Yeah,
you ever heard of mutual combat?
No. I forgot the exact term of it. There's a term where, like, legally, where you can both agree to combat, and it's not even against the law. It's not everywhere.
It's a good law because you're fighting with your brother, and you're half kidding, and maybe the play fighting got carried away, but it's not a big deal, and you were not jumped by anyone. This is your twin brother, and you should be able to say to the cops, no, this isn't what you think it is. We were arguing about Pepsi. But the Proud Boys, Max and John, they did 4 years for fighting Antifa. It couldn't have been more mutual combat. Antifa said, do you want to go? And they said, yes. And then the cops said to Antifa, do you want to press charges? And the Antifa said, fuck you, pig. I just got punched 70 times. Where were you? Which is how they say no.
Yeah.
And so the cops went, all right, out of my hands. I'm going to go now.
And the Antifa guy didn't go to jail? Just the Proud Boys?
No, they weren't identified.
I think you should be able to square off. But I honestly think dueling isn't a bad idea. I like the idea, especially the old gentlemanly duels where, like, we're going to shoot our guns in the air. But you slap somebody in the face, have a duel tomorrow at noon. I like that. I think we should still do that.
Can you imagine the diarrhea you'd have the night before? You have to go to a duel. I'm not eating dinner that night. I'm just sitting on the bowl, just exploding. I'm not sleeping that night either.
No, you'd be so tired going into your life-determining duel.
You'd be so weakened from the diarrhea and the no sleep. I remember even in school in the 80s, it was pretty common. Like, you're going to fight, Clinton Badecki by the abandoned baseball diamond. And you're like, when? Now? Because that's a bummer. But no, tomorrow after school. And you're like, That's in 1 million years.
I have so much time to fear before then.
I've been in that situation a couple of times. It's awful. Like just the butterflies in your belly all day long. For me, it was at the bike racks. Like, at the bike racks, they're going to be waiting for you. Well, darn.
Shit, that's where my bike is.
Yeah, right. Like, what, I'm going to knock over there? I'm going to walk home?
Or did you ever get like Barry Pueblo's Looking for You? And it's never like a wimp that's looking for you.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not. No, it's the guy who
like,
turned into a man in 10th grade.
Yeah, it's the guy with a beard. Well, this particular guy, Ashley McClimate, he was a rockabilly and he had a gun rack on the back of his truck. He had a truck in high school, but you can't have guns in Canada. So his gun rack had like a chain, a baseball bat, like stuff, but not guns.
Weapons, though.
Yeah. And
those were his tools.
Looking for me for like weeks, and it was just diarrhea.
Yeah. I
take the long way around to my class.
For me,
they'd be like, "He's looking for you," and I'm like, "He's 6'3" and has a beard, and I'm still mostly a boy. I'm gonna go the long way. I'm gonna go the long way to class. I'm not Taylor here. He hit puberty in like the 6th grade or something.
Yeah,
like that.
we had
so hard.
In the 80s, we had guys who had like an apartment. Like there was men.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't me.
I thankfully, I didn't ever have to deal with a meet me at the bike rack situation because
you were the guy.
I never wanted to meet. I never wanted.
Did you ever get roped in?
Rack.
Taylor, Johnny wants to meet me at the bike rack. Will you please come?
I did not.
No?
I avoided. I was a pacifist pussy. I did not do any put up your dukes action in high school, but I was large enough that nobody also wanted to fight me.
Didn't you also wrestle?
I did wrestle just in middle school, but I played hockey also, and so like those carry reputations of like, oh well, don't mess with the wrestling.
Taylor was
hockey
a terrifying 9th grader.
Yeah, I was a
don't
big
mess
9th
with
grader.
a 6 foot tall wrestling hockey player. That's a no brainer.
What you're looking at now is his 9th grade silhouette. There was no chance.
Dude, I've said it before. Like it was me and this other guy, Phil. We were the only people in middle school who were growing full beards, and he was a fucking weirdo, and people would bully him for it because it wasn't cool to be like an adult yet. And so I shaved meticulous. My dad taught me to shave at like 12 very early. And so I'd go in fully baby face because I didn't want to get mocked like Phil. And then I showed up in 9th grade and everyone's like, whoa, Steve's got like 5 facial hairs. And I'm like, oh, it's cool now, is it? Oh, now it's cool? Okay.
Not only was I incredibly late to hit puberty, but I broke 100 pounds in 10th grade. Right at 15 years old, I cracked triple digits.
In 7th grade, I wrestled at 140.
Not only that, but when puberty did hit, it trickled in so slowly. I remember it was on this show. Kyle said something that blew my mind. I was telling a story of how pubes grew in, how you had these like patches of crabgrass on either side that didn't bridge the middle. And Kyle's like, Woody describes a stage of puberty I never had. Like, apparently normal people have puberty all at once, whereas mine leaked in. It was all.
Oh yeah, it was like waking up one morning when I was 11, just being like, "Whoa!" Like like hair was growing like bamboo that night.
Yeah, I've never heard of Mickey Mouse ears merging in the middle. It's usually they start out near the base and then they spread out.
It goes that way. Not you. You had like a George Costanza head.
He had a shoehorn baldness on his dick.
My 15-year-old, my wife called me recently and she goes, "Oh my God, his friends, I won't say his name, but his friends were in a fight at the nearby high school and he didn't go. Thank God." And I'm like, "Wait, what happened?" So I eventually get the story. One of his boys, some guy from the nearby high school, was hitting on his girlfriend. So he's like, "Come on, guys. Let's go and kick his ass." I don't know where they got a car from. I guess they got an Uber. So they went over and the guy who was there to like take care of the other school, my son's friend, he immediately gets rocked so hard that he has a seizure. So he's lying on his back after starting the fight, just like going,
This is the tough guy. Okay.
So I come home and like all the good dads do, I said to my son, why weren't you with your friends? Like, why didn't you go to that fight? You went to Subway and had a sandwich? And he goes, What are you talking about? I don't even know her or what the fight was about. I would have been kicked off the baseball team. Do you want me to be a loser? Is that what you want? I go, you come from a long line of losers. You don't throw that away.
That's fair.
Is he going to get in the fight next time? I pray.
I hope so. I've always said to him, Mcinnes don't quit. We get fired.
Yeah, and you have Scottish ancestry. I always think of the Scottish as like a brawling sort of people. He has to keep that alive.
It took me a long time to realize that my dad wasn't yelling at me. He just yells. Like I must have been about 8, and he's in the we were driving across country. So I think we were in Vancouver in the Rockies at the time, and he was out of gas. He ran out of gas. And my mother's like, you stupid asshole. You can't even punch a fucking gas tank. It's got a lever. You can see it. and he is punching his driver. His name's Jimmy Mcinnes, James. And he's punching his own steering wheel as he drives going, you asshole, James. You asshole. Furious at Jimmy Mcinnes himself. And as he's screaming, punching that steering wheel, I was like, oh, that's just how he expressed himself.
He's just furious at everything.
Where in the country are you from? Is it
He's
New
just
York?
a yeller. I was born in England. My parents are from Glasgow, and we moved to Canada when I was about 5, Ontario, Ottawa. And then I moved to Quebec when I was 18, Montreal, which I consider a different country. And then we moved to New York in my late 20s.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's nice.
So about half my life in America, but I'm known as Canadian, which is great. I'm fine with that.
You got the accent.
It's very, very.
You think I have a Canadian accent?
100%.
On some
Really?
words, you hit it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like about
a little more. Yeah, not as
Tried a little
intense
too hard
as I
to make
did,
that
but
normal.
yeah.
I had a few more beers and it'd be a boot.
I hear it when I go back. All my friends sound like leprechauns. They're like, fucking check out Mcinnes fucking strolling back from the States. He's got a fucking 6-pack of Coors Bank. What the fuck is Coors Banquet there, guy?
There, guy.
I'm sorry. I don't understand a word you're saying.
When you watched your dad like have a spaz out like that, because a lot of people will like be like, man, why's my dad so angry? And then you'll see like your grandpa in a state like that, and he's like a level above. Was your grandfather even like obviously the full Scot? More intense?
He was evil. Like he would lose his temper and beat up his kids like he was Roy Jones in the ring. Like he would punch my uncles. My dad never got beat up because he always had good grades. But you know what's funny about my dad? He's got a boxer's nose because in Glasgow, student was like the N-word. It was the worst thing you could be. And I kind of get it when I see these students protesting right now and their encampments and stuff. I'm like, wow, you really are the lowest people there are. You're worse than abos. And
wow, that's you call them abos too. I thought I was the only one.
Well, we have a huge Aboriginal listenership.
Black and Indigenous, isn't that such a gay term?
I choose to hone in on the groups
term.
that have no protection organizations around them, and that's one of them.
Go for
that
gypsies.
and the deaf.
So students are losers right
whatever
now.
you want about them, I don't
brand, but back when my dad was young in the 50s in Scotland, you do these things called O levels. There's a really good system. I wish we had it here, and they don't do it in Britain anymore.
Oh.
So at 14, you do your O levels. If you're smart, we're paying for you to go to college. If you're not, we're paying for you to get a trade. And they would separate the wheat from the chaff. And it didn't matter if you're rich or poor. If you're a dumb, smart guy, well, you can get a trade or you can just have your parents take care of you, whatever. We don't care. And if you're a smart, poor guy, you're going to private schools. So my dad was in the slums, but he had a private school uniform with the tie and everything. And they'd call him a student. And he'd have to fight every day. So he ended up being a great fighter. But his father would just beat the shit out of the ones who didn't get the scholarship at their O levels.
Jesus.
And like he would fight them like a man fights he'd be punching them down these marble steps at the age of 12. Just a violent, and he was a communist too, a violent communist piece of shit.
He was actually a communist, like a real deal.
The real deal. He was the head of like the Glasgow Communist Party or some shit.
That's so not what I picture when I think of Scotland. He had to have been a weirdo over there too, right?
Scotland, Canada, Ireland. Anyone who's near a big guy, they are super lefty underdog. They are all socialist because they hate the cool big brother, like Elvis Presley's brother. if he had one, right? If you asked Elvis Presley's brother, what are you about? He'd be like, well, I don't wear blue suede shoes and I'm not a hound dog. You'd be like, yeah, I get it. You're not Elvis, but who are you? Like in Canada, we would write these like, what does it mean to be Canadian? And it was always like, well, I'm not a racist in the Klan, and I'm not an evangelical nut, and I'm not a big fat pig in a monster truck. And it was all America, America, America. So, you go to a Glasgow Celtics soccer match, and they're all holding up the Palestinian flag. Like, this isn't from October 7th. This is like 10 years ago, because they know that Palestine is the underdog and they're near the big dog. So they just blindly worship all underdogs. So yeah, all Scots are rabid socialists, lefties, woke morons. Same with Ireland. You say the word Trump in Ireland, everyone has a heart attack. And same with Canada.
That's depressing. I knew Canada was like that, like
Ireland's
almost defining themselves in opposition to us. And I knew Ireland, I know they don't care for England.
They weren't there in World War II. Okay.
I always pictured Scotland as like just being cool guys doing their own thing up there.
Yeah, I mean it's depressing because like Irish people are fucking funny and they're great drinkers, and the Scots, every single human being in Glasgow is fucking hilarious. Like Louis C.K., people would feel sorry for him in Glasgow because he's never made a good joke. It's sort of like if you go to Scandinavia, your wife becomes the ugliest woman in the world. If you go to Glasgow, you're the least funny person that has ever lived. I'm constantly like, it's like sparring with some fucking pros. Like I'm just like, okay, I gotta get funny.
Damn.
One time we were running for the bus, me and my gran, and we'd missed the stop, and my gran was fast enough to catch the bus. And the bus driver opens the door. He goes, "Just you keep going, hen. You're going to get downtown before I do." It's a random bus driver.
In the world of accents, they might have the funniest one. Them and Australians are up there. Like everything they say is funny.
Australians are good, but Scottish are peak.
I think you're right. I think Scottish
the best accents in the world are Scottish and Jamaican. I would love to hear a Jamaican guy and a Scottish guy in a heated argument. That would be like a waterfall. That would be
you can go to sleep to that at night.
Unfortunately, there's so little crossover with those groups.
Yeah.
Probably for their own good. That'd be a good podcast.
Weed versus whiskey. That's the name of the podcast, and they just discuss it the whole time. You got smoke drinking out of whiskey, you got Babylon closing in on me, Don't you get me started.
I would enjoy that. I gotta close this video. This guy losing his hand.
He's been auto playing over and over, huh?
He's just auto playing over and over. I thought there was so much more keeping hands on.
No,
than that.
No, that's the second hand I've seen get cut off in like this week. I saw another video where the guy, a guy attacks this guy. They're having a fight. One's on a motorcycle, maybe one's on a car, and they've had some bullshit fender bender. I think they're both Asian, and they're having like a really shitty old man fight where nobody knows how. But then one dude pulls out a box cutter, and a box cutter is just 1.5 inches, 2 inches. He starts hitting this guy with it, and I guess he hits enough of his wrist that his hand is dangling off by just tendon or something like that. Like he cuts his hand off with a fucking box cutter, and I guess the guy wasn't feeling it first, so he gets hit all over. He's just drenched in blood by the time it's over. So don't fight people with box cutters. I learned that this week too.
No,
who knew?
I'm looking at a picture of.
I didn't know that.
I'm looking at the carpal bones right now, and there is a space right above those two arm bones where you get it in the right spot, and you're good to go.
Yeah,
it must have been what happened to this gentleman at the mobile.
He wasn't a gentleman. I looked into it.
No, it was not. No, he was a machete-wielding wild man, I believe he was described.
Is that what they said? The machete-wielding.
That's what I'm calling him. Jesus.
Was that America? Is that
no? They were speaking. Well, they weren't speaking English, so who knows?
By the way, it wasn't mutual combat legally,
so there's no way to possibly know if they were in America or not.
Know. I've been enjoying the student encampments because in most cases, like here in Georgia and Atlanta at Emory University, they just sent the Georgia State Patrol in. That's that video of the really stout cop picking the femboy up and just like
beautiful,
deadlifting him and walking away as he's like he can't believe he just got picked up.
The only clip I've seen like that I really got a true laugh out of at those protests was like all those like drunk frat guys and then like some fat pig of a woman comes up and like is trying
woman.
trying to engage them in like a discussion about, not really a discussion where she gets to scold someone for as long as she pleases, which is her idea of a discussion, I'm sure. And like immediately, like and you can hear in his voice, he's like, 9 Coors Bankies deep, and she's like, you guys are fascists, and he's like, lose some weight, you fucking pig, you fat pig. And
is that the one where the guy was allegedly making ape sounds?
No, that was a different one,
and I had a different one. He was. I mean, that's a safe allegation.
Like,
it reminded me of that scene from Black Panther.
There's. And then there's like, oh, look at me. It
was both
genre.
He really went at it. And he seemed to have some hatred in his eyes, if I do say so myself. But she was a big fat cow who was stepping to them saying some crazy shit too. She was saying like death to America probably, or something about Palestine. So I don't know. What, you get her feelings hurt?
Yeah, I can't get on board with the
That's
ape
what
sounds.
he was going
He really
for.
should have went with bovine sounds, right? He should have mooed at her.
Oh, if you moo at her, you can't be mad at that. Yeah.
Right?
That's the think they wouldn't be mad at that? they're mad about everything, dude.
The fatties aren't as well protected as.
But
that's
like,
they're very well protected.
When you're projecting a sound
from my
something with like it's got more than moo. Like moo is kind of soothing.
Yeah.
You need like a ha ha ha.
You're right. It's hard to go with herbivore attack lines.
You're
Still,
right. He made the right move. Yeah.
I went to that thing. I went to the Columbia one dressed as a liberal, and I talked to some of them. And I used to do this character, Miles Mcinnes, my twin brother, who's a liberal. And but Miles has the courage of his convictions, and he'll argue with you. And I realized my fake character is too cool for these people. They won't say their opinions. They direct you over to someone who is media trained.
Yep.
And the guy who's media trained was talking on I don't know, YouTube or TikTok or something about how all Zionists need to die. And then all racists need to die. And you're like, that's a lot of people that especially your definition of racist is like someone who voted for Trump.
It's every white person.
Kill half the country, and you're media trained. I went up to these two guys. They were guarding one of the gates that went into the encampment. And I was like, can I talk to you guys? And they're like, we have someone who's trained in media. And they go, yeah. You're an adult male at college. You're trained in media. This is just saying what you think. And they go, they just kept repeating the same thing like a robot. And they each had their own individual umbrella because it was kind of misting that day. Not raining, but like.
They were ready for it.
Wait,
and I look at them.
You want them to you say it like it's gay, but it's more gay to share an umbrella.
I mean, all right. So hear me out here.
It's gay to use an umbrella. You wear an umbrella in Glasgow, you're a dead man.
You can't riot with an umbrella. Like, are you here to do business or not? You know,
sometimes Antifa will get the big black ones to stop you recording. This was the one your aunt has in her purse. Like it folded out to about this big, and it's probably like this when it's all folded up. And I go, guys. I broke character. I was like, guys, it's not raining, you faggots. and they both like go, oh, and they undo their umbrella.
they undid their umbrella when you called them out.
Yeah,
damn, they need to have the courage of their convictions. It wasn't raining
at all. You know what there was? There was tons of ugly Asian girls, like uncool Asian girls, the kind that you don't even like beat off to.
The flat-faced ones.
Yeah, and the badly dressed ones, you know.
I hate that.
Not even good at math.
I realize that these girls they're like good drivers. They're not real Asian.
I think you're just a fat Mexican in disguise.
Maybe you're just a white girl with black hair that's really stoned.
Yeah.
But
just a sleepy white girl.
Yeah, you just are you Asian or did you just wake up? Actually, some journalist was over at my house recently, and he was from Germany, and he my kids look Asian because they're Native American, and he said to my son, he's like, "Hello, how are you doing, little boy?" And he goes, "Fine," and he goes, "Did you just wake up?" He's like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, you're being racist, right? He was a lefty there to do a hit piece too. But anyway, I saw these Asian chicks and I realized this is just fashion. They're not there because they give a shit about Palestine or any politics at all. They're probably not even remotely politically active, but this is the thing to do. And they have not been going to parties their whole lives because their tiger mom made them focus on the piano lessons and they couldn't go to parties. So tiger mom's not around. And I don't think Colombia is very strict. It's probably really easy, especially if you've been studying your fucking ass off since you were born. So they're having their childhood, like they're living out their adolescence and going to parties. And this is the party. They can't drink, right? So
I like when they play dress up. I like the outfits. I like the disguises. I love seeing them in the COVID mask in 2024. And when it's, you're right. It's exactly what you described, the way that you'll have like two of the worst security guards you can imagine that they drafted from the student body will be standing by some refuse they've stacked together and like not allowing entry to anyone, any students, any media, any just person. And it's it's public university. There's no inch of that place you shouldn't be able to walk around on, regardless of who you are.
Yeah.
And then again, they're like, what do you think about, all of the Israeli women who were raped, for example? Do you think those sex crimes matter? And they're like, you want to talk to Dave over there? He's the media guy. Talk to Dave. And it's like, I want to talk to you. I'm talking to the people who are out here with masks, holding, chaining everything up and super gluing locks and shit and locking everything down. No, you want to talk to Dave. He talks for us. You know why? They know they're going to be humiliated. They know you're going to say something like, what's the population of Palestine? What's the population of Israel? Do you know where they treat gays in Gaza? And they're going to have nothing. And they don't want to. And this has been going on for a while. Remember, they used to have debates with right and left. You had Richard Spencer on ESPN. You had David Duke on CNN. They used to talk to the right. But now they're so bad at knowing stuff. I think the term is stupid. That they say don't give Nazis a platform.
The kids in general are at a disadvantage.
And everyone's
I've been listening, and I'm like, all these kids don't know anything. Whatever political beliefs they have, they've had for 6 months. They're 19 years old.
They don't know from the river to the sea. They have no idea. That's going to be
true of the right as well. Like 19-year-olds just don't have the depth of background typically to argue their point.
Conservative 19-year-olds know a fuck ton more than liberal 19-year-olds.
I can't prove it either way, but
here's why he's right. It's fashionable. One of them is fashionable, and when the other's not. You must have some convictions if you're going to choose right at 19, right?
I used to fuss at the right wing guys who go to college campuses and debate with children, and it's like you're dunking on a Fisher Price hoop here.
It is low hanging fruit, yeah.
Well, that's the only thing that Ben Shapiro can dunk on.
That's sort of the core.
I see it. It took me a second. I was like, no, he's really smart
because he's a Jew.
It's like in Star Wars where they flew into that thing. Okay, I'm missing your jokes. When they flew into the Death Star, like this is where all these bad ideas, bad laws, incompetent judges. This is where they begin. So you might as well nip it in the bud. Get down there. But you're right. It's not very challenging. The shit they say is fucking retarded. But have you seen these streeters where they go questions like, can you name the seasons? And my favorite one ever was, what does YES spell? And the woman says, Wes.
What?
I think because Wise is like a what?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wes.
That stuff has to be cultivated. I see the left do it at Trump rallies where they find people with indefensible positions, usually dressed up in their
QAnon weirdos. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they get dunked on, but there's going to be dumb people.
Yeah.
But here's why 19, like you just said it. They have to have the courage of their convictions if you're going to be young and conservative. But this is especially true of like conservative blacks. Ann Coulter once said, our blacks are better than their blacks. And they accused her of saying that we own blacks. But if you're a black dude and you love Trump, you're arguing it through Thanksgiving. You're arguing at work. Nightmare with your cousins. Every barbecue, you're getting raked over the coals.
Every haircut.
Or you're closeted, God forbid, hiding that every day, afraid you'll be exposed, afraid someone's going to see your MAGA hat under your bed.
Well, I like in a lot of places, especially like New York and shit, being conservative is like being gay in the 50s, where you just sort of look over at a guy and you're like, I was at my wife's family reunion, and there was they're all lefties, Midwestern, Madison, Wisconsin types. And this was she's half Indian, half white. So this is the white side. And I was talking to her cousin, and we were told not to talk about politics because my mother-in-law is she's a liberal activist. And so we were avoiding it. And then I heard him say, yeah, I mean, you could tax these companies more, but, you know, you get less of something when you tax it. So maybe there'd be less business. And I was like, and then I sort of sauntered over to him like a homo. I was like, yeah, I mean, the concept of taxing makes sense. We need roads and stuff, but it is innately corrupt and bureaucratic. And then we had a couple more gay clues. And then I was like, I'm going to go pick up more beer. You want to come? And he's like, and then we get in the car and it's just like, Trump, holy fuck, he's kicking ass. Like this is when he was president. The economy's booming. Screaming at each other the whole drive.
Break into my country, tis of thee.
Yeah. And then we get back to the party and like, just like gays who had fucked in an alleyway, we both split ways. And like, I go put the beer in the fridge and we sort of have our backs to each other because we're not allowed to think these things.
You fade back into the background. Yeah, actually, I think there should be more trans kids. Yeah, I don't think there's enough.
I'm trans.
Every single one. You guys were talking about like the people on those protests not knowing what they're talking about, and it reminded me of this. I'll call it theory that Dick Masterson was talking about a long time ago, where he's like, if you're ever in like a serious like political discussion with like a woman, because he's big on the woman stuff, he's like, ask them what year the most common wars in history started, and you will immediately realize their level of understanding of the world. So he'll be like, you know, ask him when did like what years? Give me the gist. Like when was World War I? Like kind of like, and he said to try this with the women in your life, and I did with a couple, and they didn't know. Like they'd be like, I don't know, like 1895 something.
No, yeah, I could do ballparks. 1911, 1918. Like you can be close. Yeah, I think he stole that from me.
Oh.
My thing was, I said that exact thing verbatim, but I said, ask them the population of America. And you will not get. I asked one lesbian I was arguing with about illegal immigration. I said, you're not going to believe me, by the way, so get ready. I said, how many illegals do you think are in this country? Now, the left usually says 12, although it's been 12 with fucking Biden. And the right, if you're really like right, you say 30. That's the range. 12 to 30 seems to be the range. She said 70 billion.
With a B.
70 billion.
It's a big number.
Billion.
Oh, damn.
And my dad's a mathematician, and I said, Dad, work out for me how many people could possibly fit in America shoulder to shoulder. He spent like 20 hours on it. He was like, can I freeze leaks? I'm
like, okay. See, now that's a smart guy.
And then he calls me the next day. He's like, I've got a problem here with Skyrises, you know, because you could keep, if it was non-stop skyscrapers, but now you need farmland for food, so you're importing the food. And now if it's just skyscraper to skyscraper, coast to coast on frozen lakes and mountains, I could easily get 80 billion in there.
It goes subterranean if we have to.
So technically that woman,
I never even thought of that.
Maybe she's right. Yeah. 70 billion. That's a baffling answer.
I can't
be with someone that's that stupid.
Yeah, I've never got the answer remotely close on any of those stuff. And then I just go, well, now you're being disingenuous. I don't care that you don't know how many illegals there are, but you brought up this discussion of immigration, and it's like me arguing with you about ballet. So why are you wasting my fucking time if you don't know who Nureyev is?
Yeah. Why even have the discussion if there's no inroad to have a productive discussion?
And I'm not learning anything. I'm getting dumber. I want to lose an argument. Like I'd love my mind
changed occasionally. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah,
like, I'm not intelligence. I'm not against having my mind changed. I love when it happens. Like, I won't have that stupid opinion anymore because you set me straight. Thank you. I was going through life with my fucking left blinker on this whole time. Everybody but you's laughing. You pointed it out, taught me to turn that bitch off. Now I'm smarter.
Yes.
It seems like the other people sometimes their world or reality would crumble should one piece of this mosaic of nonsense that they base their existence upon be crumbled or tarnished by facts, reality, or common sense. If any of those things happen, then it's a domino effect. It all comes raining down. And who am I really?
Yeah.
Well, kindergarten is woke. grade school's woke, college woke. So you tell a 25-year-old that gays are murdered in Palestine, and the whole like not just last year's me is garbage. My whole existence has been garbage since I was in kindergarten, and no one wants to take that on. That's terrible.
Well, they can't reconcile it because in their head, everything is divided into an oppressor and oppressed paradigm, and their like core belief is like, no matter what, white people bad, no matter what, like that white people must be bad. And so then if you're like, well, actually, these non-white people are doing some fucked up shit too.
Yeah,
like
some underdogs are dicks. Sorry.
Yeah.
But there's been studies that have shown that the more when people are confronted with data that contradicts their beliefs, they become more steadfast in those beliefs. Like doomsday cults, when that day happens and the world doesn't end, they don't lose members. They gain members.
That's shocking.
And you go,
I mean, imagine if there were imagine if there were heavily funded organizations that for repeated said the world was ending for decades at a time, and they kept getting more adherents. That'd be wild. Imagine if they had like a track record of not.
I don't have that kind of imagination. I can't imagine such a thing.
We can't work with hypotheticals around here. I can't imagine.
I can't even fathom. Imagine if they said New York would be underwater in 1972.
They taught us that in kindergarten. I remember there was this thing about they were using pennies stacked on end as like a way of showing how much the oceans would rise. I was 5 and so scared because I had seen Land Before Time when all the dinosaurs get smoked. I thought that was coming for us too. They had us terrified.
Oh
that
yeah,
was 38 years ago. 33 years ago. Have they raised it all? Like
the oceans?
I always go back to my thing that like beachfront property would be getting cheaper if that
would be uninsurable.
Right? It's bought by people with no future,
like former presidents. Yeah,
right. They're 73
Dude, I remember
they're wealthy.
Like my first true terror as a young child was like watching a Fox News or CNN segment with my parents about how the world was imminently ending because when Africanized bees arrived, they were going to kill all the normal bees and there would be no food. And I still remember this graphic of them showing this horrifying red wave migrating from Africa and then showing it hit the East Coast and growing out. And I'm like, am I going to become an adult? Am I going to survive till the end game of life? Because with these Africanized bees, there's no telling. And then that ended up, I don't think that's a fear at all anymore.
No, I think I remember the Killer Bee Nightmare movie. It came out on Fox. I begged my mom to let me stay up and watch the whole thing. It started at 9 maybe and went to 11. My bedtime was probably 10. Please, I'll promise I'll get up. And I watched Killer Bee Nightmare. And this family is stuck in the house. Bees are getting through all the crevices and cracks. They're stuffing them through full of shit. But the little daughter, maybe 8-10 years old, she goes into anaphylactic shock. She's fucking allergic to bees. And we've got to like make that hero run to the dad, of course, has to like wrap her up in a blanket, run to the car and like take all the bee stings and get her somewhere to help. I was so scared.
So much child abuse going on. If we're not telling them the world's going to end, we're telling them they're the wrong gender. We're telling them that Trump was going to grab their pussy. Like we're just constantly abusing these fucking children.
Some of that might happen.
Even school, I
tape. He said it.
You put a puppy in. Imagine you put a puppy in a tiny little dog crate for 70% of the day. Puppies need to run around, and they put them in these tiny little desks. They get it. When we were young, we had 2 recesses, and then we had an hour for lunch. They're getting like no recess sometimes, and then their lunch is like half an hour to eat and half an hour to play. And then on Saturday, I'll see my youngest boy, 11, with his kid. They will destroy the house, destroy outside, make up 7 games on the trampoline, fucking making jumps, and it's a good 10 hours of like what you and I would consider sprinting.
Yeah.
And I go, you put these things in a little fucking box to do what? To draw? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. The same way like I was, born in early 90s, 91. And so like the first huge wave of putting kids on like Ritalin was happening when I was in grade school. Shout out to my parents for not allowing, like, I had a teacher in like second grade be like, Taylor's really kind of energetic, and he won't stop talking during class.
Imagine, this is a smart guy,
spelling
Gavin.
bees. Yeah, you'd have been.
You put this guy on amphetamines, he could have went far.
I could have been something.
You could have been something.
We'd be saluting you or like buying something with your name on it. A little.
Instead,
Adderall
you tell dick jokes on a podcast.
That's fair. That's true. Maybe they were wrong.
Any way to make money. That's pretty smart.
Drugged me up. But I remember that. Like there was a friend of mine who still a close friend of mine, actually listens to this show sometimes, and he had such little appetite from being a grade schooler on meth that like he didn't grow as big as he could have. And I think he fueled me into becoming bigger because he would get in trouble, scolded by his mom if he would come home with food in his lunchbox. And so for like a solid, I think all of second and third grade, I ate 2 lunches every single day. I'd be like, what's on the docket today, bud? And then he'd take out his salami sandwich.
He keeps getting skinnier, so his lunches keep getting bigger and fattier.
Oh yeah, I was cooking. My body was cooking in the age of 8 and 9.
You know what they do up in Westchester where I live? They'll say to the parent, "Your kid's doing pretty badly. We're gonna have to fail him, and he's not gonna move forward." And they go, "Oh fuck, what can we do about this?" Well, he's very fidgety in class. I think he might have attention deficit disorder, which we all have. And so they go, okay, if you can get that diagnosed, then I can't punish him because that's a disease. And they go, okay, great, I'll do it. So they go get a child psychologist. He says, yes, he has ADHD, whatever. And then they go, oh, he has ADHD. He needs Ritalin or Adderall. And because he has a disease, you need to take the medication for the disease. So you've just extorted this woman and forced her to make her son into a speed addict. It's amphetamine sulfate. It's meth. And you made a kid do meth because you're such a lazy cunt teacher that you want your kids to be high because you'll get better grades because they're fucking beaming. That's what they do with homework.
They've got that blitzkrieg energy.
Homework isn't in the real world. People don't bring work home, like maybe 3 times a year, but your dad doesn't like unfold his briefcase after dinner and start working on that budget report. He did that at work. So you're doing extra work because she didn't do her job. Now they're making the kids do speed. They're making them into meth heads so she'll get better test results. It's fucking child abuse. Have you done Adderall?
Oh yeah.
Like I take
in college. Yeah, a couple times.
5 milligram pill, like the cut one into quarters.
Yeah.
Had it at like 7 a.m. with a coffee. At like 11:30, I need half a bottle of bourbon just to get to bed.
Yeah, you need that smoothed over. I've taken I was prescribed Adderall, so I can get a prescription whenever I want. That's basically how it works. And oh my God, it's great. And small doses of it are like energy and motivation personified.
Oh my God.
I know somebody who takes, I think our boy Dirt takes either 40 or 60 milligrams a day.
Holy fuck.
So like if he ran out of pills, he could like die.
No, I think he just wants some more.
And the withdrawals are pretty bad, I heard. I did it on Joe Rogan's podcast. I had just a quarter and like 4 beers. So I'm like relaxed and a genius. And Rogan was like, I have a new best friend. So he invited me to like a MMA fight. I got front row seats. And then when he was in New York, he invited me to the green room at I forget the name of the place. It's on the Upper East Side.
The Comedy Cellar.
It's a tiny green room, like it's the size of my office here. And so we're almost like facing each other in a bathroom, basically. And I'm not on Adderall. And I'm just like me. So I'm like, I had a fart earlier and I was like, I thought it was a shit, but I know what wiping it wasn't. It was just like, I guess my ass was sweaty. And he's like, what is this? You're my genius friend.
I thought you were always going to be on point, dude. Like,
yeah, you lied. I didn't lie. I'm a friend. Look, I'm strong.
Look, I got tattoos just like you, Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Look at this. Upside down guy. And then
Adderall is so much energy.
Giving it to kids.
I know the Nazis were on amphetamines throughout a lot of the Blitzkrieg, and it makes sense. Like it's perfect for what to just be able to work for days on end while
War
eating very little
and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just your if you're doing a job like sighting, if you're looking for the enemy or something, being able to stay awake and focused, you know, when you haven't eaten breakfast and maybe you walk 20 miles that day, pop that pill and you're fucking the best you can be. That's why it's in Air Force pilots like go back. Like they've got amphetamines in there. When you crash, you're gonna pop some amphetamines, put your P226 on and go.
We probably learned something from that in World War II. I bet we meth our guys up a little bit.
In World War II did. Yeah. We had it in the flight bags as well.
Oh, really? If you want to get rid of 6 million people, like it takes a planning and you got to stay awake and you got to really.
We did the math. They have to be going around the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hitler, the rest of the war is going so poorly. If you could, look at a bigger picture here instead of just train schedules nonstop.
Don't get me wrong. They are running on time. That's great.
No, do not let him see the video, everyone, of him at the Olympics. He will not like the response.
Yeah, Adolf, I'm not criticizing. Don't get me wrong. But this...
Yeah,
you're telegraphing a little too much, my friend.
He looked like he was having a blast, though, right? Like that might be the happiest we ever saw him. I've seen that one video where he's at like the eagle's nest or whatever it's called, and he's got his German Shepherd and his ladies there, and maybe Goering or somebody or Goebbels comes up and they're chatting and looking almost human, and it's like, hey, that's a good day too. But that day at the Olympics, I think that's his
best race I ever saw.
Yes, other than ours, of course. You know
who was there? Louis Firpini? No, the guy who wrote the book Unbroken that Angelina Jolie made into a shitty movie. It's a really great book though, and he was just it's I think it's the best book I ever read. He was like a bad kid, Louis Zamperini. And he was like a bad kid that got into trouble, and he got shot down in World War II. And so he was in a raft for like 40 days. He started a war with sharks because some sharks jumped onto his raft, and he's like, "We had a deal. I won't fuck with you. You don't fuck with me. You just fuck with me." So then he started luring baby sharks and eating them, and then he got attacked by a bigger shark. He manages to get to some island in Japan. They catch him. He's a prisoner of war. He gets tortured in there by this guy they called the Bird, who was on 60 Minutes. They found him. And the Bird was like, yeah, we just did what we had to do. I'm the bad guy? Yeah, you tortured men to death. That's bad.
Yeah.
And it's such an incredible story. And he remembers Hitler fucking checking him out as he was running.
Damn. Hitler just needed a guy behind him to be like, "You're doing it again."
He needed a flask. You're bobbing too much. You need a few shots of Jagermeister or something to take the edge off, dude. You're freaking everyone out.
Was he like wasn't Hitler like one of the like a teetotaler with alcohol? Like he didn't drink, but one of those guys who's like, "Oh, alcohol, I will never touch this stuff. Where's my meth boy?" Like, and it's like you're this is a circuitous route.
It was like custom concoctions that he was getting injected with. Like there was like multiple stimulants in there and vitamins. I'm sure I'm sure whoever was injecting him, that doctor didn't think it was poison. He thought this was like the Uber health serum or something.
I was picturing pills. I didn't know he was getting shot up.
Oh, Did you know at that Olympics too, the guy who gives him the injection, his friend said, "Did you give Adolf his 3 milliliters?" And he goes, 3 milliliters? I thought you said 30. And he went, "Oh, fuck." And then they look up in the stands and they see him like popping away. He got fired after that.
He got fired. He was fired for giving me the most fun day ever.
If Adderall makes people thrive in school and in productivity and organize their fucking Spotify playlists or whatever it makes them do, why does meth ruin people? Like
it's true. Oh, it's just a matter of how much. I mean, Adderall is metered out in small doses. No one does like a little lick of meth. They do like this much, and then they're awake for 22 days. But
see, there's lots of people who just do meth and they don't ruin their lives though. Like you mentioned how like strippers and porn stars do meth. Like they're all functioning meth.
They're winners.
I mean, there's some people. I mean, they're getting the job done. She's on
I've got a meth head coming over in
Those girls
20
make $8,000 a week.
Matty Odell, we do this show on Thursday nights. That's why I got to go soon. Where it's called Cops and Robber on censored.tv. And we watch cop videos with cops. And then we have Matty as the felon. And Matty's got a bad ticker. So he'll just have a little bit of mass, just a little dip, and it'll help him stay up and be sharp. And he's been doing meth for like decades. Lemmy from Motorhead, he would. I know a band that went on tour with them. He'd have a dinner plate full of speed, and like a pile of speed, this much speed, and he would lick his switchblade, and then he would dip it onto the powder, just a little bit, and then he would lick the knife. Yeah, and he lived to like 77. I don't know how old he was, but he was fucking old.
That's a long time to live, licking drugs off a knife. That is a pretty cool way to get fucked up.
I saw a documentary about it, and his son was in the documentary, and his son said he died at 70. His son said his son said that Lemmy said to him, "Son, I want you to know that drugs kill, and I've lost a lot of friends to heroin, and it's a deadly drug that will ruin your life. Even well before you die, it will have destroyed everything around you. But if you are going to do drugs, do speed. You won't die."
Yeah, it's a productive drug. Well, I guess in the world compared to heroin, like nobody's getting anything done on heroin.
You need your television taken apart real quick? You're in luck, sir.
Yeah. But like you're right about the meth being the amounts, because I thought for the longest time that meth, like that something about smoking it actually destroyed your teeth. But apparently that's not even true. Like their teeth fall apart because they're just awake with the driest mouth in the world for days on end, not brushing, not doing anything, but, taking apart and putting together ham radios incorrectly. Like, that's all I can imagine they're doing.
Well,
and not eating or drinking.
Fucking kegs of alcohol, like Coke and speed. I mean, I've done plenty of both, but without booze, there'd be no fun. I had this trainer once who would just do Coke. He didn't like alcohol, and he would go to these clubs. He was ripped. And you go to these clubs like, and girls would hit on him because he was so muscular. And he would just go, "Give me your number." So they would write their names and their phone numbers and hand it to him. And then he called them the next day when he could speak. But otherwise, he was just weak. It's no fun.
Did you find Coke addictive? Like, I mean, it sounds like a dumb question, but no, you didn't have a pull towards it.
No, I've seen guys get addicted. And I saw one guy die, Harold Hunter from Kids, that skater kid, the black kid. I think he OD'd. He had a heart attack or something. And I guess old dudes like John Entwistle and John Peel, I think when you hear someone dies at like 3 a.m. on a Friday night, and you're like, yeah, I think I know what caused your heart attack. But
I haven't tried Coke, but I've read about it. And I've heard that people are kind of underwhelmed. Like it's not this, oh my God, this is the dragon that you've been warning me about. And it's really just kind of a mild happiness.
Well, if you were in really great shape and you had a good breakfast and, you got a raise that day or something, and your wife was madly in love with you and she was trying to blow you. And you're like, not now, I got to get to work, to my fun job. That's kind of like what it is. It's not like acid where the walls are breathing and there's a little Ewok comes in and tells you to go fuck yourself. This is and just so if you're at a bar and you're getting sloppy and you're tired and you don't feel like socializing, you can instantly have that fit guy just had a big breakfast. And then you're like, hi, everyone.
Okay.
But it's not good when you get old, especially now with fentanyl. I mean, it's Russian roulette.
Right.
That's true. That would be scary. Yeah, I like acid, though.
These guys have these test kits, but the thing I don't get about the test kit is you're assuming that the fentanyl is 100% consistent throughout 100% of this cocaine you have.
Yeah.
Like, how do you not know there's a little chunk over there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is no way to know.
I always took the test kits to be for drinks, like someone who spiked your drink. And then in that situation, it might be, like
you sure it would be, specifically fentanyl test kits for cocaine.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You can take your drugs to a place outside the club in many cases, and they'll test your drugs, give them back.
So I guess I never really thought about how few people you hear dying from cocaine. Like it's usually heroin. Wait, John Candy. Did John Candy die from?
I think he was
not John
both.
Candy. Fucking the other
Chris
one.
Farley.
Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chris Farley. I think
Belushi, Farley. I think they were all doing
heroin.
what do you call it with coke and heroin together? Speedballs. Yeah. Because heroin relaxes you so much that your lungs forget to breathe and you suffocate. Cocaine just makes you annoying.
Oh yeah, dude, I would rather be around a bunch of drunk people sober than a bunch of coked out people sober, because it's so fucking obnoxious. They all are like getting along too well, coming up with business ideas and like making like guaranteed promises to each other that like, we're doing this, man. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, don't you think that this is just us talking shit right now, dude, brother? Who are you talking to right now?
We're
like doing that kind of shit, and you're just sitting there like, oh, no one wants a competitor to Uber, but it's an ice cream trucks.
You know what else they do? They think it's louder
one guy wants that
than it is, so they talk into your ear like this, but their lips are basically touching your ear, and they're like, that girl over there with the red dress on, and she's been staring, and you're like, dude, get out of my ear hole.
Yeah. In order to enjoy being around someone who's on coke, you have to be like, I guess I'll do a little coke. Get me out on the ground floor of your fucking.
And then you guys are starting a grilled cheese restaurant.
Yeah. No thought of, is that enough on the menu? Grilled cheese? Dude, we'll call it Mom's Old Style Grilled Cheese and Tomato Soup. We're going to have 15 different kinds of grilled cheese.
Jalapenos. One will have jalapenos. It'll be spicy.
Gavin, yes. We are absolutely doing
fine.
Right
I'm calling that one. That's called the Gav.
That's called the Gavin. That's called the Mcinnes. Oh, we can all have ones named after ourselves. It's
guys, I got to go. It's 7:30. I got to do this show uncensored.
Appreciate you.
Ooh.
All right, man. Good luck with your show.
Thanks for having me. I'd love to do it again.
For sure.
Sounds good.
Good night.
Cheers.
Check out Gavin's links below. Watch his cop show, which sounds like it would be a good show to get Kyle on as a guest to watch felons behaving despicably.
It's my favorite thing to do.
Analysis.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing to do. I love those fucking police videos so much. I even like the ones that aren't violent now. I just like ornery ladies that don't want to get out of their car. I can watch 25-minute videos that's just a lady who refuses to get out of her fucking seat, and the most patient state patrolman of all time going, man, please just step out of the vehicle. Please step. And then at the end, you know it's coming. You know what's coming because you've never once seen a cop take an L in this situation. Never do they go, you know what, ma'am? Get the fuck out of here.
You're being so difficult. I give up.
I can't handle you. You were right. You're too much woman. Like, never do they say that. So that window's getting smashed. My dream scenario is that the window gets smashed, they get pepper sprayed and maybe tasered, and they end up on the ground. Because the videos I watch, they continue on into the cop car. So there's a little camera back there that watches over you when you're in the back, and they're in there raging, foaming at the mouth, headbutting the glass, kicking the glass.
These
screaming. Women, men, everything. Yeah. Just losing their shit. And they'll have to hobble them, or they'll have to give them the burrito treatment. Now, the burrito treatment is that brand new thing. They put a dunce hat on you, basically. They put a dummy fucking bicycle helmet on you. And you got to imagine, this lady is like a cute black girl in like a nightgown, and she is screaming, but now they've wrapped her up like a fucking enchilada so that she's just completely immobile. She's wrapped up in like a big like trapper keeper with handles on it. And then they put a retard helmet on her, but she's still trying to talk shit. But she looks so ridiculous, she can't even hurt your feelings anymore. She's like, cracker, fat ass cracker. He's just like, okay, whatever.
I might be a cracker, but you're a burrito.
Yeah, she's got nothing. She's wrapped up like a fucking burrito. And then they just put her in the car, in that thing, and she's just in it. And then they drive her to the hospital, and they pick her up again, and they take her through. All the people are looking at her. It's humiliating. It's great. It's some of the best entertainment you can get for free.
I particularly like it when it's entitled women. Women, like, if a woman screams at a cop, don't touch me. It's like, no. You've given up your right. This isn't a consent thing anymore. Now you're being detained. But they think that they're, I guess, natural right not to be held, even on a shoulder.
Like, you can't touch me. No one can touch me.
Yeah, no. There's no force field around you. But I can absolutely touch you.
Yeah, there's definitely instances of that. I saw this, like, waspy looking white lady with a short haircut she ran from the cops all the way into her garage and then got out like, I'm home. You can't stop.
I'm on base.
She acted like it was tag you're it, and she was on home or something, like holding on to the fire pole or the basketball goal or whatever. And he's like, ma'am, I'm conducting a traffic stop right now. Get back in your vehicle in your garage and roll your window down. And he ends up dragging her ass out of her car, and she's eventually like trying to bite them, and she's like a snapping turtle. She's like lunging her head forward, and the thumbnail for this video is her going, ah! It's fucking hilarious because she looks like a woman you would have a very intelligent conversation with at her very nice job or her offices where she works. But then she immediately turned into just a piece of shit, just as bad as any of the like hobos they drag out of an alley who try to bite people too. She's trying to bite them, and she's got that attitude. You do not touch me. You do not. And she's like, why are you growling at me, bitch?
You've seen the one. She's a little older, maybe threatening 50. She's white. She's an old country girl.
Oh, I love that one. That lady's like 65, 70. She's old as fuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, she literally drives off. The cop has to chase her and get her to pull over again.
Maybe throws it out and drives away.
I think you're right. Yeah. Because she just doesn't agree with what the policeman is trying to do. And eventually he tears her out. She's screaming bloody murder. She may be caught on the seatbelt a little bit when she tries to kick him. And does he tase her? And, he's like, you tried to kick me. And she's like, well, I'm a country girl and I don't put up with that. It's not okay.
Yeah, no, I love that. It's not every day you get to see a grandmother get shot by a taser and rolled through the dirt.
I'm a country girl and I won't put up with that. That's what I heard Woody say. That was the first words out of your mouth.
We're talking about traffic stops.
This is my assumed identity, as I identify as a country girl who doesn't put up with things. Kyle's
getting into talking about people getting harmed by cops again. One of his favorite YouTube compilations.
It's a good topic.
I love police stops, police chases, police, all that stuff. Big fan.
Mustache is looking thick, looking good. I like it.
We had someone from the Dick universe on our show. What was there? Autistic boobs or something?
Mint?
Oh yeah, mint
nice
salad.
Boobs on her. Oh boy.
I swear her OnlyFans name was. I'm close to it though. Like autistic boobs. Am I crazy?
No, that's right. It's autistic boobs.
Autistic. Yeah. How did she get looped into your world?
Well, you already saw the tits, so
we opened the door.
I don't know what your criteria is for.
Oh yeah, I do recall. Like I used to see a lot of posts from you about that Japanese woman who has the most bafflingly big tits.
Man. Baffling. I know.
They're great.
I've stared at him for many hours to try to figure out the mystery of Hitomi Tanaka's tits. I'm going to be an old man, like trying to decipher the Holy Grail. Just looking, how are they?
What's her name? I need to Google her.
Hitomi Tanaka. Man, there was the two saddest days of my life. The second saddest day of my life was when she retired, and the most saddest day of my life was when I found out has a boyfriend, that he's some fucking white schlub from like Northridge, which is like 20 minutes away from me, who plays in some mid band. I'm like, oh man, that could have been me. Yeah,
that could have been you, dude.
Oh,
damn.
You like boobs this big? Maybe
like
I'm gay. They're not my cup of tea. Well,
you are gay
in that photo.
Yeah, you are gay.
You're always talking about thighs and being a Southern girl and stuff. You're 100% gay.
Dude, you can't get him to shut up about being a Southern girl. It's all day, every day with this fucking guy.
He's going to start working in like a little handkerchief and going like, oh, mercy.
Our last guest was like
stars and garters.
He was talking about how gay someone was for holding an umbrella. And I'm like, God, the list keeps growing. To avoid being gay is difficult.
Yeah.
How do you hold the umbrella with your asshole?
You're not allowed to have an umbrella that's gay.
Oh, yeah, that's gay. That's true.
I mean, I thought just not fucking guys was enough, but I didn't realize.
Are you kidding? That's the straightest thing there is, Woody. Are you saying gay guys are in prison? That's crazy. That's the straightest guys there is. They're all fucking each other.
Well, one side of them is very straight.
Yeah.
The dealer, as they like to be called, like the receiver, very gay, because that just means he wasn't powerful enough or didn't commit a threatening enough crime. Kyle would have been a receiver. He would have, when Kyle was in jail,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for weed stuff. Oof,
Yeah.
he would have.
Pre-jail, post-jail,
Would've
he'd have
been
been the
a-
deliverer.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle knows who Tomi Tanaka is, I bet. Best boobs in the world, Kyle. Who are they? Who do they belong to?
It was Eva Green for me for a long time because I saw her in that can't remember the name of the movie right now, The Outsiders or some shit. And she has full frontal in that. She like you see her vagina very clearly. And I saw that on HBO when I was like 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there. And so it's been Eva Green for a long time. Then I saw Monica Bellucci in the second Matrix movie. She's wearing a latex dress. And I went down a whole rabbit hole with her.
Okay. So
These
you're
days?
into like celebrities, women, boobs.
Where else would I go? Like sports or something?
Porn stars only. I get kind of annoyed at like celebrity women, famous women. I don't even really think of them as like on the level of attractiveness when I'm thinking. I just go straight to porn stars because like celebrity women, it's like you're keeping it all under wraps. Kind of being a cock.
The chicks I mentioned are the ones who throw it all out there. Like Monica Bellucci is the chick who gets butt raped and irreversible. Like she's got no shame.
Maddie,
Oh, really?
Oh, we got
shit,
Gavin.
Gavin.
We were talking about meth earlier, and I was saying some people do meth casually and they're fine. I have a meth head here.
Oh, come on over, sir or madam.
I hope it's him in a costume.
Residential meth head.
Oh
What's
no, it's
going
an
on,
actual.
fellas?
Oh. So
How's
you're a
it
meth
going?
head.
Yeah, it's me. I love it. I love that shit.
I thought you'd be thinner.
Listen, I've probably been doing meth since 2000.
Okay. Do you do it every day or just a treat once in a while?
I did for 11 years straight. I did every day.
What's the best thing to do on meth? Like what's the sex? Tell me what's better about meth sex to not.
Oh my God, they call it chemsex. It's just intense, but it gets crazy though because you'll get people will get their weird perversions that'll come out and like fucking.
It lowers your inhibitions.
Have a chick, or does some chick stab you?
Yeah. She stabbed me when I was fucking her.
Oh, wow.
Does meth last too long? I don't know if it's related.
Oh yeah, it's not like coke where you get coke dick and you can't get it up. Like you'll get it up and it'll be up for like a week.
Yeah.
Like
it sounds way better than coke.
I remember one time I was banging this chick, and we didn't leave the bedroom, honest to God, for 24 hours straight.
Oh, that must have smelled terrible.
Dude, I think we sweat through the mattress, the box spring, the rug, and the floor. Yeah, it was pretty intense.
Oh my
You
God.
just rotted the
Pretty
floorboards out.
How often do you dabble with the meth now?
Very
Holidays?
Not as infrequently now. Yeah, like special occasions, special events.
Yeah.
Christmas,
yeah,
Mother's Day.
My regular was 6 days up, 1 day sleep.
So what's the trick to doing meth and not dying? Living a life.
You don't smoke it and you don't shoot it.
You snort it?
Sniff it or ingest it. Like you could just throw it in your mouth and eat it, or put it in your. I was in a motorcycle club. I used to put it in my water or Gatorade and shake it up.
Jesus.
And just drink it as I go out around my day.
A little meth at a time. He made a gator meth.
Yeah.
How do you find a meth dealer?
Being in possession because they're not going to taste your water or your
It'd be so unless the cop like, I'm so thirsty, sir. Could I just
Yeah. Well, excuse me, I know it's 117 degrees out here in Utah, but can I have some of your Gatorade? No.
You've shown me a whole new side.
I know,
of meth.
guys. I'm from New York. I live about a mile from Gavin, and there's guys that I know that are in their 80s that have, for the last 40 years, religiously every day gotten up and put in their coffee or their orange juice or whatever morning breakfast that they're having, like an old school, like 80s Coke spoon amount of meth into it. Just stir it in and drink it and go about their day.
So they're still around because I guess they're keeping it to a low dose.
Yeah, if you low dose it, if you microdose it, you'll be all right.
Microdosing meth.
The thing is people start to do it. They think it's like Coke, and they start laying out big rails, and they overdo it. And like we used to call it getting caught deep in the bag.
Oh, let me ask you this. So you've taken real meth, obviously. Have you ever taken Adderall or Ritalin?
I've taken Adderall once in my life.
How does that
I
compare?
wouldn't take it. I don't
not-
do it. I know. I mean, excuse me. I mean, there are so many people that I know that do take Adderall. They call them peachies, the 30s, the little orange ones.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I like meth.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just better, stronger, smoother.
I used to get stuff that was 97.7% pure. So,
Jesus, got that Walter White shit. Okay.
oh yeah.
How
Dude,
expensive does that get though? So can you support a meth habit with a regular job? Does it get expensive?
Well, the thing is say if you bought a gram, like right now it's super cheap. Like you used to say on the East Coast, it's not very prevalent. On the West Coast, you could probably get an ounce for like $700, $500, $600 for an ounce.
A lot for that amount of money. I mean, that doesn't seem very expensive.
Right, yeah.
I don't know how much a dose is.
How many coffees will that last you?
Well, I can make a gram last like a week and a half.
Okay, 28 grams in an ounce.
Yeah,
Okay,
28
so
grams in an
amount.
ounce. But like
That's
the thing
half a
is,
year.
if you do it correct, like if you microdose it and you do it to where you can function and everything, or if you end up being like the people on the streets of Philadelphia and all that, where they're all spaced out and laying in the puddle trying to swim across the ocean, I mean that'll happen.
Did you ever mix it with other drugs, or were you always just a pure meth guy?
I did tons of coke back in the 90s. I started doing meth around 2000-ish, like just around 2000.
Okay, so you're just an uppers guy. No,
Yeah,
interest
I'm an
in the
upper guy,
downs.
yeah.
You're like,
I mean, they say it was polysubstance abuse because I do alcohol, smoke weed, mescaline, acid, mushrooms, shit like that.
yeah.
Did addiction ever cause you to make bad decisions? Like,
Oh, fuck yeah. I spent 10 years in prison.
Oh, all right.
I did 46 months in federal prison and just about 6 years on and off in between county and state.
stealing?
No.
Oh,
Fights.
Oh,
No, I wasn't a thief.
that's
No,
like
yeah,
a typical thing that you hear. You
for your
steal.
drug habit now.
You're right.
Yeah, you just was there a time when you'd get methed up and then you just wanted to fight, or it was just the characters you were hanging around were goading you into it?
But it could have been either perceived or imaginary in your head at the time when if you're that spun out.
Yeah.
You think you're easier to like?
I would usually stay up 6 days, like normal, throughout the week, and then I would sleep one day. And you don't need like a 20-hour sleep day. You sleep 8 hours, 10 hours, and you're fine. Like
Wow.
You would stay up for 6 days straight?
Yeah.
What would you do for 20? Have sex all
Everything and
day? Is
everything.
there? Oh, I think I would run out of
Everything and
stuff to
everything.
do.
Holy
It'd
shit.
just be chores.
Now, I
I'd
always-
start getting angry at the meth. Like I don't
Get really good at
do my
video games.
taxes
Well, no,
today.
I mean, it's, when you're around people that are living the same lifestyle, it's a little different.
Yeah.
It's like you're not looking to
That's,
go to your 9-to-5 job.
Yeah. What's the
Like,
second
my
best thing to
children
do
are
on
grown.
meth? If you can't find a woman, what's the second best thing to do on meth?
Oh man, people be fucking jerking off for a week straight.
Who needs a
Yeah.
woman, Dick? Use your imagination.
Yeah.
What's the longest you
Great.
ever?
I
just
think he meant
kept
the
a-
non-sexual.
Am I
thing.
on meth right now? I think I might be.
What's the longest you ever kept a jack off session going on meth? Just
Oh, I've done a couple days straight. Yeah, at least 3 days.
what
yeah.
eventually stops you? Is it the coming or just pain of like, oh, I need to let my dick go?
Does
down
your
for a
dick skin
Looks like
wear
you
off?
fucking made your dick through a fucking cheese grater.
It's like, oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah.
it's like saddle
Does your
sores. After
porn
a
of
while,
choice just get kinkier and kinkier? And
That's what I said. It's weird because I've seen like in the group of people that I was around, you would see people's sexual deviance. The deviance.
right. Not
come
you, of
out.
course. All those other people.
Yeah.
Oh man, oof.
What's the worst
Yeah.
thing you saw? Like
Right.
you know, you
Yeah.
got some upstanding guy, and then all of a sudden you look over there, and
Yep.
what do you see?
Hold on. Well, I gotta go because I gotta go do the show with Gavin. He's over here screaming at me.
All right,
All
Zach,
right.
get this gentleman's contact info.
We
so
want
we
his
can get him on.
contact.
Gavin has all my info. You got it.
We'll get that
Hey,
from
guys.
you. Take care.
Good night.
See you later.
Meth guy there. Okay, good night to him. All
Damn,
right,
that guy rules.
He was way better than the mushroom guy we had.
him
2
prompt-
years
Oh
ago.
yeah,
Dude, who could have
I'd
guessed?
leave my
yeah.
kids with that guy. He's cool. He's not gonna fall asleep. Let him wander.
He's going to be too busy jacking off to do anything. For
well,
your
hopefully he doesn't
kids.
involve him in all that. Maybe he can keep it in his pants.
We
during
got
the
right
babysitting.
to like, tell me about the kinks, and he's like, gotta run. I'm like,
Gotta
Oh,
go.
couple days of jacking off.
Kids
Can you
could probably
imagine
fight him
scratching-
off if he's jacking off, though. You know, he's only got one arm.
Yeah.
So
Did you
for
see him
Christ's sake.
scratching the sores on his face?
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh my god! I was at one point. I was like,
I didn't
he's
catch it at
actively
all.
scratching his skin off.
I
his
thought he
face.
wasn't on meth anymore. Mike
He dabbles.
Okay.
He dabbles.
He's doing a Godfather impression. That's what I thought, but at like double speed. Oh, you come to me on this today, my meth.
You come to me today on my day, my daughter's wedding.
Oh, you expect me to jack off too? Look, I got 6 days here. All right, I got a lot of jacking off to do.
I wonder, there has to be a huge amount of time dilation then, like where he thinks he's jacking off for like 5 hours, and then he looks up and it's been a day and a half. Or maybe it really is. God. He's just loving it so much that it's like, I'm going to I can't, man, it's Monday morning. I just had my meth coffee. I got lots of meth. I can't wait to jack off for 2 full days.
Those 80-year-olds he was talking about who do a little spoonful of meth in their coffee and they're fine. They're actually 30-year-olds.
Yeah,
Just FYI.
Doesn't look a day over 87. Just, 41.
They live into their 80s.
I love that impromptu meth addict pop in. That's great,
dude. I love that. I really get his contact info, Zach. I want to have the.
He said he got him.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I want to talk to him again in the future for sure.
Well, have you been doing any meth, Dick?
Not lately.
Square.
No.
You just on your fancy whiskeys.
Maybe I should.
That's
try
what you
it,
like,
yeah.
right?
Next time my girlfriend gets almond milk, I hate putting that in my coffee. Maybe I'll try a little meth.
You can't hurt. And that guy didn't seem addicted. He said he did it.
He seemed fine.
He's totally fine. He's a Christmas and Easter method. You know, you kind of.
What does that guy do for Gavin?
I guess they do that show together. Yeah,
they're neighbors.
He said he lived a mile away.
Okay.
That's interesting.
That doesn't explain. That's not a neighbor though.
That's just, or
yeah, it's not a complete explanation.
I'll
grant you that. But,
yeah. Well, it only takes me 3 minutes to sprint here, so
they met at the Rotary Club. I guess.
I mean, that's an interesting place because I know, or at least I suspect, Gavin is a very well-off individual.
Yeah.
And so maybe this guy's got meth money. Maybe he was, the dealer in the biker gang.
He got meth money by using meth.
Well, he had he had so much of it. How do you think you become an excellent drug dealer? You got to meth up.
I don't think I think by not being a drug addict. I think that's step one.
That is step one. You're right.
That's like first things first. Get rid of that gnawing habit for your product you have.
And then you just sell it to your friends, right? Like you get in, you let the drug make your friends, and then you quit and just sell it to them.
Right.
That's
I had a friend
in here.
I had a friend in college who I had multiple friends in college that sold weed, and one of them was more of an acquaintance who was the roommate of one of my close buddies, and this guy sold like, quaps, pounds, like big amounts of weed. And so my buddy's like, I'm like, you can at least smoke us out for free and everything while we live here, because we're taking a big risk being on a college campus here while you have this amount of weed. Like, we're all going to jail.
Yeah.
And so we just had free weed for a while. And when I would pop by, maybe I get a little free weed. And it eventually got to the point, he's like, yeah, my buddy was like he was a weed dealer, and he, kind of fell out of interest with weed and enjoyed like uppers and that kind of stuff, and like prescription pills. And so sometimes I'd be hanging out, and then he'd text me and be like, I'm not home right now. Stevie's coming by to pick up a quarter ounce. Can you give it to him and, weigh it out and pay? And he's like, and so I said, yeah, I gotta help him out. Hey, Taylor's coming by to pick up an eighth. I know Taylor's one of my good buddies. Do this. And he's like, after a couple months of that, it got to the point that like, I was just dealing large amounts of drugs to further and further, tangentially related people, until it was like, hey, my buddy Davon is coming over to pick up a half pound. Can you give that to him? He's like, no, I can't do this anymore, man. I can't be roped into your seedy world.
There's a guy named Sergeant Murphy on his way over.
He said he's like, and everything was going smooth for a long while until one day he got fucked up on pills, and there were a bunch of people over, and so he didn't buy a safe for some reason. And so he just had 2 pounds of marijuana under his bed, and he was so fucked up, he forgot that he hid it. And so the next morning he came down screaming and accusing all of us of having robbed him. And we had to sit him down and be like, where would we sell the drugs from? Where would we do the drugs? We live together. What do you think we have to gain here by robbing you of 2 pounds? And he's like, and like 5 minutes later, went upstairs, found his weed, and came back down and was like, big misunderstanding, guys. I didn't mean to do that. And yeah, so that's how he played a little bit of a role in a drug dealing ring, and then
he was a drug dealer.
He was actually a drug. He was okay. Yeah, that's how he was a drug dealer.
I'm just helping out. I just like helping my friends, Your Honor.
I just like to help him out. That is true.
In
He
exchange for money.
He did.
I heard one of those morning radio shows where, like, if your date doesn't go well, you call in to like the cruise crew, and they'll call up this guy who stiffed you or whatever, and the lady's like, "Yeah, I don't understand. Mark and I had a great time. We went out dancing. We got some drinks." And then nothing. And like, all right, we're going to call this Mark up and see what his fucking problem is. And Mark's like, hello? Did you go out with a Kathy last night? Yeah, I did. And you didn't call her back or anything. It's been a week. Yeah. We went out dancing, and then she wanted to go get some more drinks, which seemed cool. And she said, hey, could you take me to Target real quick? Which I thought was weird, but sure, I took her to Target, but then she wanted to meet her friend, and he was parked way at the edge of the parking lot, which was weird too. And she said, hey, he's got something for me. And I reached out the window, and he handed me a bag of cocaine. And I looked at her, and she handed me a wad of money. And I, in that moment, became a cocaine buyer. Forcibly. He's like, I got a job and shit. That's not me. That's not my life. And they're like, why would you tell us this if you're literally buying cocaine? She's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's just coke. It's, what the fuck? But yeah, that's what happened to your friend. He got forced into being a drug dealer.
He did. Yeah. Got bullied into it, and then did it, I guess, for months.
Moved a lot of weight.
Moved a lot of weight, seemingly.
If it was an Xbox game, he'd have had some achievement points at this point. Like he's moved a lot of.
Yeah. He's a capo.
Yeah.
How about that, you guys? You guys ever been drug dealers?
I was at I was staying
allegedly
at my friend's house. I was staying at my friend's house up in Mendocino, or a friend of his, and I didn't want to sleep on the couch. They're like, don't worry, you don't have to sleep on the couch. I'm like, okay, we got a room for you. There's a problem with the room though. It was harvest season, so, weed. Everybody up there grows weed. It was harvest season, and the room kind of smells like weed. So if you're okay with that, and I said, yeah, that's fine. So I get up there, and they're like, all right, everyone's partying all night. Time to go to bed. Okay, here's your room. And they open the door, and it's trash bags from floor to ceiling around all four walls of the room, full of weed, closets full of weed, spilling out like a grain silo. Like, what do you mean kind of smells like weed? Like, well, it does kind of smell like weed a little bit. Yeah, okay, great. This will be great. I think the tips of my hair around this part still reek of weed from when I was there, but that was fun.
That's okay. You're in California. Everyone probably stink.
I've never seen that much weed.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, the most I ever saw in one place. I was dating this girl, and one of her friends came to hang out with us. Actually, two of her friends came to hang out with us, and so me and my girlfriend in the front seat, they're in the back seat, and the girl in the back goes, "Check out what I got," and she pulls out like a fucking full-on pound of vacuum-sealed weed out of her bag, and I lost my mind. Like, why are you in my car with a pound? I have never in my life seen an ounce, and you have more marijuana than I've ever seen in one place. I was so upset. I pulled that fucking car over. She had to get out of the fucking car. It was like, you're gonna wait here. We're gonna go get your car. We're gonna bring it here. You're gonna get in your car with your stuff, whatever it was I saw in that bag, those lawn clippings or whatever it was. And you can follow me places, but you can't be in my fucking car with a fucking backpack full of marijuana. That was the most I'd seen before I went to like Colorado after they legalized and opened up. And then, of course, that was like some sort of Mecca experience where you've only seen like tiny bits of just who knows what strain. It's weed. And then all of a sudden you're at like the nicest store with iPads for each strain, scrolling and automating this video about how it was grown and what the percentages of cannabinoids of it are. And like, that was cool. The first time going to Colorado and getting high was so cool.
Most weed I've ever seen. I was a teenager, and I was a lifeguard, and some of the lifeguards would like rent a house together, and that's where they stayed for the summer. Anyway, I go over, and they're like, "Woody, check this out." And they open a closet door, and there's a little fucking grow lamp hanging like where the rack should be, and 4 plants, each of them 3 or 4 feet tall. I guess ready to harvest ish.
Okay.
So I don't know how much that is.
Yeah, I don't either. I've never seen plants in real life. I don't think ever.
I saw that at a guy's house, and it was like news was like happening that like Missouri was going to legalize weed like in the next couple months, and he's like, check out my grow, and it's like 6 giant plants with an enormous amount of weed, and I just wanted to be like what are you thinking? Like you're taking an untold amount of risk here when in 6 weeks you could just go to the store. You could just go to the store and buy it.
Is it illegal to but can you grow it now?
I think you can grow like a personal amount now in Missouri.
It varies per state on how many plants that one person can grow, and it'll even change like under one roof maybe. Like you can't have like 12 people in your house maybe and growing 48 plants, something like that. But it's one of those things where you don't have one marijuana law. It's state by state. It's like here in Georgia, I'm pretty sure marijuana oil, like for medical use, has been legalized for a while, but there's no way to access it. There's zero access to it. It's like, okay, it's legal. Where do I procure it? From a licensed procurement center.
New Jersey
those
was
don't
like
exist
that for a while.
Do you guys have ketamine doctors now? All these fucking shamans are popping out of the woodwork.
Woody's in the K-hole right fucking now, dude.
Oh,
yeah, ketamine doctors are dope.
Are you really on that stuff?
Not
like
right
you do
now.
therapy on it stuff, or you just pop it like an ad?
Yeah, no, I did. I went to they're not a sponsor or anything, but the company was called Mind Bloom, and it was a pretty positive experience for me. A friend of mine tried it. He said it didn't do anything good for him, but for me, it was a pretty positive experience. Just sort of I don't know, alone with your thoughts without second guessing, sort of figure things out.
The mental self audit.
I like that expression. Yeah. And, make some plans, things that might be obvious, obviously good plans, like spend time with Colin type stuff. But you do it like write down. It's like spend time with Colin, but don't forget you have these other things in the way. Nothing's in the way when you're in the K-hole. Everything is just a good idea that needs to be written down and followed through on. And it was pretty cool.
Opposite of Adderall. Everything's a bad idea.
I hate
written down and actioned on.
And it always makes me spill food all over myself, ketamine. I don't know if you're not I didn't have a shaman to tell me how to do it, but every time I do it, every time I do ketamine, I'm like, okay, no spilling food on yourself. And then I wake up, oh my God, I fucking did it again.
We have a very different experience.
Shit.
I'm like, I don't eat for... I think it's 3 or 4 hours beforehand. 1 hour beforehand, I'm taking an anti-nausea drug. It comes with the pack. They give you this like super high end. Yeah. They get like a super high end blindfold. I have a heated blanket, a scented candle in the dark room, and I just go into
like
my
FDR.
little
FDR pack, a quilted blanket.
So he goes deep. He's doing some auditing. He's going in there. He's going as deep as you can go, and he can up his dose. He can talk to him about. I think I need a little more. I want to go deeper down the rabbit hole.
That's what happened. For numbers, I started out at like it was 400 or 450, I think, and I was like, it worked, but I kind of felt like this is how I described it. I was like, you're drinking as a teenager, and then like an authority figure comes in the room and you suppress your drunkenness. I was like, I don't want to be suppressing my drunkenness. I don't want to be asking if I'm like leaning into this or really feeling it. And she's like, we got you. And they change it from 450 to 800 and then 1,000. So like, they doubled it and then some.
Yeah.
And
white girl setting.
yeah. So like there's no fucking around. And also like, I didn't know how to take it or what. They give you all the advice. There's a blood pressure cuff that comes with it. So, you're in a good spot for it.
Yeah. See, I'm glad they did that because that's how I feel about all drugs. Because I remember the first time I did mushrooms and we didn't have enough. We had like an 1/8. And then I think what we tried to do was do 2 doses twice with an 1/8, which just isn't enough. Like, whatever that fucking is. But colors were a little, I remember we went to the park on the mushrooms and it was like, I guess, when you tinker with your TV and you can't remember if you turn the saturation up or not, but those greens are popping. That's what it was like. It was like, all right, green's green. Really green. That's cool. But that's not what I was going for. I want to see some shit. When I finally took acid and I took all that acid, I was like, okay, I am undeniably high as fuck on acid right now. It like incapacitated, couldn't drive a car without seeing weird shit. The moon is breathing on acid. And it was like, this is fun. Like that's what I want.
Mushrooms. You tried to drive on acid?
No, I'm just hypothetically speaking. Like,
oh man, give it a shot. I drove us home from a park because the acid. I was with my girlfriend at the local, dog park, and the acid kicked in right when these kids started tearing apart this goalpost. And I'm like, we got to get out of here. I think they're gonna tear us apart next. She's like, all right, and I'm like, I'll drive. I'm good to drive. I've been a long time drunk driver. I have a pass from Biden that says I can drunk drive whenever I want.
You too?
Let's go. Yeah. It's cool. I'll copy and send it to you. Somebody copied and sent it to me too. It's
just
still
download
valid.
it off the internet.
It's valid.
It's still valid. So we get in the car and I'm like, and the car it starts like. I'm like, oh man, this is bad. How long have I been driving? And she's like, you haven't pulled out yet. And I'm like, oh man,
Dude, this is bad.
This is bad already. So we're driving and it's like it just feels like how that acid that whump you get every once in a while where everything like that Matrix like when he goes he flexes
in the mirror
and it just won't unflex. You're like, oh god and I'm driving like that and it just doesn't seem to be going through it. And after a while, I'm sweating, and I'm like, I've taken this right turn 5 or 6 times at least. There's 2 rights. I know the way back to the house. I could do it drunk. I know, but I've made this turn 6 or 7 times. And I'm like, honey, I think we're stuck in a time warp or something. She's like, I'm so glad you said something. I think we seriously are. It was the worst. It was probably the worst 5 minutes I've ever had on any drug.
Dude, you need to get into a bedroom with a heated blanket, weighted blanket,
acid,
a scented candle. Yeah, I don't know. Acid. Here's my acid question. I always have these drug questions.
I need to jack off like I'm on fucking meth like that, dude. I'll wear my dick off on acid.
Blow off some
Fucking elf.
I've never done a drug that doesn't have like some level of nausea to sort of battle. Even edibles have that, none.
Not only did acid have none, and I like took one, and then like maybe 45 minutes took 2, and then like maybe 45 minutes took 3, and then at 3 I was like, just give me all of them, and got to 4 or 5. But at no point did I feel nauseous. In fact, I was hungry. I remember that's when I tell that story about eating that delicious donut. We had a maple bacon donut delivered from this. And it had like really fancy bacon on top, and it was crispy. And I just remembered that was so fucking delicious. And no nausea. And that's always my fear too. Like with, because I'll get nauseous on any number of things, and that just ruins the whole experience. I always get like, if I drink too much, I get so nauseous the whole night's fucking ruined. I'm just
I've been there for that.
Yeah, it's all sure. Plenty of people have had a problem.
What acid has that's great is another benefit is at least for me, the farting. There's like a stage, I don't know, like 2 hours in. Oh man, I sound like the Blazing Saddles camp for like an hour and a half. I'm like, man, this is awesome. Thank God we got the sex out of the way because this would really fuck
acid
up.
To me is the best drug as long as you don't have to operate any vehicles or machine or anything like that, or be expected to like fight for your life or do anything where you need to be you, because you're not capable.
I know we're on the air, but like, how did you find it? How did you find somebody?
Like friends got it for me.
Okay.
That's the way it always goes.
Yeah. Right now, I'm curious about it. I'm very curious, but I don't want to grab my skateboard and just hello fellow kids it down at the school.
Please do.
Yeah.
Milk it out of bums in LA. You just soak their hair and then just wring it out. Just drop it.
It
doesn't come from their nipples.
Go up to them and go up to the kids and do like the "What's up" from the 2001 Bud Light commercial.
They'll hit it back.
They love that. Yeah. Dude, this guy in his Gene Co Gene seems pretty legit.
That's cool, man. He's not sus at all.
Are those pogs? Yeah.
Button fly jeans. Wow, you're 1988. Awesome.
LA gear and a skateboard, you'll fit right in. Yeah, it was just a friend brought it. I'm sure they got it from somebody. It's really cheap and it's really small, and it's just little pieces of paper. Like a mat. It's a big square that tears into tons and tons of tiny squares, and I think they dip that whole thing in acid and then let it dry, and so each one of them is now dosed.
I wonder if it's complicated to make.
I don't know.
Yeah.
anything
You
about
gonna make
that.
it? You got a chemistry set over there with your ketamine, Woody?
Yeah, I've been keeping a coral reef tank. We got a microscope. We got
same
we got
thing.
some ingredients here and there.
Yeah.
I'm mixing
Good
up
stuff
sodium
man.
hydroxide and calcium carbonate on the daily. Why can't
You
I
keep a
make acid?
goldfish alive, you can make LSD. Let's go.
Quick stop by the pool store, get all your all your equipment, and you're good to go.
Make some semen blowing acid while you're at it. What are you guys doing that stuff that you're always selling?
To weaponize your
yes.
semen. Ooh, we can weaponize our semen.
Yes, we already kind of have. With. I mean, I don't
Since
like
the dawn of
weaponized
time.
semen. Weaponized semen sounds like you have AIDS.
Acidic semen.
That's what Dirty had. With all that Pepsi in his
AIDS.
diet.
Yeah, but I want like truly acidic. Like I want it to, like if you shot it in a cop's eyes, like he'd be like he wouldn't be able to fend you off at that point.
Wow, why?
If you
I'll
stand
tell
there
you,
for 5 more minutes, you're in trouble.
and not a
Stand
criminal's eyes. How much acid did you take before your harrowing drive?
Oh, like a half probably, like none, 1 maybe. I don't go crazy. I think 1's too much. Honest, that's what freaks people out. I always
I wanna
dilute it
see
in like
stuff.
a water bottle.
Like it's important to me. I like that was the first time I done it, and I really wanted to like see a thing that wasn't there for the first time in my whole life. Because since you're a kid, that's what cartoons make
Yeah.
beer seem like.
Yeah,
Like, oh, he drank beer. He sees pink elephants flying, and so you go get drunk, waiting for the fucking light show, and nothing happens. But a headache and throwing up on the seat, and then every drug after that was the same thing, marijuana, and then they said that about mushrooms. Mushrooms don't make you see things. It's like changing the contrast and the saturation on your television. That's what happens to me anyway, and I get nauseous as fuck. But acid, I was seeing shit move around. There was shit that wasn't there. There were colors that weren't there that were just happening. Like I was looking at a picture of a clown that was creepy, painting of a clown that happened to be in like the rec room at that house, and its face was wiggling and like
Mushrooms will do that for you too if you take enough.
what
but
an
I also
awful
struggle with the
painting to
nausea
have
thing.
around on hallucinogens.
it was upsetting a little bit.
You stared at the clown painting.
I stared at whatever I could to like get different experiences because every interesting object becomes a kaleidoscope that you can walk up to like and sort of experience. The moon was my favorite thing. It was a night where there were fast moving clouds moving between me and the moon. Obviously, it was a full moon. And I don't know, it was like a horror movie, the way the clouds are just moving past it and it's sort of translucent coming in and out of focus. And that was amazing to stare at. And then we had a fire going outside. So watching
I
fire
can
and
see
embers
fire.
on acid,
Fire's neat. So
that was fucking cool. But
Taylor
just your
ties into
phone. Just your
into
phone is
something
cool.
important. The whole set and setting thing. If you guys listening have never done any kind of psychedelics, set and setting is your mindset and the like place. And Kyle describes a really great experience where he was with good friends in a good place where there was not very much that was scary, and got to experiment with the effects of it. Had he been at like a nightclub surrounded by strangers, he might not have had a good time.
Yeah, maybe not. That could have been weird. I
You could be
feel
a unique person too with acid because you also said you ate a bunch of food on acid.
tons of it.
And
yeah.
I've always heard from, I've never done acid, but everyone I've
We all
talked to who's
did,
done
though.
it is like, oh yeah, I don't eat on it. Like it's gross.
the whole group did the acid, and like 4 or 5 of us at least, and we all ate the donuts. Like Fish ate donuts. He was on acid, allegedly.
Yeah.
As far as I know. And but there were, I don't know. It didn't affect my appetite, but bar none, that is my favorite drug to do. If I could only do one drug, I would do that drug. I have read and heard that you need to do that drug like maybe once a month because you're releasing a lot of brain chemicals or something that need to rejuvenate before you dump that supply again. So that makes sense.
That does.
Maximum. Oh, once a month.
The one,
Yeah.
I asked somebody on Reddit recently, they like Molly, and I was like, I've heard that Molly is borrowing the joy from the next 2 or 3 days and having it all condensed into tonight. Does that sound right? And this is just a Reddit stranger, but they're like, yes, 1000% true. That is how it is. So
I don't. It hits some people pretty hard where they're in bed all day. I could do.
This is the
I could
next
do Molly
day?
like I could drink. I wake up like, yeah, let's go. All right, I'm in an even better mood today because I'm not functioning at peak.
but that's on the Molly,
performance.
right? Or are you talking about the day after? Because
The day after. People have a big. People are always talking about those hangovers, but I don't know. I think my joy is already so low that it can't go any
Yeah.
lower.
His
Bottom
secret,
out.
he's always joyless.
Yeah, I'm like a lowrider. I'm like that.
Yeah.
I'm
I
feeling
said the
like
same
shit today
experience with the
anyway.
I had the
Feel
same
like shit,
experience
look
with the
like
acid.
shit.
Like
Yeah,
I felt
sorry.
great the next day after all that acid. I wanted more. But like not in an addictive kind of way, but just like that was great.
Not in an addictive kind of way, but
Just
I
when I'll
wanted
suck
more.
your dick if I can have a little more.
I just needed more, and I was willing to do anything to get
Anything
it.
it took. But then we did a show where I took 1,000 milligrams of marijuana edibles, and I don't really remember that show, but I do remember having to go to the airport the next morning and still being so cripplingly high that just sitting in the back seat of the Uber, I forgot where I was for a while on the way to the airport and got terrified because there was an African man driving me in the dark and I didn't know where I was.
You thought you'd been kidnapped,
Awful.
perhaps.
That's what happened that night at Applebee's or whatever. I thought we'd been kidnapped for a brief moment. Like I got so high in the back of that.
Like some Senegalese Uber pirates. Or...
Yeah.
Well, like, we were all just in a van together driving to Applebee's, and I'd never been to Chicago before. Maybe once or twice. I didn't know where the fuck I was though. And I got so high, and what had happened, we got a little bit lost, and we pulled into a residential neighborhood, and then into a house's driveway.
White boy had to pee. Yeah.
No, we're just doing a J turn. We're turning around and going back the other way. But to me, I come out of my stupor, and I'm being taken to a house in the dark in Chicago in a van full of people I barely know. I was real scared.
Yeah.
I was real scared.
That was a classic Kyle tale. It was like the first time we'd actually hung out for an extended period of time. It's like 2010. And like, I was like, oh, Kyle's a big pothead. I smoke pot. Like I smoked, and Kyle and I were walking in together, and he leaned over to me and he's like, this is the highest I've ever been, as he's walking in. And he was taking like, the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Yep.
He was walking like he was going upstairs with his knees
really high knees.
We were on a flat plane, so he looked like a fucking lunatic walking in. And I remember thinking like, all right, I don't look as high as this guy. Like,
yeah, no, I was high stepping because to my eyes, I remember this very vividly. The asphalt was so close. It was like you put someone else's glasses on and they make everything seem closer than it is. I had that effect. I was so fucking high.
That was too much. That was the night. Yeah, it must have been after Applebee's that like we got lost again, and white boy said he had to pee so bad he just like got out and peed in the neighborhood.
I don't remember that. I have no memory of those events. Genuinely, no.
I do. It was like, you can't hold it, man. But I don't think we're that far like, from where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Shout out to him. I hope he's doing well. I don't know anything about what white boy's up to.
Yeah,
still setting records. Still setting nukes.
I don't think so. I don't know why that's so funny. It's like, no, I think like probably anything but that.
I think 13 years has passed since he was doing that shit.
Yeah. That was such a weird time. Dick on YouTube at the time. It was like we were all making these Call of Duty videos, and if you get 25 kills in a row, you get a nuke. You can call in, kind of end the game.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And so it became this thing to get one really fast on YouTube. It was like, who can get the fastest one? And like somebody got like one in like 4 or 5 minutes, and it was like, oh my God. And then this piece of shit faked a video where he had only all his friends on the other team, and they stood in the right spot at the beginning of the game, and he blows them all up. But he pretended like it was real, like it was just because it was domination. People do capture flags, but he had the world's fastest nuke, and it got 1 million views when 1 million views was like bonkers. And when the YouTube Sherlock Holmeses all came around and realized what he had done, he was shamed so hard that I think he basically quit after that, right? I know he kept faking videos after
Shaggy,
that.
aka
Shaggy.
G-Unit. Remember him?
Yeah. After that, his shtick kind of became fake videos that like are fake. Like the whole team's just rushing him, and he's mowing them down in a field, getting nukes and stuff. That guy was a piece of shit.
Oh man, I want to see. He's still uploading.
No,
I googled him just. I was curious. He's playing Call of Duty 2, 3. I mean, Modern Warfare 2. I meant to say, and 3.
Yeah,
like yesterday.
Dude, there is on his YouTube channel, GUnit123. He has a video from his most recent one, GTA 6 trailer reaction and breakdown 5 months ago. Top comment 5 months ago. You faked a nuke, bro.
Wow.
Dude, look at that. These are comments. This happened in 2010, 2011.
No, it's 2010. Yeah.
Shaggy faked a nuke. Yeah, this doesn't excuse that 6-in-1 Semtex, buddy.
Wow, it's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
That's that's not surprising. I remember it was a big deal at the time.
Fake. Everyone's saying
Like I cared for some reason very much.
you cared.
Yeah,
I remember Hutch worked at Machete at the time, and he had like almost a somber video coming out where he's like,
yeah,
I don't want to make accusations here as a person of power in this community, but this is very clearly fake. It was just really gay back then.
it was a big deal. I'm telling you,
this video is from 13 years ago.
I'm telling you, everybody was looking at it. We were all the content creators were talking about it in private. Like what is this? They were like tracking down the people who were in the video dying. Like, we got to get witnesses. We got to corroborate all this. Is there any video and then somebody got video from one of the cheaters who was helping. And then you had their point of view where they're all like, get on it, get on it, get on it. They're like talking together, organizing the cheat. And it's like, aha. And they kind of ruined him.
This is so funny. To the 7 or 8 year, this is on his original video. It has like a couple million views. Or this is on the Machinima upload. To the 7 to 8 year olds watching this now, who are now 17, 18, to us, this was like the moon landing.
Bad. It was like JFK.
And when we found out it was fake, it was like that announcement on Judgment Day. Fantastic nostalgia. Yeah, that was, looking back, it's so funny the care commentators were taking to be like, I don't want to, cast any aspersions here against Shaggy,
not on this show.
G
we would rip the
character.
fuck out of him. We'd play his more recent videos where he gave fake tips, like, I don't know, he'd get shot or something, so he'd change weapons and change back and be like, look, it healed me. And we're all like, the fuck? That doesn't do that.
He made it seem like you could run at people while switching your weapon, and you would like matrix around the bullets. That's what it was. He's like, see, I'm dodging bullets and I stab him. I'm dodging bullets and I stab him.
And he's a
like,
British guy.
And they're just friends.
He's
not
a black
aiming at
British
him.
guy. Yeah, who's 16, I think, by the way. It was a 16-year-old we were all piling on.
Now he's like probably 30.
In my defense, I was only in my mid-30s.
I was only in my mid-20s. Yeah. We let him have
19.
it, though. Just kind of drummed him out of the community, really, really shit on him pretty hard. And deservedly
Fuck
so,
that
because
kid.
we were all trying to... I remember like being like, maybe I should just quit this whole Call of Duty thing. I'll never measure up to something like that.
I'll
just
never
like,
be a Shaggy, aka G Unit.
it was like such a feat to do. It was like, that game in gym where you stick Post-it notes on the wall, you jump, and then you go higher and higher. It'd be like if someone came along and just drilled one 25 feet up there. It's like, I don't even want to play.
Dude, this is like
set too high.
Like Michael Vick came back faster than this guy. His fake nuke. Like producers in Hollywood have raped, been caught, been rehabilitated, raped, caught, and rehabilitated a second time in the window that this guy has been fucked for faking a nuke, which was, it was 2010. We had that $2 CPM, we
right.
$250 on that upload. It was on Machinima's channel.
G-Unit.
True. Yeah, $250
we need
on
these
that
fakes though, like the takedown. It's like true crime for men. Like I'll watch 4 hours of a guy analyzing if a original Mario speedrun is like a glitch in this 3 frames. I'm like, oh yeah. She'll turn on the true crime shit. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. Speedrun investigations. This is what I need.
Dude, do you love those too?
I'm addicted.
I get into the ones it'll be a game I've never even heard. It's like Puzzle B 1987 took arcades in Taiwan by storm. It's like, okay. And it's like a bumblebee who spins around and shoots stingers and shit you've never fucking heard of, but this guy can do it in fucking 30 minutes. And like after a while, I start getting invested with these random gamers like they're like basketball players or something. I'm like, no one beats Michelob 27. And then Michelob's record will get taken down by this new exploit where you don't even climb the ladder. You just like double bounce up it or something like that. And he'll fall out of favor with the meta. And then all of a sudden, 15 minutes in the story later, he'll be like, but Michelob 57 had something to say about that. And then the music kicks in. It's like, but it's still the bumblebee spinning and shooting stingers. But now the music's like, dun, 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 dun. And you're like, holy shit, Michelob can do it. And I'll watch an hour of this shit.
For games you don't
nothing
care
else
about.
really matters. Like
Oh,
I don't care about
You
anything
don't know any
else.
of the game. You
I don't care about anything else. I'm totally nihilistic. I need to know.
I need
Michelob
the
97.
speedrun.
I do
love
remember
that
I
shit.
watched I think it was like a Netflix documentary, like King of the Arcade or some shit, and it was this
King of Kong,
really,
a fistful of quarters.
Yes. Yeah, King of Kong, fistful
God.
of
Billy
quarters.
Mitchell,
Billy Mitchell.
the legend.
This guy, I've never seen someone take themselves more seriously. like you could catch like
He's like a pro
Churchill
wrestler character.
and Hitler like kind of laughing at themselves in some old clips. Not this guy. Not Billy.
He's doing the
Handful of
Michael.
quarters
He's
Mitchell.
doing the John Cena bit 24 hours a day, but it's his own original take where he's like Mr. America. He's like
Can we get a picture of Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong?
I'm
please?
I don't know
surprised
if
you
you're
guys
aware
haven't
of
had
it.
him on this show.
That would be
he's
always
always
good to get on.
No, he's in a lot of trouble.
Dude, can
They
we
found
get
out
him?
They caught him cheating. They caught
You
him
gotta
cheating.
lie.
Yeah,
If if you search him on YouTube, you'll see there's a lot of like I think they caught him cheating multiple times in multiple games, and all of his records are now taken away because he wasn't really good at games, I guess.
He's good. He's just untrustworthy. Like, I guess it's just that he's good. He's just not the best.
That
I'd
was an
love to hear
amazing
his side of the
documentary.
story.
I'm gonna watch that fucking tonight. King of Kong of Fiscal Quarters. It's
Look
on.
at this legend.
He always
gotta
wears the
watch,
red, white, and blue though.
That tie.
I like the red, white, and blue. Yeah.
I do too. I appreciate.
He's got
that.
a wing sauce too, I think.
He does.
Billy
He has a
Mitchell's-
restaurant.
Yeah, it's a lateral move.
Yeah.
Is that the guy who like was the good guy in the movie playing? I forget his name.
It does look like him.
Weeb,
Looks like
Steve
His
Weeb.
profile. That guy has
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that guy has that haircut, and he's but doubt it, right? That'd be a shitty photo to take. Like he's trying to break your record, and you're over there like flexing on him, literally.
Holding
you
the
better
fist up
not.
to him?
Yeah,
I don't know.
no.
That's Billy Mitchell, man.
For those that don't know the fucking story of that movie, it's brilliant. Basically, this guy, I think he was unemployed, like he lost his job. He's got a family and kids, but he like lost his job or something. Maybe he got injured, but he bought himself a Donkey Kong machine and just played it nonstop till he became the best in the world at it. But this Billy guy had an in with the committee of fucking video game nerds.
Yeah.
So he invalidates this guy's VHS tape. He's like, nah, you can't count that. That's probably not even on a Billy Zane certified machine he's using. That might be a Japanese machine. Those run at 30p instead of 24 frames. And he said they cheated him out of his fucking record. And so the guy comes and breaks the record live in their faces. And it's just, it's a cool fucking, it's like, okay, so nothing I can do can be registered on your site. How about I show up and fucking break it while you watch? And like he gets there and he's breaking the fucking record while everybody watches in the arcade. And this cuck boy who's like Billy, what's the guy's name? Billy
Mitchell.
Billy Mitchell?
Billy Mitchell's like
His little
bitch
manservant, like Igor.
Yeah, his manservant, his Smithers. His Smithers is going around the arcade going, hey. They're going for a Donkey Kong blank screen over here. You want to come? And what he's trying to do is like build pressure on the guy who's trying to. He wants a crowd cheering and like throwing him. He's literally trying to like cock block this other grown ass man.
That's a good Smithers.
Oh,
He's doing his job.
And so
Wait,
you're
Kyle,
watching this happen.
You take umbrage with someone faking a high score on an arcade game?
Only if I didn't try to
You
like.
gotta let Kyle get to the peak of the story because in spite of all the pressure placed on this guy, he does it. He fucking hits the grand slam and defeats his record live at a tournament event. There's no question.
Yeah.
So then Billy Mitchell has fucking Smithers show up with an envelope, like a manila envelope with a tape recording in it of Billy Mitchell's score that's even better, but now it's a very suspect VHS tape, and they believe Billy Mitchell over the guy who did it in person, and he doesn't have the record.
Yeah. They had the tape there the whole time watching him break the record, and they fucking tear the envelope, and it's like, this is some evil shit y'all are pulling. Like this is
that's so funny because there's no stakes.
And the tape was suspect too. Like it was clearly fake, but
$1 million.
Wait, there was $1 million on the line?
I don't think that's not true. I think it's bragging rights.
Empire.
No money.
All in
Get
quarters.
your name on the what was it, Twin Galaxy's website? Or
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
On a website.
But yeah, that Billy guy is like a full-on cheater. They caught him over and over, and it's a shame. But that's a good movie. It's a good documentary. It's on Netflix, I'm pretty sure.
It's outstanding.
I saw him at this steakhouse in Hollywood one day just by chance, and I really considered walking up. Yeah, Billy Mitchell, the Donkey Kong cheater. I considered walking up and just horse collaring him, like yanking him off the bar. Because I fucking hate him so. I was like, man, I'll get arrested for that.
Is he really tall?
No, I think he's probably shorter than me. But we were there to see Tootsie. And I'm like, man, I don't know. I'll fuck this night up for sure. I'll definitely get arrested because I'm not leaving. I'll come back and eat my steak. But I think that might be worth it. I might have to do that. And I sat there, it's like stewing about it and thinking about it, getting drunker, hoping that I would get drunk and do it. and then stopped, considering it. But he was gone before I.
Why don't you just go spill your beer on him and go, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Sorry, let me get that for you." Oh, you're a fucking cheater. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I wanted him to know that he got yanked down, and that's for Steve Weeby, you motherfucker. Straight up, fuck you. That's for Steve Weeby.
This is such a funny thing to follow. I've never thought about watching documentaries on YouTube about.
Oh man,
it's really good.
I've never had that feeling before either.
It transcends the niche hobby that it's about fully. It becomes about
quality, and the storytelling is next level. And I watched one about it was an Atari 2600 skiing game, and they just have a controller and you go left, right, and you have to go around the are they called slalom gates? I think gates. And dude, they had to get it frame by frame perfect. People are finding faster lines, and I combine your technique with that guy's technique, and suddenly I'm even quicker. It might sound boring, but the way that they do it, and like Kyle, first you got fucking Heinz 57, and then comes Michelob 21, and they just go back and forth to the heights, and it's great to watch the back and forth.
I hate Heinz 57.
Do you?
Yeah, A1 forever, man. Dump that. When I was a kid, I liked anything that was like sour and like funky. So I would just douse my steak with that A1. Yeah, anything vinegary for sure.
Yeah, A1's good. Like as far as steak sauces go, I can't remember the last time I used a steak sauce.
Isn't Heinz 57 ketchup? Am I crazy?
No, Heinz 57 like is steak sauce.
But in consistency, it's very similar to. It's an orange color, so it's got to be tomato and pepper based. But it's sort of like a vinegary twang to it. I don't like it. My sister liked that growing up. I hated it.
Because of her.
Did we do ads?
No, it's just terrible.
We did not.
No.
We'll hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors right now. PKA fans, have you been interested in THC but aren't sure where to start? Look no further than PharoahDistro.com, your premium source for THCA, flower, dabs, edibles, and other smoking accessories. THCA not your cup of tea? Then check out our expansive assortment of Delta products, including edibles, vapes, and disposables. That's right, folks. Pharaoh Distro is your go-to destination for all things THC related. Get ready to elevate your experience with Pharaoh Distro's exclusive Pharaoh Exotic THCA buds. These buds are so premium, they practically come with their own red carpet. Crafted for all cannabis lovers, these USA indoor-grown beauties are the epitome of luxury. And for all the dabbing aficionados out there, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce. Trust me, once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever dabbed without it. These are the perfect pairing with DabX products like the DabX Go and the DabX Rocket, our premium dabbing equipment. And let's not forget our mouthwatering assortment of high-quality edibles, perfect for anyone looking to elevate their edible game. From Delta 8, 9, and even 10, we have an incredible assortment of edibles in many delicious designs. If you're looking to add a touch of wellness to your routine, explore Pharaoh Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms, because self-care never tasted so good. PKA fans, use code PKA20. PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. You heard us, 20% off your whole order for listening to the show. So what are you waiting for? Head over to PharoahDistro.com, linked below, to discover a world of premium THC products that cater to your every whim. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharaoh Distro and make this year your best. That is PharoahDistro.com, PKA20 for 20% off. If you're looking for the absolute strongest smokable shit they have, that is the THCA Diamond Sauce. If that is not your goal, and you're looking for a more mellow high, the Delta 8 is going to be more your jam. And as far as the edibles go, we've said it before, Kyle's tolerance is bananas for weed, and even he gets fucked up when he takes too big of a bite of one of those nerd rope things. So play it safe. If you're not a titan champion of tolerance,
an Olympic level pot smoker.
Yeah, and even then, Kyle's like Olympic level, and this is like beyond him even. So take it easy. Get one of the lower dose edibles in Delta 8 if you're just looking to mellow out a little bit. But hey, if you're a titan who's just trying to get fucked, THCA is the strongest thing to smoke, and the nerd rope edibles that are I think 1,500 milligrams in the entire nerd rope. Take little nibbles of that, guys. Little nibbles. I'm not memeing. I'm not joking. Little nibbles. That shit's strong as fuck. I'm scared of them. I have one from months ago that he sent me that I'm too afraid to even dig into this one. I think
You
I'm
sound
gonna
like a guy who carries an umbrella.
I'm a little bitch who carries an umbrella. Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to eat that tonight because
You can't live
because
with
I will
that.
not be an umbrella guy. No chance. No chance.
Wait, are
in
you?
my-
How often are you carrying an umbrella around? You
I
do,
haven't
like,
carried an umbrella in 10 years, but I reserve my right to.
You got a sodomy clock for that, like Milo Yiannopoulos?
This
Learn about his
sodomy
sodomy clock. Milo, he's like, he's a
How long it's
gay
been since
sex
you've taken
addict.
one?
Yeah, up the ass. Yeah, he's got it. He tweets
I
about
thought
it.
he
That's my
wasn't gay
favorite
anymore.
thing. He's not gay anymore. He's
I think he's gay.
no. That's you go to hell if you're gay. He's not going to hell, so he's not gay.
You also go to hell for lying about being gay.
Look, he's not fucking guys in the ass anymore. That's all I know because you got the.
Well,
clock
how does the
that says
sodomy
it.
clock work?
Like the way a tornado trailer park clock works, like no dick in the ass since this date, and then you count. Like
How long has it been?
Oh,
I think 3 years.
Oh,
He had a relapse one day. I was like, that was a great day. I mean, sucks for him, but I was like, oh, he's being honest about this shit. Oh my God. And now I'm glued onto the Milo sodomy clock. If I ever see it, I'm like, let me take a look at that.
wait, Milo had a clock that kept track of his sobriety from being fucked in the ass, and then he came clean about getting fucked in the ass.
Yeah, you had to reset it one day.
that's
All right.
fantastic.
You know,
I love this.
I
Is it
got-
on the
That's
internet?
awesome, man.
I've got to respect it. You know,
Now I want a fucking sodomy clock. I'm going to start doing it so I could have one.
That'd be so funny if you're like, I've been doing it for 41 years, and then one day you just get online and reset.
Yes.
Isaiah, thank you for joining us at a wonderful
Man, that
moment.
was an insane sentence to come in on. How's it going, boys?
Good to see you.
How's
Good
your
to see
sodomy
you.
clock? I don't want to get, personal. I don't know you. but-
I haven't checked it out in a while, but it was good last oil change. So
Oh,
Is it
you
gay
should
to
know
use an
right away.
umbrella?
do I use an umbrella? I've been trying to quit. So
See, yeah, Gavin Mcinnes said that we were gay if we used umbrellas, and
Don't own one.
I don't even own an umbrella.
I kind
saw-
of respect that. I kind of get that a little bit, like if you
Because
Oh,
Gavin's got
shit.
all that goo in his hair, right? Doesn't he have slick back hair?
goo.
He
Is that
does.
what he is?
Yeah, so he's got like a
I'm a
built-in
goo man.
umbrella.
maybe it's just wet because he doesn't use an umbrella. Maybe that's what it is.
Ah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
clever.
Man, there's an actual account called Sodomy Clock. I can't
Yeah.
believe this.
It's cool.
May 15th.
Get them as a sponsor.
That would be so fun.
Clock.com.
Are you
Having a hard
addicted to
time
having your
finding
asshole plundered? Well, we can help.
Well, it depends on the definition of sodomy. It's also oral, technically speaking.
No, get
Yeah.
real.
I'm just
Yeah,
letting
he's-
you know what the laws say.
Right.
Yeah, but that's
Next time you're anti-sodomy, you just know you're down to vagina.
Yeah.
we know what
I mean,
it really
we-
means.
Wendigoon, how would the Lord feel about oral penetration? Would he think sodomy?
With a clock, he probably wouldn't approve of it if I had to guess.
See what I mean?
But yeah.
Fucking a
You're,
clock
you're
face.
losing on all
You and
fronts
Mike
here,
are-
Taylor.
you know what? I'm so sad about that I'm sure he's at least a little sad.
The laws of man and God alike are against you here.
Well, when
You know,
you're wrong, you're
it's-
wrong, I guess.
It's funny because right before this, I was recording the Weird Bible show. So it goes from like parables and Jesus immediately like sodomy, Wendigoon. How do you confer? How do you?
How do you I mean, Old Testament God notoriously unchill with it.
Yeah,
Hated it.
very chill with it. Yeah,
Jesus just had so much more stuff on the list he was trying to get to.
there was a lot. He was, he was fighting Pharisees, and he like had the whole dying thing to go do. So that took up a lot of his time.
Yeah. He had a lot of people coming after him because he ruined their bank, the temple they were using for money changing.
Yep.
Not good. You got to be. You got to. Everyone knows church is for a guy in jeans who knows 3 chords on an acoustic
If
guitar.
we're gonna steal people's money,
With
we're
the
gonna
lady.
do it our way. Okay, we're gonna do it with speakers and have like these big projectors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does anyone else think Jesus' suffering was kind of blown out of proportion?
No, it seemed really bad.
No,
Have you
it
seen The
seemed
Passion?
horrible. Have you seen what Mel Gibson did in that documentary?
No, but I know it
He
lasted what, a
shamed those
weekend.
Jews real good.
Was it a weekend that he came back?
No, it's
Are you talking
Are you
about the dead part or the
Yeah.
torture part?
Well,
the dead
whatever.
part
I
was
don't know.
3 days.
Enlighten me. It was
Yeah,
3
well,
days.
The dead part was 3 days, but he was tortured leading up to the death.
Wasn't
For how
he
long?
tortured- What did he go to hell during the dead part?
That most people believe that, yeah, because there's a verse in that Paul talks about rot from hell. So most people think he was in hell for 3 days, but that he destroyed perdition, whatnot, while he was there. The Catholics have a lot of lore around it, but it's just mentioned for a verse in the like Protestant beliefs and stuff. But he was taken in, he was arrested, and then he was tortured. The worst part of the torture consisted of what's called a cat o' nine tails. It is a whip that has 9 different strings that has like these barbs off of it. And when you drive it into someone, the barbs hook, and when you rip it out, it pulls out all the flesh. So he was.
I don't want to kink shame him, but like cancer's way worse than that.
I mean,
Cancer is
Disneyland.
so much
Hard to
less
disagree.
bad than that.
I think
please,
if
cancer
you're-
lasts like a year. It's a slow grinding
I think if
death. And
you're
Jesus
hit-
had a bad weekend.
You can't have you can have nachos on cancer.
It's true. Fact
Checkmate.
check. True.
You think the
Why
Lord?
did I think of it that
Lord-
way? Yeah.
Jesus could have had
Jesus
nachos. You don't
Christ
know.
asked for water, and they hit him up with a vinegary sponge.
Maybe
Where did they
vinegar.
get the vinegar and the sponge? They brought it from home. That's what we're dealing with here, Woody.
Yeah.
You don't even
That's
ask.
the level of
Dude,
food. Yeah.
vinegar is like my favorite kind of potato chip. You're not
We had
lying
it
here.
handy. You know what I mean? Like
They were
Sounds
still
dope.
yeah. They were mean spirited.
Uh-huh.
You know. Hey, are you thirsty, man? We're torturing to death.
hey,
Get a load of
Quentin, did you
this, and then they
Quentin,
fuck
yeah,
with them.
bring the
I've been
vinegar?
thirsty, and then I
Yeah,
have more
extra-
vinegar potato chips or pistachios anyway. I understand Jesus is suffering. Cancer's worse.
Yeah, you know what? Because Jesus is omniscient. He was looking at the sponge and he's like, I fucking know. What- I know this is fucking vinegar.
I'm doing this for the show.
You sons of bitches.
Oh, here they go to get the water. I can't wait.
Pranked him. The ultimate Christian, like last second salvation has to be the thief on the cross next to Jesus
Yeah,
who
talk
didn't make
about,
fun
like,
of him.
Just
Yeah.
sliding into home. Yeah.
Just that's like being the backup quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team. Like you didn't have to do anything. Like he's just hanging there dying, and then Jesus is dying, and the one other criminal is crucified. It's like, this guy, you're not even the son of
This
God.
guy
And then
stinks. I hate
yeah, this guy stinks. You don't like him. And then the other criminal's like, he's done nothing wrong. Can't you see that? Jesus is like in. Like you're in good with me.
And when you get up there, tell him I sent you. Come over to my side. Yeah.
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 Someone I'm friends with someone here. You may have heard him. God. Yeah.
Does the name God ring any
Yeah,
bells?
So Jesus' head pop high above everyone else in the crowd up ahead, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that guy,
That guy, yeah, he's
He
a
waves you right through 30
Yeah,
different
yeah.
Indiana Jones like soul tests. Like, there's guys over there going through Ninja Warrior in heaven, and you're just speeding right through to the
Oh
front
my God,
like a
imagine-
hot-
Not his wife
Imagine-
though. Leave her out.
Imagine the hell if you get up to the pearly gates
one?
and Saint Peter is there giving the test. He's like, all right, the book, everything's looking good. Now it's just honestly just the cardio test, and you're in. It'd be like, what? Yeah, you didn't that was that on the book? Like a sub 6 minute mile. We want fit people here.
cardio. Jesus
Very
is
clear.
huge on cardio. You've seen how vascular he was on the cross. He's got that lean
He
fucking
was a
runner's
swimmer,
look.
I think.
That didn't
Either
start
a
that
swimmer
day.
or a runner for sure. A lot of cardio. A lot of cardio. He wasn't just swinging a hammer. No, sir.
Yeah.
That's not a
I don't know
carpenter's
why
body.
he was a
That's not
swimmer because he could
fisherman's
walk
body.
on water.
He walked everywhere. Now you got to keep that in mind. Like he was traveling everywhere on foot.
Yeah. Man, Woody, you would have been in heaven with what I'm sure the amount of fat hate that was going on in ancient times. Like being fat in a time like that is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
No. Remember, that's the times when it would be the mark of a rich man or maybe even royalty
How'd
of
you
some
do
kind.
that?
Yeah, but
No,
if
that's
you're
a
a
fat
rich
myth. They've been telling us that since we were kids.
Not
That's
Candy
true.
made that up.
Men have
Yeah.
hated fat women forever.
That's
Don't-
just big
a-
fat
that's a
We
Fat
were
crimes.
rollers once.
Oh yeah.
We were
Dude, I
respected by-
absolutely.
very attractive. No, wrong.
It's a fertility goddess. No, it's a warning.
No. You nailed it, David. That's why I disagreed on this one. Zach, show me an ancient fertility idol. It's like a ball without a head by the way.
Yep.
It's just titties and an ass. It's just, and they're like, yep, the perfect woman. No head, just gigantic tits and a gigantic ass.
I'm living down in New Orleans right now, and I've gone to a bunch of the voodoo places, and those like little statues are everywhere. And they're like, yeah, it's part of like voodoo belief that if you like hang this in your house, you'll have a lot of kids. Like
bizarre.
Yeah.
Not the one.
How did she get that way? I put a ring on her finger.
Tale as old as time.
Yeah, we need to redo the fertility goddess statue. Ooh.
There you go. That's more like it. That's what I'm looking for.
Classic, yeah.
There's not even a face on it.
Yeah, they didn't need one.
Where's this from? They were bad.
What are you looking at the face for, homo? Don't you see those giant belly, that fertile belly?
Well, you guys are supposed to be fucking these guys at the same time.
Maybe this is what we looked like back then. It's that ancient. This is some sort of worm goddess that was ruling over
that ancient. It's not even close.
Yeah,
it's not even close to the. Yeah,
these tried. That's just like a weird stick they found. That doesn't.
Well, the one on the left,
right.
Sure though, right? I see a belly button.
Sure, that one, but the bees.
I know her.
What on earth?
Holy here is living the dream.
Is that Priapus?
Does she have a sister?
My ancestors.
Passes out every time he gets hard.
The last pick? Yeah, probably.
You know what though? It's probably like furries because they make just more art than anybody else. So back in the day, it was probably the weird, sick perverts that like grimace-shaped women making all the art.
That could be true because everyone else is like, okay, I'm gonna go work while you do that.
Yeah. But the furries make talented art. These are clearly like kindergarten class projects.
Yeah, some dude was like absolutely gooning to those, and now we're like, oh, it was an object of worship, and it's like, no, just all the other Neanderthals were like, me no like Ugla, he weird pervo. Like, do you see what he be making in his cave? Despicable.
I guess depending on how you look at it, it is a sort of worship, really.
Yeah.
In a way.
They found a Neanderthal skull and they took its molars and they're able to test it for chemicals. So you can see what he'd been eating. He tested positive for like 3 or 4 hard drugs. It's like marijuana and cocaine or something like that.
Man, that guy's cool. That's
the question is, how did cocaine get to Europe when it's from South America?
Mm-hmm. Huh.
Like,
can we smoke those teeth?
We probably could.
Definitely smoke those teeth. There's that place in Africa or wherever the fuck where they're digging up the bodies to get the bones, and then they add the bones to the drug they use. It's a main ingredient in the drug that everyone there smokes.
It has to be Africa or India based on that.
Yeah,
what's going on?
It's a real problem with the grave robbery.
When you get to like the point where you're like using bones to get high, that maybe you should quit. I feel.
Yeah.
That you're violating a religion you should probably be a part of at that point. That's too far. Yeah,
typical judging.
I was going to say that too, right? This guy's got a lot of
American coming in here thinking
tight over there. Hey, I'm just smoking some bones, bro.
What's funny is like some professor was doing coke. And then his research assistant had to be like, this is remarkable. There's high-grade cocaine dust on this artifact from Mesopotamia.
That's my theory too.
Professor Jittery, what is it? Oh, you're not gonna believe what we found. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely shocking. It's like, these guys were gacked out of their mind.
I have a business idea too.
I have a business idea. It's called we sell fake out artifacts with cocaine.
It's full of Colombian cocaine. That's so weird.
Like, oh man, this professor's a real bad guy. Yeah, isn't he the same guy who found a painting from the 12th century that had child pornography on a disc inside it? Yeah, this guy's a no good Nick. I don't like him.
The CD-ROM of child porn in this ancient art.
The thumb drive with some really seedy material.
I saw that Biden challenged Trump to a debate and Trump accepted. So I'm wondering, they're going to be so stemmed up. I can't wait to see like how they show up if they've got those crazy eyes. Like I want to see like how much amphetamines these two get injected with, like just like the Fuhrer past, to get on that debate stage and do battle, because it's a big deal debate, right? Like Trump's leading in almost every poll, and specifically in swing states, he's like so far ahead in Nevada that the talk is like something's wrong with the polls. Because he's like 7 and sometimes 10 points ahead in places like Nevada and Georgia, which Georgia, he's 10 points ahead. Lots of places that were supposed to be purple are like deep red out of nowhere. And then the Rust Belt's up for grabs in places too. not in Wisconsin. I think Biden's ahead there, but like Michigan, Biden's ahead by like 6 up
Trump
to
is ahead.
7.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what I meant to say.
Michigan.
Pardon me. Yeah, Trump is ahead in all of these important areas. Not all of them, but many
I have
of
Trump
them.
ahead very slightly in both Michigan and Pennsylvania on the thing I watch. But there's
Yeah.
swing states that are supposed to be Biden's, and
Yeah, it's gonna. We'll see what happens to Virginia as well. Virginia is one that's definitely up for grabs for anybody, but this debate is going to matter because if somebody really stumbles, that could make the difference in the whole thing. I'd be surprised if they've agreed to 2, but it seems like one of those things where like if you hit a home run in the first one, you're like, I'm not going back up there. I'm leaving on a high note. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They agreed to 2 already, you said?
yeah, June
Well, they
and
have to spend
September.
the first one talking about who likes Israel more. And then they can talk about America in the second debate, probably.
Well, I don't know. Israel might take 2 debates where they both argue over
You think so?
who
You're
loves-
probably right.
who loves
We'll get to
Israel
America
more.
later.
And who hates Palestine is the second debate. That's going to be exciting.
Listen to creepy Joe Biden. He doesn't love the Jews as much as me. Look at me. I love the Jews. Love them. Ask
You
anyone.
gave your daughter to one, right, sir?
Gave her to the Jews.
Give, please.
You know what I love? Money. You know what they love? I don't have to finish. I know you.
What do you always say about
He
Jared?
gave the Jews the good daughter too. Just saying.
Yeah. What is it you always say about Jared Kushner? Your
I gave the
son-in-law?
Gentiles my ugly son, my ugliest son. I gave him. Or maybe
I
don't even know.
No, but I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I think it's going to be prime time viewing for me.
His call out was funny. He's like, I heard you're free on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Sick line.
He's like, I'll be taking my plane. It's like, actually, Trump will be actually taking his plane. You're taking the one you're borrowing from the federal government. So I didn't feel like that was a great burn. Like Trump's plane is Trump's
Trump
plane.
replied saying he'd supply his own transportation, which didn't seem like a out of the park home run either. Like, I don't know.
I want to see them compare medicine cabinets.
Like,
who's in a more dire situation? It's like, all right, well, Biden is taking stuff to not shit his pants. Trump has not shit in weeks, apparently.
They should just do an
diet.
MTV Cribs of the White House and the Trump Tower and see which one's doper.
These are Joe's Legos. When he has the energy, he plays. And this is Trump, and he only watches WWE '90s tapes of himself. He's not,
With a little
depends.
Home Alone too.
I've been paying close attention to both of them like for a while now, and I still think it's going to depend on which version of each of them turns up. Because Biden at the State of the Union was great. That was a very, very good,
Best
energetic
version of him.
Like he spoke loud, that raspy thing. I saw him do like an ABC interview or some shit recently about Israel Palestine, and he's so raspy that he sounds ill. Like he sounds like he's got laryngitis or something. And it's like, whoa, if you show up like this, Trump's gonna murder you. He's gonna just talk over you. You've got to be able to come up to his level and interject with Trump because
Did you
he's
hear the
gonna
mic
run
thing,
over
though?
you. No.
The non-speaker's mic will be cut off.
Oh,
boo!
Really?
Fuck
You
that.
hate that? Okay. I was on the other
Who
side.
decides when and where? Like who's
Well,
got
I
the
think
silence?
it's-
The
I'm
Biden
I'm
voter
just
with the
there-
button.
I'm just
No.
there for
It's
the funny
Biden. You
part
have
of it,
90
so.
seconds to reply to this question. Oh, now Trump, you get 30 seconds to rebut, and they can't interrupt each other. And I think their mics get cut off at the end of their time, so they can't take 2 minutes.
Oh, that's
I
so
hate
lame.
that. That's like a high school debate. This is the fucking world we're talking about. Give them boxing gloves.
Yeah,
Let 'em go.
get him juiced up.
I don't like the talk over each other thing, though. Like, that's not what I want.
I like when
What do you
Trump
want-
yells
what do you
at them
want?
though.
I want to hear their actual ideas and plans and, counters. And, you say one thing, I want to hear him respond to it. I don't want to hear him begin his sentence, then you just yell over him. And that's what I'm not getting what I want from that.
Yeah.
I mean this seriously, and it doesn't sound like it, but why? What would any of that matter? The stuff that they're saying.
That's I mean, I hear your point, right? Like, it's all lies,
especially
I guess.
Biden, but also especially Trump.
The first
I'm there
debate-
testing competency in like their mental status. Like I would be fine if they just had like a talk about Call of Duty. Then I could, and it's like, holy shit, Biden doesn't know shit. Like he said, World at War was the best. What's he thinking? He's a Seen Anders fanboy or some shit. We'd know that there was something seriously wrong with the Biden administration. He's a Call of Duty 5 fan. But what I'm getting at is like they could talk about anything. I need to see how well they talk about anything. Like because talk about sports. Talk about finances. I'd love for you to talk to me about like the stock market or the economy in a very niche area. I don't need you to cover the broad strokes tonight. I know where you both stand. You put it on your fucking website. Let me see who's competent, who's still there at 80. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't know anybody who's 80 who's sharp.
Not sharp enough to be president, probably. Because
most of them are dead already.
This is kind of confirmed. It really doesn't matter who's president. Like, it really doesn't seem to matter.
A little. It matters a little. If you're talking about like in some grand scheme of things, it depends. Now, Trump didn't make any wars. That hadn't happened in a long time. It seemed like he just wanted to do little precision.
That was the best thing he did. Was something he didn't do.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's something to say for that because Biden.
Now we're all about war again because Lion Biden is in office.
It's back on top, baby, ready to go find
Genocide
some oil
Joe.
somewhere. Let's go, boys.
He's going to do it.
It's Genocide Joe, and he's clearly engineered a genocide, and he's weaponizing the genociders. That's why he's going to lose. By the way, that's why he's going to lose. That's why he's losing in Michigan, is because of this Palestine thing.
It doesn't. I mean, but Trump is just going to come out there.
Levels in Afghanistan, and he didn't pull out. That's not really an anti-war thing. Trump went into Syria. That's not really an anti-war thing. And the narrative that like Trump was the peaceful guy, by that measure, you could call Biden the peaceful guy because he kept us out of Ukraine and kept us out of Gaza.
We're not out of Ukraine. We fund the entirety of it.
We do fund, well, not the entirety. That's not right. Europe funds almost as much as we do combined. But I'm telling the truth, though. But half and all of it is a lot different.
Okay, well, like a couple raids or bombings in Syria is not funding a war against Russia.
We had
for years
boots on the ground in Syria. We don't have boots on the ground in Ukraine. Like,
I believe we already had those boots on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think they've been going
ever since
al-Assad.
It's Gaddafi in Libya.
It's al-Assad.
He increased the troop levels in Afghanistan. I just think the whole Trump kept us out of war thing is half myth.
He didn't start any new ones.
Well, Biden ended Afghanistan, and he hasn't.
No one likes how he
soldiers.
Did that. That's no a negative on everybody's list.
I'm fine with him taking us out of Afghanistan. That was a good thing.
I don't know
how he did it though.
It wasn't like Trump did it better. Trump just stayed in there. We'd still be in there if Trump won re-election.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, who knows how anything would be materially different? Maybe it wouldn't matter at all. Because Trump and Biden are literally just going to argue in regard to the Israel shit about which one of them loves Israel more and which one will give more money and how they're my favorite country. No, they're my favorite.
They're my favorite, actually.
No, actually, no. Shut up.
What if Donald's take is because he's a real estate guy? He sees a vast opportunity here. We've got all this property. We've already done the demolition work. That's half the cost. And you're telling me there's no asbestos regulations in Palestine? I got a guy for that. Like it would. I could see him taking that. He's like, how about this? We will buy Palestine from Israel. What if he buys Palestine?
I think Israel wants it real bad.
I think they'd love us to just buy it and take it over, though.
What's that, Isaiah?
No, sorry, didn't mean to cut off. Do you think they're both like tonally adept enough that they would both argue like pro-Israel, or do you think both of them are just going to do the politician thing of being like, well, there's people on both sides, and I like people. So, like
they'll
Trump
do it
Israel 100%. Trump is like they had 80-foot banners of him hanging in Jerusalem. They fucking love him and he loves them.
Yeah. Trump's take on Israel, I've heard him say they need to finish the job. What Israel's not doing right is they need better TikTok videos. They need better PR around this.
That's true.
He is not saying we should Israel's like, let's just keep bombing. Let's make the rubble bounce. Trump is not saying that's a bad plan. Trump is saying you just need better TikTok videos around this.
So the IDF used to have the best TikToks because they have so many hot ladies, and they I guess they pick a job for those ladies that's like media person, so she just gets to be hot and wear the uniform and tote a gun around, and so it was off the chain. I love their social media, but then I saw. There's this trend over there where they dress up like Palestinian refugees. And so like these girls have like blacked out teeth and like rags on and like fake dead babies. And they're like mocking and like dancing and stuff. They're wearing like the black, like hooded numbers. And
you haven't seen these?
No,
Oh,
I'm not on TikTok.
You got to subscribe to all of them.
I see him on Twitter sometimes.
Okay.
And then like you'll see the comments from people
it's
in
rough.
like Muslims, and they'll be like, "You will rule the day that you do this. One day we will finish this illusion."
Yeah, sure you will.
And it's like, why am I involved? Why am I funding this?
So Trump's trying to have it
finished
one
the
way. Trump's trying to be pro-Israel, and Biden's trying to have it both ways, which I don't think he's really getting. So they're not the same, but maybe they are the same.
Yeah, I don't know. We just finished that like extreme $300 million landing pad we built for them so that we can give them free stuff. So luckily nobody got killed in construction of that.
In the end,
luckily.
they're going to kowtow to their multi-billionaire Palestinian donors.
Can't argue with facts.
Big Palestine. Yeah. A lot of industry there. They make RPG.
a lot of industry, I don't know.
That's kind of it. They make those.
They manufacture fear and hunger. Seemingly. Yeah.
No, it seems like it's pretty rough over there. I'm not sure though. I haven't
Oh
been
yeah,
there
if you drop me
myself.
over there, I'd say get me out of here.
Yeah, you think so? I wonder if there's any Airbnb. Zach, see if there's an Airbnb listing in the war zone in Palestine. See
Party's not allowed.
No smoking.
No smoking. That would be so funny.
There's a missile impaled through the fucking wall of the building.
But it's done in like a fun way, like at Margaritaville. Like
yeah, you hang your hat on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a theme restaurant.
Like a mechanical
Don't worry, that
ball.
rocket is theme restaurant. That rocket real. Don't touch that one.
Waiter, come right to your table, scream at you for being infidel.
The ration will drop right out of the ceiling, right on your table. I hope you like sour Skittles.
Oh, and then the newest thing. This is the newest thing I've seen, Taylor. I know you don't follow this, so you'll love this. So they've organized huge convoys of semi trucks. Oh, here we go, Palestine, beautiful.
It's nicer than I thought.
Holy shit! Look at that. Oh, look at that spacious fold-out bed.
When were these taken?
beachfront?
They have hammocks and benches in Palestine.
These
I wish there were like helicopters. That's a nice. Oh, look, you paramotor while you're there. That'd be
That's
fun.
a stunt kite, though.
Oh, now I see why they need to get invaded.
Oh, you got
That's
all right.
beachfront property.
A picture of the animals' asses.
Yeah,
Why?
some ladies there. Well, this makes it seem like a good old time.
Oh, kite surfing?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's probably what that kite was.
Yeah,
Anyway, what were you saying, Tom?
I don't know. What was I saying?
You
There was
said I
something
don't.
new you found?
Oh, there's huge convoys of food going into Gaza. Like, I mean, huge convoys of semi-truck trailers loaded down with food. But the Israelis are stopping them at the border and like throwing all the shit off the trucks and setting the trucks on fire.
Damn.
I saw that.
Like in broad daylight. In broad daylight, they're waving Israeli flags. They're on the mountain of food, and they're going "Death to Palestine" while they pour rice and flour out on the ground and stomp on it. And like,
Are these
cheer.
soldiers or just people?
No, these are Israeli citizens.
Well, they're all soldiers because
and
they
then-
have mandatory service too.
That's
so,
true. And then
yeah.
when night fell, they burned 3 of the trucks that were sitting there. And I mean, you can't imagine the pile of food on the ground that I'm talking about. It looks like that picture of the buffalo skulls from the Wild West. When it was like every buffalo is a dead Indian. They've got that same mindset over there. They're literally like, no, we will starve them. like they're not like trying to be.
They're not behaving in a chill.
They're
Let's
a
get
little,
along, man.
Look,
They recorded
October
it for some
7th
reason.
wasn't very
Man.
chill, Taylor. October 7th wasn't very chill. Okay,
Dude,
Someone
that
could
whole
make that
region,
argument.
not chill. I think we.
You could say that about 9/11.
Well, yeah, 9/11 was a not chill day, but like,
Ground
not
zero
chill.
on
Not about the
September
day.
11th, very not chill.
You'd be
yeah,
like, hey,
some
all
guys
of New
just
York,
like, yeah, then New York
really,
sucks.
all of New York City, not very chill.
Awful vacation. Horrible. A lot
you
of
guys see the
noise.
portal
Yeah.
I saw the
Yes,
portal.
the portal's the greatest.
with the 9/11 picture that Ireland put on it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's
I
great.
just saw
I
the
wish they'd
old-
do more of that. That's
I
really
hate
good.
First I
fun.
saw a bunch of like, what are they? Is it Ireland?
Tits?
Where was the other side?
New York
Dublin-
and
yeah,
Dublin.
Ireland.
Dublin. Yeah. So on the Dublin side, I saw a bunch of men like mooning New York, and then in New York, an OnlyFans model comes and raises their top. Like,
Yeah,
we win.
it's a big old.
I like
potatoes.
that. Like how long until like video from that is used in court for a murder like in New York?
They closed it.
Oh, there
down.
was an arrest.
Yeah, they shut it down. Did
The
they
tits
shut it down
are-
over the OnlyFans girl?
It was the titties.
This is Sally O'Houlihan
That bitch.
from Dublin, a witness to the murder in New York. And she'll be like, it was the most ghastly thing I ever saw.
Black as the night he was. Eyes a gleaming.
Eyes
How did you
gleaming,
see him?
mouth spittling with fury.
Quick was his blade and faster was his gait.
Like, man,
How
we
many
can't say
puppets
that
for this for anonymity?
They use some some racist puppet from the 1920s.
You sound like have you seen that show Baby Reindeer that's getting a lot of traction lately? That's one. It's this show there was this stand-up comedian who, like, it's apparently based on his life. He had this woman stalk him for years and years and like sexually assault him, and like, are you is that her, Kyle? Is that her? Yeah.
Great big fat person.
Big
That's
person,
just her
big
head.
girl. Yeah, that's just her head. Yeah, imagine the rest of her.
Mhm.
But yeah, it like for years, this girl like stalked him, like ruined his job, ruined his career, stuff like that. So he makes a series and he plays himself about like this woman's years of stalking and stuff like that. So immediately the series got really popular. Immediately people are like, all right, well, who was the woman? So they find this girl who like
No. I'm sorry to interject. She comes forward. She wants the.
That's
the
right.
show.
She did come forward first. Yeah, because like she is in the TV series. It's like very apparent that she like craves his attention, even if it's negative. She just needs to be on his mind. So as soon as the series gets popular, she comes forward. People found a bunch of old tweets where she is like tweeting sexual stuff at him. So she goes on Piers Morgan, right? And is like straight up like, no, that wasn't me. None of that happened. Not me. And he's like, well, Piers is like, well, did you in fact send like 48,000 emails? She goes, that could be a friend.
Who doesn't send hundreds of random emails a night to the same person?
It's like, that's just, I don't know. I've had friends and that's what we do. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you
real
do
crime here is
1,000
being
emails.
fat.
That's how many emails I've ever gotten. Like what? In 25, 30 years or whatever, I've had an email address. I haven't gotten 50,000 emaans.
Yeah, she would text him, call him, email him, like any way to contact. The show's really intense. I'm surprised it's doing as well as it is, because it outright shows like, because what happens over the course of the show is you find out that the reason he's handling the situation so weird is because he was sexually assaulted by a man years prior and had never like correctly processed that. So now it's happening to him again. So he's kind of like, he's fascinated with it. He wants to show it, which when you think about he himself writing the story about an event that happened to him and then playing himself in that role, it's really strange. Yeah, they outright show the entire assault with the man previously, like in all the detail. Yeah.
Did you buy that
one myself?
Reason? Did you buy his version of like, oh, I was out doing hardcore drugs and Molly with this older celebrity man that I wanted to make me famous, and then we hooked up every weekend doing drugs, but he raped me.
Was meth one of the drugs? Was meth one of the drugs? Because
that you're definitely describing what he wants to get across, but the whole time I'm I haven't gone and done like Molly with guys and fucked them to get famous. So
I don't know
how famous.
What
not at all.
Like Chris Pratt famous, or like what are we going for here?
I don't know. When I first watched it, Dick, I remember sitting there kind of like, I was really bitter to it immediately afterwards because my wife was the one who's like, oh, it's this really good show. It'll be popular. And I came out of it like, what was that?
This sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. Never do that again. What? I'm having weird flashbacks. Why does that shag carpet look so familiar? Yeah. No, but like, I was really harsh about it. Like, why did you do that? That was stupid or whatever. But then like, I hear situations like that in real life where someone lets themselves be taken advantage of over and over. And it's kind of similar, you know, like, oh, well, they're so nice to me otherwise. And this could be my big break. And I don't want to. Like, depending on the person, I guess I could see how that could happen. I like to think that I myself would be like, did you just touch me? All right, well, I'm never coming here again, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, there's some people that happens.
I do a lot of drugs with gay guys, and I've never been crying in the shower the next day. And then I definitely didn't go back to them next week and do it all again.
Yeah, bro, that
like
scene in the shower is awful.
But what if you knew that you would get to be Katniss Everdeen?
Yep. And then all of a sudden, Harvey Weinstein's looking sexy as fuck. Prince Charming?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And then he doesn't even tell his girlfriend, like, okay, yeah, you got raped. Why don't you tell her that you're like doing drugs and fucking this guy? Like, that's not.
Wait, Dick. So you do drugs with the gay guys, but you don't get any sex?
No.
Does that make you?
I'm so off-putting.
Do you want to like hit the gym or something?
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I'm just saying, and I think
I'm unfuckable. Even the guys that are trying to roofie me, they're like, "Oh, never mind, get out. I'll call you an Uber."
Move his drink. That's on.
All right, guys, I gotta get out of here. Happy 700 or whatever this is.
Thank you.
700. Thank you. Later, Dick. Take care.
See ya.
This is a fun episode.
I heard when I was in the waiting room, Zach was like, "Yeah, Meth Head came on earlier. Did that actually happen?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got his
experience. He's a
big shoes to fill. All right.
Yeah.
times in prison. That guy.
Very dirty shoes to fill, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Gavin Mcinnes was on for the first hour or so, and he left, and then he popped back in and said, "Hey, we were talking about meth heads. Here's my buddy. He just popped in. He's a meth head." And we talked to him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you can just goon for 2 days on meth."
Yeah, if that guy's not a meth head, he's Daniel Day-Lewis.
yeah, he was scratching at sores on his face, and no one noticed somehow.
Look, I thought it could be dry out.
He thought
I've got to say, as a fan of PKA, for one, I really appreciate coming on for the 700 spectacular. It means a lot. Thank you, boys, very much.
Thank you.
But also, I think what would be more interesting is if you had the opposite of whatever this is. I want to see an episode where you bring back on the Larry guy who robbed a bank but couldn't describe it, or the jewel thief.
Yes.
And then you bring on the Netflix producer who could not explain what the was. You just have like the worst hits. Like,
and then we have the
mushroom guy who left his children with them.
Yes,
part of the lady.
The one who tried to explain that, like, no, if you kill your wife, just forget about it. It'll be okay.
It'll blow over. You know,
what you need to do is you need to be like, yeah, we're going to have you guys on at different times, but you actually get all of them in a room at once and then leave.
Can we have the girl? I want the girl bouncing her boobies the whole time too. The one who just sat there and like shuffled her feet.
Yeah,
the one that did the RC racing track.
No, the one we just talked about tonight, the mint fucking girl who we had,
autistic boobs,
who was shaking her titties.
I'm trying to remember the highlights. There was that one guy who got onto Taylor for vaping. I can't even remember what he did.
Oh, that was the CEO of Dollar Shave Club.
That's it. Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, you're vaping here on the show." Like, what do you think we're doing, dude? Like,
I think we have the CEO of Dollar Shave Club.
What do you think this is?
Yeah. Walked into NPR,
like Bill Maher smokes weed on his show. Do you think that this is like a Fox News panel or something you're on? What the fuck?
Yeah. You're here to talk about business. How's the shaving?
Was I there for that, or was I in jail?
You're in between an OnlyFans chick and
this was
a streamer and a meth head.
Yeah, I had no memory
it was Red Couch Kyle, I think.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Dude, I love this idea, Isaiah. I want maybe episode 800 we can get the worst of the worst. I think he died.
He was in a coma last I heard.
Even then,
like
pull through, Zach?
Guest.
If you don't have them on at the same time, you've got to purposefully mix up the questions. So you go to Larry and you're like, "What's a producer do?" And he'd be like, "Well, in the jewel robbing business, my daughter fixes my phones. Actually,
no, my daughter, she wouldn't believe this. She programs phones.
She's a whiz. A whiz, this kid. She's going somewhere."
He's clearly describing like setting up an iPhone. Like,
like hitting next and entering your email.
God bless that man. He's just
she can connect to Bluetooth headphones.
He's giving her credit for like just things that are on an iPhone. He's like, "You don't understand. It shows me how to get to work. It shows me how to get to the club. She programmed it for me." Like she was like typing the addresses.
That
in or
had to
something.
be, I think, the most frustrating podcast I ever listened to. Because the whole time I'm like, how do you rob a jewelry store?
I was sitting here so
I was
upset at
exasperated.
because I felt responsible for him. It's like I brought him to a party and he had pissed on the rug, and I'm trying to be like, guys, yes, he pissed on the rug, but please, he has some great anecdotes. If we could just get them, and he won't fucking
juggles.
tell.
Give him a second.
Yeah, he juggles, like, and he can't find. Hey, where are my parabolas? And it was
I did
awful.
that, Kyle. I watched a surfer from New Jersey who just had the right vibe. I thought he'd be an amazing guest, and we brought him on the show. And he like wasn't even paying attention to the show. There was a guy in the background who was a way better guest, his friend.
Oh yeah, old Ben Gravy. Yeah.
yeah. He was. What frustrated me wasn't that he's bad, because sometimes people are bad. It was that he wasn't even trying. Like he didn't give a fuck about the show, and that I hated it.
Of the three guys you mentioned for like having a worst of all time show, the only one that I thought like that I genuinely liked at the end of the episode was the jewel thief guy, because he wasn't like the producer dude was being like
trying.
intentionally obstinate about. We'd be like, what does a producer do? And he doesn't want to say I have a made up job. And so he just weasels around intentionally. Whereas Larry, God bless him, could not get to the point and would just meander. He was the guy at the very end, like one of the funniest moments of the episode, where he just was like, just called me fat right at the end. It's just like, you're fat. And I'm like, you're fatter than I am, dude. Like, so we had a little bit of a fat off. And
I think you guys were going to fight, right? He was like, and you were like, not at all scared. You were like, come at me, you fat old man.
I forgot about the fighting part.
Like, I don't think that'd go your way, Larry.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I like Larry. You could tell he was just like an older guy who wasn't a huge camera personality.
You should have called him a punk.
Yeah,
bitch.
Yeah,
right? You should have been like, I bet you didn't even rob a store.
Larry, I'm gonna come over and take your. I bet you never robbed anybody, Larry. I bet you just a punk. I'm gonna come.
Larry, don't let anyone tell you that you're too old for the game. Get back out there.
He's got gadgets from 1993 that he thinks are like Star Wars cut. That's a whole fucking. I'd watch that show.
It's like, Larry, you know that James Bond rebreather isn't real, right? You're gonna drown.
What was wild about that too is that when he did say stuff, it was like the coolest stuff ever. He's like, oh yeah, well, we were going from Jersey to New York, so our window was shot out, so we had to pull up behind a truck and quickly zoom off. Like, please do not speak about this and then go back to programming iPhones. There has to be.
It's like you skipped over
right there.
You skipped over part of 6 awesome stories right there.
Yeah.
Please
he had
tell
no
them.
idea
And he's like,
what was interesting to us. He doesn't know how to tell a story, and he has no idea which of his memories have interest to others. It's like, dude, I've never met anyone who robbed jewelry stores. You were a professional thief. That to me is some Reservoir Dogs shit. That's what I'm picturing when he's talking. I'm picturing the scene in Reservoir Dogs where they're sitting outside talking about the manager gives you any guff. Fucking cut his pinky finger off. Then he'll tell you if he wears ladies' underwear. Like, that's what I'm picturing. And that's what I want out of him. I want to fucking build up. Like, yeah, and I had Mikey with me, and Mikey's a little guy, but he's good with his hands. And I knew Mikey had Mike. It's like, okay, Mikey's behind us. He's good with his hands. Like, you're kind of going along with him on a fucking story. And he had no concept of a narrative, a story.
I tell you, man, there's just some people out there who cool stuff happens to, but they just can't relay it. You know? I think socially people need at least a little bit of storytelling know-how, just to get by. But like, for example, my sister, I recently went to her college graduation, and the commencement speaker was a guy who had been to space. Like, he had orbited the Earth, right? Or like been to the ISS or something.
Very cool.
And he gets up there and he was like, yeah, I was in college and I dropped out. So then I went military and I went to the Air Force. Anyway, I was in space one day and that was pretty neat. So yeah, you guys do good. Like, it's like, what? Come back. No, don't stop there. It was ridiculous.
What was space like?
Yeah, you were in a rocket ship. Explain that. Yeah.
That was boring. I didn't like it. It's like, just lie. Say it was cool.
Do you remember the Right Opinion, that guest?
Was he British?
Yes,
I do.
And he does like storytelling videos, really like well-produced stuff. And I asked ChatGPT who the worst PKA guest was ever, and it called him out.
Yeah, I have seen him on some list people have discussed before. Yeah,
interesting.
He just because I like his channel a lot.
Yeah, I think he makes good content. This just isn't his format.
I feel like that about Larry Lawton. If you go to his channel, there's some good content on there, and it feels like someone got him like someone walked him through the story and edited the video or something.
I think his son did, right? He said like his son does editing for him.
That's who he's gonna send after you. Little Larry.
Little Larry?
Little Larry.
Little Larry's he's gonna tweet a picture at me of my house, and then I'll know that he's nearby. Ooh.
He's good with his hands.
It's wild that
I have no jewels.
It's wild that Kyle went to jail for a plant, but then this guy who robs diamond stores had worse jail stories. Kind of sad. No offense, Kyle, but it's kind of sad,
Yeah. He was terrible. I was embarrassed by him.
Worth of stories out of his 60 days because he's good at talking.
I was actively angry with him. It felt like he was self-sabotaging to like mock me. That's what I was like. There's no way that he's like bombing to make me look bad somehow.
There's the only people that there's 0% chance we could get back are the producer guy, and I was gonna say the hallucinogen. Take the guy whose like wife is. We could probably talk him into coming on again, and then you have to remember, Kyle, you have 4 kids.
Is it 3 or 4?
I think let's go 5, and then it will have been enough time.
I said 3.
Okay. I had twins recently. Sorry.
I had names ready.
Yeah. What were they going to be?
Bill, Diane, and Toby.
I was hoping it would be like Blinky, Winky, and Nod. Like,
you wouldn't believe that.
Just go to that guy. Be like, Kyle wants to say he's sorry on the show.
And if he questions any name, that's immediately a dead relative they were named after who died in a heroic way. And it's like, how dare you?
He was named after my aunt Susan, who was killed on an acid expedition in Puerto Rico.
I had no idea.
No idea. A fellow fallen soldier.
You remember
she left her children
relative?
with a pedophile. Yeah, I couldn't. Oh, and then the guy who I called out for not having actually been stabbed by his dad, maybe him too.
Wasn't that the guy who voices Woods on Black Ops?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
He was fun for the most part, except that was a baffling tale where he was like, and then my dad stabbed me with like a poker and it's sticking out of me. And so I run into the woods like you do when you're stabbed. And then I hung out there until like it cooled off. And it's like, I
stitched it up myself.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting here like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Show us the scar.
It's to show us the scar. It's like that.
Get naked on the show right now. Go ahead.
It's like me and her got it on. This guy I know, him and her did the wild thing. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. But you can imagine what it'd be like if it did, huh? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I'd rather do a show with Chris Farley's exhumed corpse than that producer again.
That producer's so funny. I like to think that he knew exactly what he was doing. It was too good.
Do you remember the show? The show looked like dog shit. And
it's Castlevania, right?
Yes, maybe something like that. He wrote himself into it as like a cool guy.
Castlevania is a good show. He wrote himself into some non-fucking sense that was crazy, and he was like the Tony Stark of the fucking show. It was live action, but I think there might have been some like various other types of media mixed in. It was like a fever dream to watch. I think there might have been stop action and animation mixed with live action, and none of it made any fucking sense. And it was so ridiculous. I didn't watch much of it, to be fair, but it was just clearly going to be shit.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say I might be misremembering, but didn't he have something to do with the whole Apu thing, or was that someone else?
Yes, we found out about that, or at least I did. At least I found out after the fact, because I would have had a fucking field day with this guy if I would have known that he was responsible for getting one of my favorite Simpsons characters, Apu, removed from the show because Apu had the crime of being Indian, racist much. And they're like, oh, he's a voiced by a white man. Yeah, because Hank Azaria, I think is his name, does an excellent Indian 7-Eleven worker. Like those guys didn't grow on trees in the late 80s. Like you find that guy and you find that guy.
Find an Indian man. Okay. They were rare.
Very
okay.
rare.
It's not like today where there's billions of
Imagine if there were like billions of them to choose from and you still went with someone like this.
Will you pay $5 million in episode?
I went back. I found that episode we did from episode 585 from 2 years ago. The producer and the top comment with 1.2 thousand upvotes is laughing at Kyle saying, "We are trying to engage you to discuss your projects more. I'd be happy not to talk about you if that's what you prefer."
I love it when Kyle does it. Kyle will flip a switch and decide this guest, like he just, what is it called when you cut the hook off? Cut bait, maybe?
Yeah, I turn off the politeness and geniality completely, and it's like, all right, now you're just dealing with me. So
there's one point during like it goes quiet. I think it was one of the times he asked about like video games or whatever. It goes quiet, and then Kyle goes, "This is going great."
This is going great.
Because I know the audience can feel it. I know that they feel what I feel. Like, especially the ones who are like audio only, perhaps, who are like in a car and it's all quiet and they're like checking their fucking like media player. Like, did it pause or stuff? Oh, they're just. Oh, it's awkward, huh? And I know it is. I know it is because that guy struck me as someone who had done so much cocaine that there was part of the brain that didn't work right anymore.
I don't remember the exact question, but I remember it being kind of well formed, like something I had put together, during the minutes coming up to it. And I asked him this question, we lay it out there, and he goes, "Do you guys like video games?" I was like, "What the flying fuck?" You're just gonna change topics on that?
Yeah, that guy was full of pregnant pauses, and just he'd be like, "So what does being a producer entail?"
All miscarriages.
Yeah, all miscarriages. 100% of them abortions.
I don't know why I don't do that. Why I don't come on here and you ask something and I'm just like, FPS Russia. Yeah.
You were that gun guy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, you did
accurate.
Yeah. He would start sentences with Sam. He'd be like,
"Oh, zing!
Being a producer entails a lot of things."
You may tell you what a producer does,
and there'd be nothing else.
A producer's a position that does wear a couple of different hats. Namely, if you're a real producer, then you're part financier and part guide to the project. This project is going off to meet your vision, not maybe the nuts and bolts, but you want a machine that does this. Okay, you don't care about the gears and the gizmos, the scenes and the lighting. You want this product, and you're financing it to some degree or another. That's what a producer does. Now, you can get producer credits if you're an actor and as a negotiating thing, because you're getting paid twice for the movie. That's a different thing. That's not a real.
Sometimes they make all the hiring decisions. You need an armorer, you need a cleaning crew, you need.
You got a casting director for that. There's lots of fucking jobs on that fucking set. I don't know why I'm cursing.
On that
we're getting fired him up again.
Fucking set. No, I'm just remembering how annoyed I was with that.
No, I'm right. They hire the production staff, is what I'm saying.
You can tell pretty quick who's a producer and who's a producer on stuff,
Yeah, sure. It's like, what's your producer? Oh, so like you're the nephew of a showrunner at Netflix? Yeah. Sweet.
You are the guy who made one phone call that helped the catering get here. So
yeah. I can't imagine like going on a show, even ours, like any podcast, as a producer of a Netflix show and not knowing anything.
Did you guys
like not being able to say any? I think I watched a clip, I believe, that Kyle sent in our group chat, and it was like it was literally like his own like suave character written in. Like it would literally be like, "Hey, Netflix, I'm doing a show and it's called Taylor, and it's about the coolest guy ever, and he's jacked and he gets all the pussy, and it's and every episode it's about how his war is not that he can't handle something because he's awesome and infinite and he can do anything. His problem is always convincing the people around him to accept that he's as awesome as he is." And it's like, that's not compelling.
I can't remember the storyline, but I do think it is the worst piece of media, written, television, or movies that I have ever consumed. I've never heard a song as bad. It was dreadful. It was
Shaggy's
super
Fake
bad.
Nuke was better.
It was way better. Way better. Yeah. I asked Shaggy what the worst TV show she ever saw was like a month ago, and she came up with that guy's show.
Wow.
I watched maybe 15, 20 minutes of it or something like that. And I don't remember it very well either, but he had made himself like the Tony Stark of the universe or something like that. And it was like, it was really ugly to look at and disjointed. It was like a fever dream. It made no sense.
It was a little bit live action, a little bit animated, and a little bit stop motion.
It was like an experimental,
just a ridiculous thing to put together.
Oh, big time! It was like an experimental student film. That's what it felt like. It felt like something you would watch at a liberal arts college on a Saturday night, and everyone would clap lightly afterwards and leave. You know, like it was bizarre that it was on Netflix.
I mean, if you search this guy on YouTube, a lot of it is just worst guest in PKA history. Like,
well, a lot of guys like that. Like, they never have a public face. Like, maybe in the industry, but not to like just people. So all it takes is one appearance on a podcast or a show or something, and it's gone. They're done.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
maybe not industry wise, but at least publicly. I don't hate the guy. That was just an insane interview. Every part of it.
You know who I'm legitimately not happy with? Hodor. He said he would come on the show and then he pulled out. We called him a bitch for like 5 years.
I would have liked to have spoken.
I don't know why he's
so
bad.
Yeah, why are you all sour about it, you big oaf?
He's like a gay club DJ, a gigantic one.
I'd love to like ask like Daniel Day-Lewis style questions to him, where it'd be like, my understanding is you actually didn't speak for the entire 7-year run, even in your personal life. Is that true? And he's like, no, of course not. It's like, oh, really? Like asking like disappointed.
I heard you lived on the land during that entire filming process, growing your own grain. Is that right? You ate lizards.
Is that right? I heard that you practiced for it by terrorizing Scottish villages and being chased with pitchforks and torches.
No, none of this is true.
No? So you have a problem with your weight.
No, it's true.
Just being rude as shit.
It's awful. Yeah, I really wanted him as a guest at the time because we were such huge fans of the show. And I don't think he had died yet. I think he was actively on the show carrying Bran around or some shit. Like he was a big part of the show in that season. Like he was one of the main characters.
It came about because he said he loved being on podcasts. So we invited him to our podcast and he said yes. And then maybe he watched the show. I don't know, but he got cold feet and didn't want to do it anymore.
I think he got harassed on Twitter by our people. They kept asking him, and he was like, "I said yes," and they're like he doesn't know how the internet works. I guess it's like they don't know you said yes, dude. And so for like days, people are asking him because people watching the show over the course of a week or 2 weeks sometimes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They probably still like watch that old episode and like let's ring him up.
Or he just got online and was like, lock and load. What the
These guys ripping on my thumbs?
This is pre-cummy days.
That would be so funny if we could get him now.
After the show, after he's
just 8 years after.
I hear they're making a standalone Hodor show. Is that true? No, not at all. Really? Because that'd be great for you, right?
I hear that you're doing a lot of DJ work at venues with sturdy stages.
So you're fat. Tell us about that.
Sounds like reword that question all night long.
I'd be like, I've been fat. I know how it is. Not like, but like just
you're like famous for being like weird looking.
Yeah,
now.
I've been fat. I've never.
They
been
saw you and they thought, retarded giant, perfect. He's the guy to cast.
Everyone hated you in Winterfell. You food grubbing, selfish giant. They were all terrified while you're stealing turkey legs out of people's hands. Is what I imagine it being.
And also your character too, not just
your character. Yeah, he was also roundly disliked.
We all watched the Game of Thrones spinoff show, the House of the Dragon.
I watched like 2 episodes, and then I was like, I'm not gonna get God again. No way. Not getting God again.
Oh no!
The ending
it's
of
worth
the
your
show.
time. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Wait, did you watch it?
Yeah.
No, I've never even seen Game of Thrones. That's how far behind the curve I am. Yeah.
At this point, don't even invest.
I just got around to watching True Detective for the first time.
Game of Thrones is better now.
No, the Game of Thrones, they ruined it.
Like, you mean the ending has set with you better since? Or
what it is some of my frustrations were how long it took for an episode to come out. There'd be seasons with only 6 episodes. So I need 6 bangers. And it was a year and a half, like in between seasons sometimes. So if you make me wait a year and a half for about 5 hours of content, then they need to be amazing.
It better go off. Yeah.
But on rewatching, when you're like taking down 2 shows in a night, if one of them isn't an absolute smash hit, it's still a good show.
I get that. You know, I kind of had that experience with The Walking Dead because I quit watching The Walking Dead because I got so frustrated. So then, and I'm talking like season 7, 8 or something like that. But then I go back and watch them on Netflix, and I'm like, now that I can just watch it, it's not as bad. Like, yeah, it's not as bad when I get like a just one character episode or whatever. I can sustain.
See,
it still went downhill, but not.
I never minded the pacing. I never minded the pacing with Game of Thrones. I wish it would be fat. You would want more, but I thought that was the charm of the show. That it always left me wanting more. I was never full.
Yeah, as long as that kind of filler stuff is good, you can normally get by with it.
I mean, I ate it up. I love all the minutia in that show. My problem. One of the reasons I don't want to watch the 3 Body Problem on Netflix is those 2 creators of the show and the direction they took that final season and the way that they had characters completely betray like not only all of their growth in one episode but each other. You know, the way.
Wait, are you conflating Walking Dead and?
I'm still just talking about Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. When
I'm talking about like Brienne. I'm talking about Brienne and Jaime. I'm talking about Daenerys Targaryen. I think all of that shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was infuriating. It upset. I haven't gone back and watched it, since watching that finale, that last episode. And I used to rewatch that thing all the fucking time. I watched the first 4 seasons a bunch of times, like over and over and over. I loved it. And I mean, I've got the books and the fucking, I watched all the YouTube theorem videos, like, ooh, is Tyrion secretly a Targaryen? And it's like, oh my God, if Tyrion like gets set on fire and he's standing there naked, dwarf cock hanging down to his knee, and he walks through the fucking fire, I'm gonna lose it. Like that. I'm thinking of magical things like that, and it never happened. But House of the Dragon, not to like go on a whole tangent because Wendigoon's not down with the Game of Thrones. You should get it.
I don't care. You can talk.
I'm spoiling.
I like hearing about stuff that I'm not into.
So it's saved by I'm spacing on the actor's name. He used to play Doctor Who. He's my favorite Doctor Who.
Matt Smith, David Tennant.
Matt Smith, yeah. Matt Smith is he's the whole show for me. He's like the brother of the king who's a bad boy, like a 45-year-old bad boy, I guess. Like he's just like whores and incest and capital punishment and riding a dragon and swinging a big cock and like there's a scene where they're doing battle with this guy whose whole thing is he nails you to crosses on the beach and lets the crabs feed on you. And the brothers, Matt Smith's been in this long, drawn-out conflict with the crab feeder, but the crab feeder lives in the caves, and the dragons can't burn them, and they have archers that fend off the dragons. And Matt Smith gets a letter that says the king is coming now. The king's thought this war's gone on long enough. Big Brother's gonna step in and solve this whole problem. And Matt Smith rages. And the next thing you see, it's just Matt Smith rowing. He's not on his dragon. He's rowing to that beach where they nail the people and feed them to the crabs. And he walks up to a big mound of sand so that the crab feeder and all of his army can see him. And he lays down his sword and they approach him. And he just goes kung fu mode and picks the sword back up and starts killing everybody around him. And the archers are shooting at him, but he's running through it. They shoot him 2, 3, 4 times. He's shot. He's breaking them off. He keeps running. And he's taking all of this damage and he's getting all of this focus so his dragons can come from behind and just burn everything at the last second. And it's wonderful. The rest of the show is about a little dirty whore.
Yeah.
And I like that too.
I'm pretty sure he like deflowers his niece or something. Yeah.
He's 17.
Okay. Well, I guess it's okay then.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
As Taylor says.
Let's just put that on Taylor forever.
It makes me uncomfortable.
What did I do?
You always
talk about how you love incest.
You bring up those Bible quotes about.
Oh yeah, you can't get me off of that stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, what Bible quotes about incest?
Armless as a lamb.
Oh, ew, gross. Yeah.
He goes on and on. It's upsetting. I don't like it. I find it blasphemous and upsetting.
Yeah.
I can't believe you, Taylor. Disappointed.
I'm sorry, everyone. So you said you were doing the Weird Bible series. Is that where you're going through I guess the eccentric
it's a podcast I have where like once a month we'll sit down and just talk about like different stories. Like we We just did one. The one we did tonight was about the Pharisees. The one before that was like on
topical
Strom guy.
Man, I'm just right there with it, you know.
Thank you, Kyle. Always just Johnny on the spot.
Because they're Jews.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Samson. Yeah, the strong guy. We did one about him, just like weird Bible stories and stuff like that. Because I have 3 podcasts now. It's absurd. I have that. I've got Creepcast with Meat Canyon, and then I've got the Red Thread with Charlie and Jackson Clark. So,
damn,
it's weird. I think last time I was on, I had 0. And now it's like, you guys are right. This is a good grift. Great idea.
Dude, next time we have you on, you'll have 5.
Then
a baker's dozen.
There's like I think Shaquille O'Neal just did one. LeBron James has one. JJ Redick.
You know what that should be called? Tall Tales.
Oh, that's fucking amazing. But like rich and powerful people are doing podcasts. Like they must earn more than us because to make it worth like Shaquille O'Neal's while.
So much more than us. Like
I think Shaquille O'Neal gets paid more than us.
Yeah, I think what happens sometimes, especially if there's like a Spotify exclusivity or something, they just have to say Shaquille's doing a podcast, and Spotify's like, oh, we'll pay blah blah blah. Like the contracts are absurd because that's what Joe Rogan did, right? He went Spotify exclusive for. Like I think
he's not anymore, right? Am I crazy?
So they just expanded it, and I think Spotify in some way manages or distributes the YouTube video. So now it's on YouTube, but it's still part of his deal with Spotify, and he got a couple $100 million more.
He's like I saw the Spotify, and I mean it's limited to Spotify, so who knows the iTunes numbers and all that. But Rogan is, I think, over 4 times bigger than number 2.
Yeah.
It's like average Spotify listens on his episode 15 million, and then number 2 is like 3 million. Something.
Did you
like
see
that.
the episode with Lex Friedman?
Now and then. It's Call Her Daddy. Is that number 2?
That was number 2, but like she was way behind, and obviously totally different markets there.
Did you see the episode with Lex Friedman where Joe gives him his watch?
No.
Lex Friedman's got a watch.
I haven't seen much Rogan.
I guess I don't remember exactly how it went, but Lex Friedman had like a crappy watch on or something, and Rogan's like, what are you wearing that for?
I think he complimented Joe's watch.
Joe takes his watch off. He's like, here, this is yours. This is your watch. He's like, are you serious? Thank you so much. It was such he was such a sincere thank you, because it was like he just handed it's like a $10,000 or $12,000 watch at least. I don't remember what it was, an Omega or something like that. But it was a really cool moment. I like that. I also like it's kind of the same thing when he had Elon Musk on. Elon was bragging about how fast the Plaid is or whatever, and he's like, tell me which one to get. You tell me which one to get. I'll order it tonight. Tell me which one, the fastest one. And sure enough, he had one pretty quick. I don't think he had to go through the standard ordering process,
It sounded like he bought it, because Joe tells the story like Elon did him a huge favor by coming on the show, and he wanted to return the favor by buying a Tesla.
Yeah,
and
that's a money making moves.
That's why really Wendigoon's going to buy Lock and Load after he.
I don't see much Rogan, but I like the clips of Shane Gillis on YouTube. Just like Shane Gillis, not necessarily like him, and he's so funny.
He's on.
He's got a show.
Now.
He has excellent delivery. I've heard about the show, but I watched this clip of there's like a drinking episode on Rogan, and Joe was like, and I saw like it was like interspliced with Shane talking about it on his own podcast, the Matt and Shane Secret Podcast, after the fact, and he's like, Shane was saying like, oh yeah, Joe, he's like Mr. Competitive, and me, I can throw back the BLs, the Bud Lights, and so Joe's like, I could drink with you, and I laughed at him and was like, no, you can't. You can't drink with me, Joe. And so then Joe starts trying to drink with me, and he like turns gray, like he's dying. He turns gray like he's dying, and he's like slurring his words and everything. And meanwhile, I've like tripled him up on my total BL number, and like you see, there's that picture of them doing the podcast, like from like the aftermath, and there's like every bit of 25 Bud Lights in front of Shane Gillis, and he's just like the only one there who's still like a little with it, and everyone else is throwing up, vomiting. He went in there and ran the table on him. You don't want to do a Bud Light drink off against.
You got to stay in your lane.
Yeah.
Gotta know your vibe.
A man's got to know his limitations. That's what Clint Eastwood said.
Yeah. He was the
He's
first one to say that.
spokesperson, I think so.
He was.
Right?
He is the Bud Light spokesman now.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know if he officially is. I thought I saw something about that.
Because I remember after the whole Dylan Mulvaney stuff, they switched over to Shane. Yeah.
Then they paid the
That's a pretty
UFC
good
$100
move.
million plus, and then they paid the NFL another $100 million plus, and now they have a can for every team, so you can collect them.
They've done that before.
Yep,
Coke has
and
done
they're,
that.
They're dropping all of those things simultaneously right now because a lot of people still haven't bought that beer because they put a transsexual.
Well, it's
on the
a
can.
problem is a lot of people switch to a different beer, and now they're just going to stick in that new groove.
So
So they're
Taylor,
like,
you're a subject matter expert on beer, like light beers. Is
Yeah.
Bud good? Is it?
no, like, but they're all those like big three are all pretty similar. Like Bud
disagree.
Light, Coors Light, Miller Light. Like, if you're gonna pro tip out there, if you're gonna drink a light beer of those like three major ones, go with Miller Light because it's actually lower in calories than all the other ones by like 10, 15 calories a can. Which if you're drinking a bunch of those, that
That's
really
gonna
adds
add
up.
up.
And they all taste the same, other than Coors
I
Light, which
disagree
tastes
so much.
I know you do, but Coors Light's the worst of the three.
I disagree on that too. So, like Bud Light is
How's it
has
going,
the
Chris?
strongest, hoppiest taste, the most bitter taste to it. It's my least favorite beer. Miller Lite is smooth. It has very little bitter hoppiness to it. And Coors Light is like a twangy Miller Lite to me. It's more watered down. I think it's less alcohol by volume. Like maybe Bud Light's 5.5, Miller's 5.5, and maybe Coors is sometimes 4 or something like that.
I think
4.5,
all the
5.
light beers are like 4.5, 4.2.
I think they're all the
Hard
same.
disagree
Yeah.
on that too.
Yeah. We could look this up. I'm not going to, but
There's no way we
But
could
we
find it
could.
out.
we're just talking about beverages, Chris. Just
Beers.
which is a much more
I like those.
appropriate. So yeah, beverages. Oh, can't get enough.
Kinda
Love
love
water.
Drinking
Yeah.
things, huge fan.
Drinking things.
Every day.
I like drinking a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You look hydrated. How are those, Taylor? I've got some of those orders.
I give 2 thumbs up to the Sprite Zero Sugar Chill, the Sprite Cherry Lime.
What's
Solid.
different about the chill?
Cherry
well,
lime.
it's cherry lime. Yeah, it's Sprite Zero, but with
Oh,
cherry lime added. They got their scientists together and they figured out how do we do this.
I don't know how they fucking.
And
did
it's gonna be like muskrat anus or something like that.
it.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
where the
it's like,
cherry comes
it's
from, or
actually made
raspberry.
From,
I'll never drink raspberry tea again because I was sitting in a Cracker Barrel one morning in Chicago with Woody over there, and as someone drank their raspberry lemonade, he's like, they get that flavoring compound from the anus glands of a beaver, and everybody's like,
I'm great at
"Fuck?"
parties.
Everybody gets out their phones. Breakfast comes to a halt. Everyone is Googling and
How'd
citing.
they figure this out?
I mean,
It's true though.
Someone
Everyone's
tried a
like,
lot
"You
of
know,
different
it's right."
glands.
They must have had like a Manhattan Project level of secrecy at the plans where they're like, no one better fucking
No,
spit.
I think it was
I
some
will-
guy.
Hang
Like,
on
some
again.
guy was like, "Hey
Larry-
guys, I was doing something, and you wouldn't believe what I just figured out."
It just fell into my mouth. Crazy story. Anyway.
Yeah.
Total
One
accident,
more time,
but-
Larry. How you figured out that anus gland tasted like delicious raspberries?
Everyone was talking about going down on beavers, and I got confused.
that'd be good for the presidential debate.
That's what they say about the first guy that milked a cow.
The country's
too.
in such a bad spot. Believe me. What are we sweetening our tea with?
Cherry
Lion Joe doesn't
Cherry
know.
soda.
We're using assholes of animals, folks.
This is what they don't want you to know.
This is what they don't want you to know.
How are they
Deep state.
figuring this out?
I heard
No
him
one
use that
knows.
line the other day at one of his rallies. The whole they're trying to get through me to get to you. I'm just in the way, and it's like that. That's a good line. That's a good line. You could see that charged up all those black actors he had standing behind him. Everybody was real pumped when he dropped that line. I've been watching his rallies lately, not for long periods of time. I pop in and watch like 2 minutes to see, is he coherent? Is he slurring his speech any? Mostly he seems like he's kind of like lazing his way through his speeches.
He's
like,
sing-songy. That's
yes,
what,
I'm reading from the teleprompter what it says in front of me.
Sometimes he gets caught. Like he'll
Yeah.
Back and
like
forth.
he'll be like talking to me. He's like, yeah, and then
Yeah.
the fuck?
He was
The
ripping
Gettysburg
on Joe
thing?
Biden doing like needing a teleprompter, And then his teleprompter got turned and he starts complaining, I can't do the speech. My teleprompter is pointing at you guys. Teleprompter's pointing at you. Like, dude, 10 seconds ago, you were saying you didn't need one.
I do like that Biden will just like read the nonverbal cues.
Yeah.
He'll be like, America is strong as I am, the strongest country in the world. Pause and look left.
Then he looks right.
The whole looking thing I didn't see, but I did hear the pause one.
I watch montages of it because it gets recommended to me.
He's got Burns hands now.
I see the Montgomery Burns hands a lot. There, it's sort of this old person don't want to fall down thing, and or maybe it's a motor function thing, like he doesn't like move his arms in locomote anymore. I don't know, but it's a bad look. I don't fault him for falling off his bicycle. If anything, that was a good showing for him. Woody's explained how those Woody's explained how those foot pegs work on the bike. And I've watched it back and it's like, oh, I'd have fell too. Like he has no choice but to fall. He's attached to the bike. He can't catch himself. He was smart enough seemingly not to put his right arm down and snap it, which is what would have happened. He just fell with the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine having a president in like a cast, like a fourth grader?
It's got signatures all over it.
I see casts so much differently. To me, they're like the mark of an athlete. Like the people who had casts growing up, those were the football players. Those were the soccer players. Like fucking video game guys didn't wear casts.
Yeah, but like if it would just be so funny to see like one of my friends like now in our mid 30s and be like, what the fuck were you doing?
Dude, like break an arm every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, Woody, you are the only adult I know that will be like, got a little too rowdy over the weekend again. You see, the problem was I was high in the sky where I don't belong. And
oh my god, have you guys seen that video of that guy like
that's
crashing
terrifying.
And almost dying?
Yeah, that spin down. That's all.
Yeah.
Anthony.
He knows that guy.
Yeah,
the most
yeah.
pain I've ever seen anyone in my life.
He cut those strings.
Yeah, no, that's Anthony Vella. His whole crew in Texas. They always fly at like 100 feet, and they're good pilots. But here's the deal: if you fall from 6 feet, it sucks, but it's a little like crashing a dirt bike. If you have a problem at 2,000 feet, then you have a lot of time to sort things out. Shit went wrong for him at, I'll make it up, 8,500 feet, and there's nothing you can do.
It's shocking he survived 150 with that rig.
Yeah, well, if you watch it, the wing caught and halted his fall once or twice, and but there was no time to sort it out. And I've watched so many I'm pretty good at paramotoring, and I've watched so many videos where it's like, I wish I could take their spot. Just take their spot, fix their problem for them, hand it back, right? And then they would have never had any trouble. Anthony's, bro, there's nothing you could do.
It was instant. He was immediately in something he couldn't get back out of in the seconds he had. It was done. He's so lucky to have survived. Crazy. And I didn't watch the whole thing, but the screams are pretty rough.
Yeah, he broke everything you can break. Like
Evil Knievel that shit. Yeah.
His arms busted up.
Like his back, his chest, his pelvis, his
he had a bunch of surgeries. I haven't talked to him yet. I owe him. He called me, and I haven't called him back yet because I suck. But
maybe we could get him like come on the show in his hospital room. But I got to get Zach to add that beep. and like if he gets animated, like when he starts telling the story, I want Zach to like amp it up. Beep 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 beep. That'd be a running gag that I would enjoy.
Fucking hilarious.
Oh, the listeners would love that.
He's a really nice guy. Veteran.
You don't know what they want.
I'm going to dip and go eat dinner and let you all finish out with Chris. But thank you, boys, very much for having me. It means a lot. Get on that worst guest episode. And also, James, love your videos, dude. Very nice to.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was going to say nice to meet you. I didn't want to interrupt, but.
Yeah, no problem. Y'all take care. Appreciate it.
Take it easy. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
See you, man.
I bonded over a girlfriend once watching a hour-long Wendigoon video, the LA shootout.
Yeah, it's a good.
Really?
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite historical events to like look over. There's so much footage of it, and it's so fucking insane. Yeah.
Is there a lot of good footage of the actual shootout? Not just the aftermath.
Yeah,
I think it's San Bernardino, maybe. Like these two guys took like drugs to keep them calm, like before they went
Muscle
into rob the bank.
or
and maybe painkillers too. And they walk in like full body armor, like
I saw this in Tarkov.
Yeah, it's just like it would be like in Tarkov if you took your best loadout in. That's what they did. They got they got full body armor. I think they might have leg armor, helmets, and machine guns, and they robbed this bank. And the cops have pistols and shotguns, and these guys are cutting cars in half practically with machine gun fire. The cops' bullets are bouncing off of them. The cops have to go to a gun store and get AR-15s so that they can fight these guys. And then the cops kind of go hard in the paint. They like roll up on them in like a drive-by type thing with cops popping out the side with machine guns and fuck up one of them. The other guy, it's hard to tell what happened. You could see it both ways, and I don't know which is true. It seemed like one of his hands had been shot and so was partially crippled, and he was trying to clear a malfunction with his in his handgun because he was down to his pistol at this point. And in doing so, he was trying to push the gun against his body to cycle the gun because he doesn't have the use of the other hand, and he shoots himself in the head in that moment. It's either what I said or he was just shooting himself in the head and it looks like the other thing. But one way or the other, he shoots himself. It was crazy.
Did he die?
No, he's still alive.
No. Well, I didn't know if it was one of those like blow your jaw off and spend the rest of your life looking.
He lost half his brain, and now he's on a podcast where he
And that man was Woody's gamer tag.
No, he's surprisingly little amount of deaths in that situation. Like almost no one died. Almost
other than him, really.
The two shooters died. Yeah. I don't remember if any cops died.
They sucked at whatever they're trying to do.
I think they only got hurt. I don't remember.
It was their first time.
Yeah, some cops got shot, but I don't think the cops died. But yeah, it's wild because there's helicopter footage of it all, and they're walking down the street, like switching targets and
shit. What they were in their heads? Was it like, what is the Tarkov mask that ruins your hearing?
Oh, I don't remember what they had on their heads. But in Tarkov, it's
8. Start with an A.
It's Alton.
Alton, yeah.
So Alton in RL is not something
mask
that stops rifle rounds, as far as I know. I think I think I've seen them tested. It's a ridiculously heavy thing that you're putting on your head too. It's heavier than a motorcycle helmet or something. I saw a Israeli take a round off his Kevlar this week. He's standing and it gets shot full on in the head, and he goes, pew! And he's just, what the fuck, and like steps back into cover.
I watched a video on how to stay alive in war, and the guy was an American soldier, and I clicked on it like, okay, let's hear your stories of how great you are. But it was pretty good, actually. And he talked about things that are probably basic to soldiers, like staying spread out and what the body armor that you can wear. He has a preference for the pelvis body armor. He thinks it's worth carrying. And he said the Kevlars, the helmet, they don't stop bullets. He's like, you might get lucky with a ricochet, grenade fragments, but rifle bullets will go right through it.
Oh,
depends on the range. Yeah, depends on the range, I would say.
And maybe the angle.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
if you just glance the side, it'll do it.
But I've seen a bunch of them eat rounds, in videos. Yeah, especially like when we were going into Fallujah and stuff, and there's some asshole with his head out the top of the car on that 50 cal, and he's just up there.
What are you
that
gonna
guy
do?
He gets shot in the head a lot.
That's a dangerous job.
I'd want 2 helmets. That's got to be the worst fucking job, right? You stuck out the top of this piece of shit. You're the only guy not wrapped up in armor and steel. You're just up there with a helmet on.
I don't even know what's safe.
Nothing's safe, but I don't want to be him.
He does seem like he's a magnet for bullet shots. But what about the IED? Is he a little bit safer, a little on top of the car, or less safe?
He's all exposed. I want to be in that thing, I think. I guess. I mean, I don't.
That's how you make a bomb, though, right? A little pressure and.
I don't know.
Safe.
I don't want to be. I just know I don't want to be him. I definitely don't want to be him.
Sounds like both suck.
Yeah.
Nah, war's cool, man.
There's no good way to get shot.
I've been watching it on Reddit. Cool. It's pretty easy. You just, I don't understand. I'll see the guy. He's all pinned down. It's like, dude, give me the controller. All right. Like, if I've been there on, that's my favorite Marky Mark quote. Have you heard him talking about 9/11? Mark Wahlberg's like,
No.
if I'd been on that plane, it wouldn't have gone down like that. That's what I'm telling you right now. It wouldn't have gone down like that. I love that. Just
Did you see that meme I sent you a few days ago where he's like AI does that Roman centurion? He's like, if I was there when they were trying to put Jesus up on that cross, I tell you, things would have gone down differently.
You guys like seen him on like Instagram, like his like the reels he posts, where it's like
no.
he wakes up at 4 a.m. every morning,
I don't
That-
believe it.
owns like a clothing
No, he
brand,
does.
where like from head to toe, it's his brand. And he's like, we have the municipal socks, we got the shorts, we got the shirt, we got the hat, municipal drip. I'm like, who buys this? Like,
Municipal fans.
Who's the market? So far,
No.
I've only sold it to my brothers. But
Dude, I'm not at all convinced the whole like grifter class that says they survive on 2 to 4 hours a day of sleep are telling the truth.
But he
Is-
posts like you can see him on their live, at 4 a.m. when he's like,
Yeah.
he's like,
he
rise
probably
and
just goes
shine,
to bed at
motherfuckers.
like 8.
I think he just goes
Daily?
to bed at like 7.
Yeah, I bet he's just like asleep by 7 or 8.
First of all, like you said, I want to know when he goes to bed. And two, I want to know, like, dude, I could get up at 4 a.m. tomorrow and make a post and lie like I do it all the time.
Yeah, but you got to do what he does on his posts. He's doing like crazy
Yeah,
calisthenics.
he's doing
and,
insane
like,
shit. He's like, I'm in ice. Like,
You see that White House chef? You know the one?
Yeah,
I'm
that
talking
guy's full
about?
of shit. Okay, that guy's clearly full of shit.
that
Yeah.
guy's roided up.
Yeah, Zach, can you
Yeah.
show us a picture of the
Cheater.
really strong
says he-
White House chef? He says he doesn't do
describes himself
steroids.
like a Vulcan. He's like, yeah, so I'm basically nothing but lean mass. I sleep 2 hours a day. I never work out, and I eat nothing but palm grass.
And I compulsively tell the truth.
Yeah, and I can't tell a lie. That's perfect. Vulcan.
Where do you see this
Vulcans
guy's
don't lie.
picture? Doesn't do steroids. Zach
Yeah.
will find it.
See if you can see if you, the viewer, those of you who aren't just listening, see if you can spot the problem here.
I think there's this whole sort of like
God damn.
grifter sort of, I don't know, fitness model type guy who claims that they get up at 4 a.m., that they extreme accountability, everything I do is great. And it just reeks of bullshit to me.
Yeah,
Dare you.
yeah.
You calling this man out? You calling out Chef Rush?
Not to his face.
Are you saying you want to throw down with Chef Rush? On
Yes,
the streets of
I will.
Baltimore?
I will. No, over the internet. I'd rather do it.
Woody
Oh, no.
challenges him to a swim race.
I challenge him to a Twitter debate.
That guy's got no fat for buoyancy. All muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
Not
his
gonna
problem.
work.
The lean, yeah, that holds him
So,
back.
Chris, any other absurd shows we should be watching with the express purpose to
so many.
laugh at?
MILF Manor season 2 is out now.
MILF Manor?
It was
Is
so
that a porno?
successful they went for season 2. I think we
So,
talked about that.
season
one.
one
where's
was-
that
yeah, it's
streaming?
like-
Motherless.com.
HBO Max, Fubu, Fubo. I don't know, a few
Manor.
few
I need to see
For us,
dumbass
by
ones.
us?
But like it's TLC, and it's basically season 1 was a group of moms, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna date some hot young guys, and then they found out it was their sons. They're all dating each other's sons. And you're like, okay, that's cool. And then season 2, I was at the gym and I saw on the TV, they were like, season 2, the twist is even twistier. And I'm like, how? And turns out,
All trans.
so there's all the moms and then these young guys who are not related. And then at the end, their dads show up, the guys, and they're all mixed in.
So the fathers are competing with the sons
Yeah.
in this incestuous
But the
war
dads are gay.
for MILF Manor.
Yeah, the dads.
Let's go.
fuck
The
sons.
fathers are
It's
competing with the
insane.
MILFs to fuck the
Yeah.
sons.
Yeah.
And they're
Oh, I
like,
like that.
Wasn't
it's
so
funny because like,
whatever
oh, sorry.
saw Steven's son. I'm glad.
And there's one like I made a joke. I always do this where I make a joke and then like I let it play out for like 5 seconds and then it's made reality. Where there's a dad, and I'm like, what if like one of these like sons and dads like just are on bad terms or like haven't seen each other for a while, and then that literally happened. This one guy's like, I haven't talked to my dad for 3 years, and I'm like, what a fucking awful way to
Yeah.
like handle this.
Yeah.
Doing this show.
So
But,
the
Generous
host is
fucking
like,
show.
don't you think you can reconcile with your father over this show? And he's like,
There's no hope.
I mean, he molested me so many times. It's like,
He left 20 years ago. No, there's no host. The
His
host
hand is
like,
on my thigh right now. Get off of me!
He's like,
When a
"How you doing,
host is a
son?" Gives
phone.
him a kiss on the cheek.
I thought we three-way with
Nuts.
this MILF. I didn't know he wanted me again.
You come
It's
to
a
me, you say you want a
package
father figure. I try to be that for you. Not like this, Dad.
recognize him.
They're naked. They're both hard.
It's a generous show, honestly. Like just something called MILF Manor says a little bit about Western society. I feel it can't be a good thing. It can't be a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
The Learning Channel.
The Learning Channel.
Yeah.
Oh my God! When I was a kid, it was surgeries on there. You learned how to
Yes.
do a like cornea
Tracheotomy?
transplant,
Yeah.
or I saw a guy get what's the thing where you not fertile anymore?
Infertility.
Castration.
Barren.
The surgery.
Vasectomy.
Vasectomy. I watched a vasectomy when I was like 12 on there. They're like using that endoscopic camera. So they're like in his ball sack, cutting his shit up. It was cool as fuck. Now it's MILF Manor. How dare they call themselves the Learning Channel? How dare they?
They had, I saw this clip of my monstrous sisters, or like 1,200-pound sisters, something like that.
Yeah.
It's like
No, it's
two
the first one.
enormous gals.
I know.
And
yeah.
There's a clip of them I saw on Twitter where one of the less enormous one, still huge, is like sitting there in their dirty house being like, and they're the people on, she's like crying, and you're like, oh, this is sad. And she's like, and I try to take care of the house and make it look nice, and then people saw a bug, and now people are tweeting at me and sending messages at me saying there's bugs in emails at me saying there's bugs in my house, and I don't like it, and it hurts my feelings. As this is happening, a roach crawls up the wall behind her. And like they keep that scene in. The psychopath filming that is like, yes.
Dude, you know they fucking released that roach in that woman's house. And like I got underneath it with a straw and went up the wall, fella, up the wall. There's no way the timing can be that awful for her.
I need to find.
Oh, that's so embarrassing. I've seen a couple of Twitch streamers have that happen where a bug will crawl over them, even like on their body.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that one clip you sent of Asmongold, one of the huge streamers, had a roach on him.
He's cleaned up quite a bit. I saw him on a thing recently, like talking about his dirty room. I think he's got.
Is that the one with the blood on the wall?
Oh yeah,
no.
yeah. Yes, I haven't seen that part of like the lore. But apparently his mouth was just bleeding all the time because he wasn't brushing his teeth or something. And he would wipe the blood on his walls.
Oh yeah, he'd like press on his gums.
It's like have swish some water around your mouth, like some
salt water maybe.
Why add it to the walls?
With a big bitch.
Ooh,
oh boy.
And that
I want my baby back.
That bug thinks it's at base camp.
Oh, it's on her fucking huge hippo thigh. I didn't see it at first.
Wow.
God damn.
I don't know if I have the flexibility to lay with my knees flat and
her hips have imploded.
Oh my God. What a out.
Like, come on. Like, would you swap bodies with this woman for $5 million?
How long do I have to stay?
For the rest of your fucking life.
Yeah, you need to fix it. It's a fixer-upper, Taylor.
No, there's no one. If you could somehow, if I could go without getting murdered, and you gave me every dollar in every currency that existed,
really,
I would not switch bodies with that person.
25 million? Like we could get you sorted.
25 billion. Make me Elon Musk money. No.
If Elon Musk was worth $25 billion, he'd jump out a window.
Yes.
He'd be like, this is awful.
Okay, give me 250 billion. And I'm still not gonna, because what am I gonna do with all my money? Just sit there splayed out like an obese baby?
Well, you're gonna start working on what you look
you're gonna
like
work on your mobility. You're gonna get in shape. You're gonna become an Instagram hottie.
Like that shirtless photo of him recently.
Actually, is Elon Musk fit?
Elon? No.
When you say instantly, is it like a year and a half old?
No, like last 6 months.
I have not.
There's a very distinct one.
I saw him very pale and oddly shaped on his yacht one time.
Yes, that's the one I know.
There's been a few.
But then again, he was on his yacht with a beautiful woman, if I remember correctly, jumping into some Icelandic lake purer than any water you've ever drunk.
Ugly old man could steal any of our girlfriends. So Thursday.
Maybe he is kind of right wing. I feel like that's going to bring him down in the dating pool these days. I think women will really care, don't you, Taylor?
I don't think so.
My favorite moment on one of those dating panel podcasts, like man right shows, whatever you want to call them, they asked this whole panel of like beautiful young women, like Donald Trump as he is, or Brad Pitt, but he works at Burger King. You have to marry them. Every one of them wanted Donald Trump.
Yeah, of course.
It was beautiful.
They want the billionaire.
Yeah, beautiful. That's a short-term investment too, right? Like, if I married Donald Trump today, how long would we stay married? 5 years?
For the rest of his life.
Yeah,
surprisingly
that's what
long.
I'm getting
like
at.
They're all sticking around. All those like old politicians, like
he's not going anywhere.
He's the fattest. He's the fattest president we've had in 100 years. I don't even know.
I've never seen Donald get stuck in a bathtub.
We had some real big fatties.
Obama was terrible. He was so fat.
Yeah, Obama. I forgot about him.
That was all CGI green screen. Fucking Disney was making him look that way. You think he's a thin man?
I don't think Bush was that fat. Clinton was fat.
No, not compared to Trump.
Yeah,
probably not as fat as
Clinton
Trump.
was actively running all the time.
He was also he's like
30 years younger.
This was like 30 years ago. So
like Trump Jr.'s age.
How is he still
a lot
alive?
of fat ones were like pre.
He's still not as fat as Trump.
Then who?
Carter's still alive.
Carter.
That's wild. I see
Carter
pictures
is
of him
barely.
recently. He looks
He
terrible.
could blow away in the wind.
Frankly.
Yeah, he doesn't look like.
Yeah, he doesn't look lively.
They tell me he is.
I would love to see him throw his hat in the ring.
Carter.
Be president again.
One
Carter.
time.
See him in the debates getting wheeled out there.
Then
he's the only one who didn't say anything stupid. My vote's for Carter.
Reagan was not fat.
Nope.
Movie star.
Yeah, I guess
Nixon was a little pudgy.
Yeah, but not
a little
fat.
pudgy.
But
Yes,
Woody's
Trump
right.
is smoking everyone in fatness.
Yeah,
For a
he's
long
50, 60
time.
pounds overweight at least.
Yeah.
Trump's definitely the fattest president in a long time. Maybe it was Buchanan or somebody.
He's-
That fellow who got stuck in the tub.
That
He had a
was
president so
Taft.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You got to go back then. Most of them have been.
Oh, Grover Cleveland, he was a big fat fatty. Teddy Roosevelt was fat.
You can say it's like pre like atomic bomb.
Yeah. I know none of these presidents are in color except
Good
Trump.
Yeah. And then you get way back. Actually, that was a dark period where we had a couple of really morbidly obese presidents.
There's like a peak.
There was Grover
like,
Cleveland.
People couldn't be that big.
Well, they didn't have
because
to
of
go
no
on
food.
camera, because they just had to show up on the back of a train occasionally and give a speech.
Although it's from before then. It's really the Nixon JFK thing that made what presidents look like important.
That makeup scandal thing with the first debates. Yeah. One of them looked like JFK and the other one looked like Nixon.
If people don't know, people who listened to that debate on the radio thought Nixon won, but people who watched it on TV thought JFK won. And it's because he was better looking.
Yeah, William Howard Taft.
He also wasn't sick.
The all-time leader in presidential BMI at 46.8.
I wonder what they used as Trump's height and weight, because that's a tough number to get some truth out of.
Well, I'll see when I'll see what rank Trump. Woody, guess all-time
Fourth.
fat presidents.
I mean, Zach wrote it in the chat, so.
Oh, okay. Well, you're right. It's fourth.
Nailed it.
Yeah, Taft 46.8 BMI, making Grover Cleveland look svelte at 38.4. Teddy Roosevelt 34. Trump 33.6. Chester A. Arthur. Who the fuck's this guy? Some fat idiot. John Quincy Adams. Ooh, and that must have been bad because John Quincy Adams, I think he was a teeny little fella, right?
Rotund.
That was before we
Little
really.
porker.
That was before you could like go see the president on TV or something because we were still electing short people and we don't fuck with that anymore.
Okay. Let's.
Apparently, Washington was a giant. Washington's
I've
like
heard
6'2", 6'3" or something, and would have towered over the average man by like 6 or 8 inches easily.
I choose to believe Washington was very fit. He had to have been, right?
Must
I
have
don't
been
know.
in his day. I mean, he lived in the woods and marched
just
a lot.
like insane.
He was a
it was
general.
like that Shane Gillis bit about him.
Oh, where he's like
guy's like-
lunatic. Yeah. Wooden teeth. That's a funny bit.
Dude, have you seen those teeth? They're in a museum.
How can we be sure there is?
What kind of question is that? Why do you always question the facts of the universe? You're like Mac asking if I went through the fucking documents about global warming or God or something. Like
have you poured through the documents, the studies, the literature?
I know, because they're like at the Smithsonian or the George Washington Museum, one or the other. It's something like that.
It's funny. As soon as I asked that, I'm like, why did I ask that?
How do you know? I don't, because they say so, and they have no reason to make it up. And
they're donkey and slave teeth.
Yeah, there's slave teeth in there.
It's like,
are they not all just wood?
No, it's a mixture.
Worse.
Ooh,
worse than wood.
Well, that is worse.
Slave teeth.
Slave and donkey teeth.
Yeah, slave teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I read today? I'm not sure. I didn't read the whole article, so I may got some of it wrong. But the original Pinocchio was based, I think, maybe on a puppeteer whose puppet used slave skin and hair, and it would come, and the tale was that this puppet would come back to life and haunt him or something. The original Pinocchio is even worse than the original Disney Pinocchio.
No way that's true. That's too ghastly. And I want the scariest thing about the Pinocchio lore to be the donkey part. Yeah, on that island. I hated that. I would
terrifying.
Sometimes go get a glass of milk, little 7-year-old me, and then come back at the end of that scene.
On drugs, that would be disturbing today, frankly. It gets pretty wild. They're like dancing around the fire, and he's talking about how he turns little boys into donkeys or whatever. It's pretty gruesome. And then he ends up in the belly of that whale.
That was a very
Zach. Did they skin slaves' faces and plop them on little puppets? Oh yeah, they sure did. Look at that. Look at that.
It doesn't look like
Geppetto was actually a slave master, and he made his puppets from slave skin and hair. Pinocchio was actually a possessed doll made from slave skin and hair, and he was actually seen walking around without Geppetto, and no one knows where the puppet is today. And there's a photo here of the puppet on the original real Geppetto, who was an actual historical figure, clearly, and it does not look doctored or comical at all.
What the fuck is that? Bring that back up. What the fuck is that little face in the bottom left? Did you see that? Open that up.
Yeah, I like the movie better.
No, not that. The other one. You bring no? Was that a little face? It looked like a shrunken head in the bottom left of the image. Did you not notice that?
I didn't see it. No, I was staring at the puppet.
Scroll down one. Yeah, look, what the fuck is up with this?
What is that?
Is that Beetlejuice?
I don't. What is that?
Where are you seeing a shrunken head?
See the bottom left of the underneath the puppet?
It looks like Kanye's being beamed to the Enterprise, and we caught him halfway between dematerializing or something. It looks
very like that Whack Pack member.
Man, I like the original so much better. Look at that gentleman on the right. He looks trustworthy.
Oh, Jesus, that guy was invisible to me. I'm looking for so long. So it's they're talking about the black and white picture just above the word green screen. What the fuck?
That's such an odd thing to do.
That's just his creator's watermark.
That would be the funniest watermark, like yourself looking fucking sleepy and out of it, badly photoshopped in. No, Geppetto was a good man in fact and fiction, and he would never use slave
what
parts.
Kind of name is Geppetto? Isn't that German?
Italian.
What?
Geppetto. Right?
It works. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that with like
no.
Hans. See, it doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
You need that sing-songy Italian thing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the Italians just scooting on past World War II. No one mad.
Right?
Did they change sides?
Yes, they changed sides.
Yeah,
at the end.
Good guys.
Yeah, dude, honestly, they should thank Japan. Because think about all the goodwill Japan gave Italy through Mario and Luigi.
That's fucking true.
I don't know why they didn't think about that.
Why didn't they make Mario a samurai? What were they doing?
They wanted like a fun, jovial plumber.
Italian.
Even in their mind in Japan, they're like, he must be a jovial and fun. He cannot be one of us. Who are those usurious allies in the war? They always are so funny.
Usurious allies. Yeah, they were pretty awful at like everything in the war. They immediately lost, and then they scooped Mussolini up and did him dirty. Like there's pictures of Mussolini. He's like hung from piano wire or something. His face is all shot off, and he's been like everybody in the village has taken a turn doing something awful to Mussolini.
Dude,
shit out of him.
There's never been a more for sure bad guy headquarters than Mussolini's. Like, I guarantee Hitler would show up and he'd be like, little heavy-handed, you know.
Have you seen the Reichstag? It's very nice. Everyone agrees.
Did you see my place? It's kind of like a normal-looking palace.
The eagle's nest? Look, wonderful.
Did you notice the big, giant, scary face I put on my headquarters? No, it's because I didn't put one there.
No. Show me the one that says like C with a big, terrifying Zardoz face on the front of the building. Yeah. Zardoz is going to go right over everyone's head, and good for them.
No idea what you're talking about there. I was thinking more of what that guy's name from Legends of the Hidden Temple.
That's the same thing. Yes.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid show. Yeah, Zach, bring that one up. The yes.
There we go. There we go. Now, just for fun, show me Zardoz. Zardoz.
Is this even their headquarters? Is this a different building?
I mean,
that thing in the left is really phallic, right? Is that just me?
Clearly just a cafe.
The erection.
All right, there's the Hidden Temple.
Yeah.
Which for those that who don't know was a show where children entered a video game by some means and competed for viewers' pleasure.
The Silver Snakes. I was a Silver Snake guy.
Yeah. And there's Zardoz. See the face there? In the background. That's also Sean Connery wearing a mankini like Borat.
He looks good in it. I can tell it's him now.
He gets a lot of pussy in this movie.
He fills that thing out.
Sick. It's like post-apocalyptic, and there's like the advanced race living in this secret bubble, and like all the men are like breeders. They're all out there like savages living this crazy wildlife. And that head comes forward and just vomits weapons to them, so that they just continually kill and fight. Always, there's a lot going on in that movie.
When you're when you're watching your shows, Chris, it's your job, and so is part of you like you're like out doing errands, and then you get home and like your girlfriend or wife or whatever is like, hey, let's hang out and take it easy tonight, and you're like, I have to watch MILF Manor. You know how it is. What do you think pays the bills around here? Not your for fun job, studying to be a vet someday. You know, it's me making fun of these whores.
No, yeah, it's work. I don't watch these shows like recreationally. Like, usually I'll watch it, write my jokes like with Google like voice chat, and write a script and bust it out. But I do not watch these recreationally. I just watch camping videos. That's all I watch.
What kind of camping?
Outdoor Boys, Mav, Xander, don't know his last name.
What do they do in a camping video?
Yeah.
What do you think?
They camp.
I mean, I'm sure they're out camping.
Is it like gear review that you enjoy, or is it
no? It's just like it's kind of like ASMR kind of thing, where it's like they're just like filming their entire camp out and like cooking and everything like that.
Is it like sometimes I watch this competence porn. Have you heard of that? Just people I watch woodworkers, for example, who are just amazing at their craft. Four Eyes Woodworking, 4 Eye Studio, something like that is one of my favorites. He's a Jewish carpenter. You might like him. It's just neat to see them design stuff and put it together and make a reality out of it. Primitive technology a kind of competence porn where you're like, oh shit, what's he gonna do next? Where's this headed? Saves it.
These guys are good at videos too, which is good. Like they're good at both, which is rare with like being good at anything and like making content around it. But yeah.
Do they have to be modern camping for you to be into it, or do you fuck with like primitive technology too? Because I love that guy's channel.
Luke, the guy that does Outdoor Boys, he like does like survival and camping. Like he does both. So like he does both types of videos. But yeah.
Well, you kind of like some of the shows you watch, because I saw you kind of poking fun at Doomsday Preppers. Yeah. That's kind of a form of survival.
I mean, I like most of the shows I watch, like to a certain extent. Like it's fun watching them.
Do you have like your shows, or are you always on the lookout for something else that'll be fun to make fun of?
I just rewatch like old shows like Office, Breaking Bad, like stuff like that. Like I don't watch a lot of new stuff, but there are some shows that I watch, like I think I've mentioned before, like Mountain Monsters, like Airplane Repo, these insane fucking shows that are actually like so fun to watch. But
I was watching the British version of Cops for a while. No, it was and then one where they did repos, and I came to this conclusion that man, things are just so low key over there. The consequences are so much lower than they are on the streets in my country. It just seems like the worst thing that could happen is someone could get a bloody nose over there. like nobody's got a gun. Like they heard what they thought was a gunshot and everybody ran the fuck away, cops included. They called in like special forces. Like was
it just an acorn?
It was something like that. It was a car backfiring or something, or it was, because someone didn't want their cars repoed, so they were trying to scare off the cops, and they succeeded. It just seems very low consequence over there. Whereas
they also always never want their car repoed.
Like we have gun battles in our streets on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, not that there'll be one in your neighborhood, but there'll be one every day in your country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, every night you can go on TV and watch 2 or 3 gunfights.
One thing that was insane was sorry,
mine wasn't that. I think I was going to change topics a little. Let's do yours.
I watched Wife Swap UK recently. That was fucked up. This guy was like borderline abusive, and also I forget that over there they don't censor. So this guy's like, "You shut the fuck up! Get the fuck out of my face!" I'm like, God damn.
Wow.
What was he doing?
Yeah.
Oh, just verbally abusive? He wasn't even getting handsy?
Yeah, this guy, he was close.
Yeah, when I hear wife swap, I'm expecting something saucy.
Yeah.
No,
that's what that's how they
bait you in.
That's how they bait you in. Nobody's getting fucked. Except for the kids who have to live through this shit.
Yeah.
I had a girl message me on Instagram.
Jane and Steven have 4 children who are desperate for someone to look up to. So their parents signed up for a TLC reality show where their entire lives will be aired out for a bunch of miscreants and retards to make fun of.
I got a message from one of the babies that was on an episode I covered. She was like, "Hey, I was actually on the episode." I'm like, "Oh,
how horrible for you."
How's life been since then? Oh well, Dad killed himself.
Actually,
and he took Mom with him.
And I'm stuck in this damn chair because the good Lord didn't take me to the bottom of that lake with him.
But he did take my legs.
The one message I got recently that was actually I think is going to be good is the guy from 1,000 Ways to Die that I did the video on, where he was the self-proclaimed chubby chaser. Like that was his fucking lower third. He was like, "Hey, I was the chubby chaser on that episode. Do you want to talk?" I'm like, "Yes, please." I would love nothing more to
you'd never
talk
ask.
to you. So
what do you
I'm gonna
like
try
most about them? I like when they're fat.
I didn't know that was going to be my lower third.
They get sweaty.
Yeah, exactly. They do some people dirty with that Chiron under their name, where it'll be like Edgar, resident pervert, and they're talking about like pornography or something.
Piece of shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deadbeat dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really watch shows like that anymore.
Did you see they're going to go for a new Shogun, or at least they're talking about it?
I did. He signed on. It's done. I don't know where the story will go from there, but I'll watch it and everything, but I have no faith in what's coming. It'll be more of the same. Amazingly well done people talking in rooms, and a sword fight and a titty per episode. And that's a pretty good show. It's just not the home run that I was looking for. Give me a battle of the bastards at the end of that thing. I want to see cannons from the ships coming in as the Deus Ex Machina. I want fucking like cavalry out of nowhere. I want sword fights. I want the old guy to have to pull off some Yoda shit where he puts down his cane and he's really good with the sword even though he's 60. Like I didn't want the hot chick to die. Obviously, I want her out there with her spear too. I want
her back.
Yeah, and I want the white guy to have so many pistols on his body that he doesn't need to, and he's just walking through the samurai. I wanted a moment that would be like Indiana Jones, where the baddest samurai, the one that's been built up this whole time, gets his big fucking sword out and does swings it around, and then our homeboy just blows him away with one of them black powder pistols. And we got none of that shit. It's
not as greenlit as you said it was, though. So that guy Sonata, he signed on. It's called an if-come deal, meaning will you do it if we ask you to? And he said yes. They haven't written the stories, so FX, the network that's making it, needs to see the creative, which I assume means the script or some storyboards, and then give it the thumbs up to decide to greenlight it. So that's where we are now, waiting for the creative.
There are more books in that series, but they don't involve him as far as I know, because he dies like a few years later. I don't know how many years it is. I think he died in 1613 or something like that. I'll watch it. I loved the show up until that last episode. That just felt like such a goddamn letdown that there wasn't a fight at all. And you know, it did that thing where you were like, oh my God, time's running out. We're running out of time here. They don't have enough time for a battle and then the after scene of the battle and then the scene after that, which is what you need to close the show out at least. You know, all right, the battle happens, everybody's healing up, we say some cool shit to the people who survived, and then all right, you know what? The ship is yours, white guy. Take your ship and your crack crew and do as you will. And he looks at the camera like, the Dutch are fucked. And like you see the Dutch fucking like religious guy like run away, cower, and like, oh, cool. That's the show I'd watch. I'd want to watch the white guy go on, take his black ship and go fuck
the whole
with
thing
the
led
Portuguese.
up to the big battle at the end. And when there was no big battle at the end, all the lead up episodes got worse.
Blue balls. Like I was and I don't see anyone else upset, so maybe we just don't get it. I loved all of that show. I felt like it was so well done. I had no complaints. There was nothing for me to complain about. Even the CGI was okay. But Jesus.
It was like a different kind of Ocean's 11 where every character is so clever. They've thought of every alternative. They have this all mapped out. And sure enough, the bad guys are doing just what we expected them to do. It seemed like they had a twist, but really we had a contingency plan for that. And then at the end, there was no robbery. You know?
Yeah, I felt really let down by that. I'm so disappointed. You know, I remember looking at my girlfriend and just being like, what? That's it. And she goes, what? Huh? She'd been looking at her phone. I was like, the show's over. No.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't do the whole thing. What was this about? I don't know what it was about. I have no idea anymore.
My wife was like, that was a Kyle pick. Mark that one down as a miss.
Okay. Oh, something you will like. I don't know if you have access to it. If you have Paramount, maybe. They're called Trek shorts. And it's kind of like Black Mirror, but for Star Trek. So some of them involve the crew from Strange New Worlds, maybe 3 out of 8, but the rest of them are like, one of them's like animated and like tells the story of a tardigrade that lays its eggs in the Enterprise and the security system's trying to kick it out. It's like a cute Pixar thing. But the rest of them are quite good. There's one with Rainn Wilson he's the guy that's Dwight from The Office. Yeah, Dwight's I think it's Harry Mudd. He's this character from the TNG, the original series, who's like this master con man or whatever, and the whole thing is him pulling this huge con on some bounty hunters and stuff, and it was really good. Trek Shorts, I think pretty sure it's what it was called. I had never seen it before.
It's on Plex. I'm about to cancel my Paramount Plus. I tried to watch it recently. It has a show I wanted to see, and it had like 3 minutes of ads at the start of the show.
Oh.
It's like, fuck. Like, I pay for this. I'm a paid subscriber, and you're trying to blast me with ads?
Yeah, I think I've noticed it has some for like their stuff, like they're advertising Paramount Plus shows, I guess. In there, I don't know if you're getting like Clorox or Coca-Cola ads or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, I don't like that either.
Like, and plus, people have to know how much an ad is worth, right? Like, an ad on YouTube is worth about 0.2 of a cent, right? Or like 0.002 of a dollar. So to hit me with 3 ads and you guys like this is less than a penny when I'm already paying you like $14. Oh, fuck off. You know, you just got another, like, you hit me with 10 more ads and you'll get 2 pennies out of me. And I already pay $14 for this shit. Like, I can't understand how frustrated I am by this.
I either don't get ads on my version or I think they're just ads for like other Paramount programming.
Which HBO does it right. HBO shows you an ad for something they'd like you to see with a skip button over it. And sometimes I'm like, oh, actually, maybe this could be my next show. Okay. And other times I skip it because this one's not going to be for me, which is, I can deal with that.
I watched a Tom Hanks World War II movie last night called Greyhound. Apple TV made it. And it was nominated for some Academy Awards, so I wanted to see it. And it was okay, I guess. It tells the story of he's the Tom Cruise, or not, I don't know if I said Tom. It's Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is the captain of like a battleship that's doing Overwatch on this big fleet of ships that's sailing from the United States to England during World War II. And so they're being hunted by German U-boats. And the U-boat guy is like coming over the radio, like taunting them. I am the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf will feed on you tonight. I hear your friends scream as their boats sink. And he's sinking their boats one by one. And it's pretty good. But I guess it felt small for what it was. Like I noticed that we don't get to see a lot of the captain like walking around the ship. And we're just kind of like in the whatever the bridge is on the battleship a lot, and then the rest of it is mostly CGI shit happening in the water. So that part I didn't love.
Big. That part I don't like. I watched the Tom Hanks thing with the pilots recently, and my god, every episode people are like, none of the bomb runs ever went smoothly. People couldn't even drive or fly from one airport to the next without getting lost and accidentally going over France or Germany or something. And every time they land, the winds were at like 80 miles an hour and it was hard to put it down. There was always a catastrophe around every corner. And I'm like, this just feels lame to me.
My thing was historical. Like, you know, there's like multiple U-boats reported sank, and, you know, multiple US and British mercantile and other ships.
Is that real?
The what?
The taunting?
Oh, I don't know about that part. I didn't like search it, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty good, but for what it on the surface when you describe it's like, yeah, it's a World War II movie where Tom Hanks is the captain of a battleship fighting U-boats at sea. You're like, oh my god, this sounds like is it like a new Saving Private Ryan, huh? No. Like
now they took you out of a YouTube budget on spin on a Tom Hanks movie.
It's an Apple Plus show. Like I think they're the best in the game at making new programming that's high quality. And I really like Silo. I'm looking for more of Silo. I love that show a lot. And there's a bunch of shows on there. I'm struggling.
Sci-fi one.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one that got
watched
scrappy at the end?
Yeah.
It didn't end. It like, you know, they got to the end of the first season, and then it's like, oh, what's coming next? And it was a good ending. It was a cliffhanger.
Are you thinking of Shogun, Taylor?
No,
the Japanese one.
Oh, I'm thinking
of From.
Yeah, the woods.
Yeah,
one.
From's coming too. From season 3 coming up in like a month or two or something. I think I
not watching that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I want
to watch the Jake Paul fight with the boys. That's the next thing I'm like big looking forward to.
When is that?
July 25th.
Yeah, July.
Okay. Doesn't Connor fight before then?
Oh,
Connor might fight before them. I want to see Connor fight too. But that Mike Tyson
July 20th is the
Mike
Jake
Tyson
Paul fight.
Yeah, that's going to be big business. I bet it's going to be I said it before. It'll be the most watched boxing match, maybe most watched fight of all time. Streaming free on Netflix. Like Jesus, everybody's going to watch that thing. Mike Tyson's such a pop culture icon, and so is Jake Paul. Like they have a huge audience. They're going to pull with the curiosity factor, and it's
I don't even know who's the A side.
I don't either. As far as like internet pull or like
pay-per-view pull,
yeah. Well, there's no pay-per-view though, so that's what's so cool about it, that it's free on Netflix. That's why it's going to be monumentally big, and it's going to be big business for both of them. And man, if they could have a strong fight, like a good competitive fight back and forth, a slugfest, and it's like a draw, ooh, then we just double our money.
Did you see the gloves?
I did not.
They're big. I think they're 14-ounce gloves. Like 16-ounce gloves are training gloves. Like that's what you'd spar with. A common fighting size would be 8 or 10.
Yep.
So 14 seems done to prevent knockouts.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I want to see. I want to see Mike Tyson, do that thing, that Rocky Balboa shit. But I think what's most likely is that Jake Paul is going to fuck him up. I just don't see it going any other way.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could be right. Every time I watch Tyson, he looks amazing, and I am routinely fooled by boxing hype.
This is the year of Jake Paul and Donald Trump. They're going to be big winners.
You think they're going to collab?
I hope so.
Do a fight?
He does need a VP.
I think Jake Paul takes him. I think Trump's too old.
I think definitely. If he can get through, Tyson, he has a good shot against any of our elected officials.
What about that guy?
Logan Paul
what about that one guy with like robo legs though? Like those are titanium.
No, he killed someone and he's in like South African
Robo
prison.
legs.
Yeah, the guy, he has no legs. He wore shorts the other day on the floor. He had the robo
heck.
legs.
Wait, what? We have a guy with blade legs in our Congress?
Not blade legs, more like robo legs. They're like titanium shin bones that go down to titanium feet that attach to like his stubs.
How have I not seen this dude?
I don't know. He's kind of a beast.
I know one-eyed guy.
Yeah,
from-
different guy.
Yeah, that's a different guy. He's got
Yeah,
legs.
this guy's got both eyes.
Wow.
Yeah, can't sneak up on him.
No. Would you rather have a missing eye or missing both legs? No, one leg.
Fuck. I'll lose the leg.
I think I'm going to go
Ooh, eye.
leg too.
My brother doesn't he can't see it of his left eye, and he seems fine.
Can he drive?
Yeah, but he
all
never
right?
knew. Did he used to have an eye?
No, he was
See,
born.
then he
like,
doesn't know what he's missing.
work.
Of course, he's fine. He could be born without a face, and he'd be cool as long
He
as
has a
nobody's
license,
laughing.
okay?
Yeah.
I remember when I lost access to my eye for a few days. I had to wear this goddamn eye patch after all this surgery, and it was so hard to like watch TV and not feel like it was a weird depth perception thing. To drive was like constantly like getting my good eye
you have
around to
to,
every blind
like
spot.
turn around all the way.
Yes.
What's so fucking funny is like the eye doctor, like when he was a kid, he was like, maybe we put the patch on the good eye and it'll kind of train the bad eye.
Mhm.
He just couldn't see for
Yeah.
a long time.
It was a real
It
Dr.
didn't work.
Mengele he was dealing with.
Yeah.
Perhaps if we drill a hole in his brain,
Yeah.
we
You
could
know,
inject
running
some
into shit.
trying to be silly. He's like,
Mhm.
yes, I'm your eye doctor, but for everyone else, I'm their eyes doctor. Yes.
Yeah, look here, Taylor. Look at
No,
homeboy
he's
here
all
with
right.
the robo legs.
He
Did I
literally-
find
no,
Brian?
he's
Brian
all right.
Mast? He's the guy.
Well, no, a different guy with robo legs. Of course, that's him. He's got robo legs.
He has blades too.
I've never seen the blades.
I'm watching a GIF of him running.
What a beast!
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
dude.
Well, you wouldn't
The
say that if you
blades-
saw him navigate stairs. He looks.
Isn't that the
terrible.
guy that showed up? In
He's
the
like
IDF
hanging
uniform?
on everyone around him. What
the
did you say?
blades never
Isn't
get
he the
taken
guy
off.
who showed up with his Israeli Defense Force uniform on?
I don't know. I don't
Oh,
Is
know.
that where he lost him?
No, it wasn't.
I mean, I don't know. It's just so interesting knowing
he
that like you
Purple Heart?
can pick your shoe sizes. You can decide like, you know what?
Mm.
I look better with
That
a
is
size
not how
12
tall he
than
was.
size
That is not how
13.
tall he naturally was. You know, he was like 6'3". Let's
Oh
go.
yeah, he picked his height.
Yeah.
100%, and he's earned that right. Hoorah!
I suppose he has. He's earned it. Freedom don't
Yeah.
come free. But he
Mhm.
should have 2 Purple Hearts. I'm gonna say that right now.
I bet.
Mm.
Ooh, I always when I see the no leg people, I'm always like, how bad's it get the further up the thigh? Like,
I hope
what-
it's a smooth stump up there.
I hope it's a nice, smooth,
Like,
good.
You know
stomp.
what? I would have opted for bigger calves. Right?
Yeah.
You can have any calf you want.
You're
Fucking fill them
ridiculous.
out.
No, I wouldn't be
You'd
caught
have some big
dead with
springs back
regular
there,
legs.
some hydraulics.
I'd have enormous blade legs. I'd be 7'1". People would gawk, and I'd
You'd be
tell
like those
myself it was
Africans.
fear.
Like those African tribesmen who avoid the venomous snakes with their stilts.
Yes,
Oh, he is the guy.
is that what they do?
Yeah. They all walk
GOP
around on these creepy
congressman-
stilts to avoid the poisonous snakes.
Kyle, this is your guy, Brian Mast. GOP congressman says dead Palestinian babies are not that innocent.
He just like Britney
He's
Spears
just
said.
asking questions.
In the words of Britney Spears,
Bye.
baby,
Yeah.
you're not that innocent.
Palestinian babies are not innocent civilians. They are terrorists who should be killed.
Is that a quote from him?
That's the thing is, it doesn't have a quote marks. The terrorists does. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, so it was. If it was a quote, they would have thrown those quotes on there because that's a brutal one. These babies, don't get me started on these babies.
Sick fucking
I think-
kids.
Oh, wait, all right. It's a back and forth. It goes like this. When asked if you've seen the images of Palestinian babies killed in the attacks, Mass says, these are not innocent Palestinian civilians. The babies? They asked in astonishment. 500,000 people starving to death have elected a pro-Israeli government. When one protester points out how much of Gaza's infrastructure has been destroyed, Mass says, and there's more infrastructure that needs to be destroyed. Do you not hear me? There's more that needs to be destroyed, he says again for emphasis.
King.
This guy loves. This guy can't get enough war. He loves it.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
The
guy's
context is really helping.
I just think that we feel differently if it happened to us and the Mexicans had come over and killed all the people and they committed the biggest mass shooting of all time in Dallas.
Yeah, if things were different, they'd be different, but they're this.
Well, I'm just trying to get into those Israeli shoes, those sneaky Israeli shoes.
Is he really? Is that why he's so
No, he's just a red-blooded, God-loving American who knows that that's the promised land and that those rascally rabbits came over and raped and pillaged.
He puts on his pants the same way everyone else does in the morning, very slowly.
And kills a lot of people.
He kills a lot
because of the legs.
Because of his legs. Yeah.
He wears those shorts, which I feel like is cool.
I get up in the middle of the night and I hop to the bathroom to pee.
Those legs are those legs are either 20 grand each or 40 grand each, something like that. They're like super expensive.
Wow, did fucking Lockheed Martin make them?
They're made of titanium.
Ooh, you know what I would want? I would want my legs
and strong.
I would want
doesn't rust.
I'd want like titanium legs, like kind of my show legs, but also like my day-to-day legs. I think I'd like want something unbelievably heavy, like tungsten.
Wooden, like mahogany.
No, tungsten, and they're so heavy that like the rest of my body becomes powerful.
Oh, what these my lead legs?
Yeah, not lead. That's a little gauche. Tungsten.
Gold.
Which we've talked about tungsten being the coolest of the metals.
No, not gold, Woody. That's not practical. All right.
It's very heavy. He's trying to be
practical, like
tungsten. No, tungsten is
okay. You got me.
A cube of tungsten that's like 3 by 3 inches.
What about crystal? What about a solid crystal?
Mine are mercury, and I made a huge mistake.
Oh, I've got it. I've got a dinosaur fossil. The dinosaur fossil of its leg. You have dinosaur legs for your legs.
I mean,
they're not the same height.
You're walking with dinosaurs. Nobody does it like you. You're in the footsteps of a Tyrannosaurus.
I like it. Just giant feet.
Man, I'm so jealous.
No, you don't get the dinosaur feet. You just get the shin bones.
Oh, I'm out again.
Why would you need dinosaur feet?
Why would I not with my dinosaur legs?
They're not.
I'm gonna put my fucking Nikes on those.
I don't think you realize how crucial feet are to the whole operation of walking.
Shin part. That's the dinosaur.
Part of it.
This is so simple.
Blades work better.
No, I get it, but like the dinosaur leg bones. Yeah.
Well, they're not bones. They're fossils.
You know what's really cool?
That's straight.
Having both your legs.
It's pretty. I
was gonna say
I let the diabetics though.
I'd rather
they won't listen.
They won't listen. They love those candies. They can't get enough. Can you imagine? So a doctor's like, "Hey, so we've had this conversation 600 times over the past decade, and if you want to keep your foot, you've got to lose weight and stop with the candy." And he's like, he's the guy in the fucking Deal or No Deal. It's like, no deal. Like, just no. I'm gonna. Oh, what's that? No, not for this guy. Not for all this guy.
Where did you get those ho-hos?
Do you have them in the? I thought you were open.
Full-size baker's cupcake you have there.
If you really wanted me to quit lollipops, you wouldn't have had them at the front desk.
Yeah. Jesus Those are meant for everyone, sir.
He's got the whole barrel.
He's got a holster with one of those big like turn of the century lollipops that he just takes out and take a couple licks.
Like the coin dispenser, like
yes, he's ready for every vending machine. Fastest coin finger in the West. Snickers in my mouth. Yeah,
I love the idea of going to an arcade with the coin dispenser.
That's cool. You know that guy games. If you're gonna do that though, you better be good. You can't be
go to arcades anymore.
If I was good, I wouldn't need this many quarters.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you guys have been to an arcade before, but like recently, but like it's just slots and like tickets. Basically, it's like there's no like fun games anymore. It's all just like ticket-based games.
Oh, even as a kid. Like I didn't get roped into the ticket-based games at Chuck E. Cheese as much as a lot of the other kids because like all the good games wouldn't give tickets. So like if you wanted to play Jurassic Park in that moving seat, like it's the best game far and away that they had, but there were no tickets involved. If you wanted tickets, you had to do that horse shit where it's like slam on the button as soon as the light passes your little window of the two, luminescent tubes. Hated that.
It's like everything you can win is like pretty lame or like under $20.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's all
in real life money.
It's all trash.
Yeah,
There was like an N64 box at the top that was like the golden hope, and it was like an
3
amount
million
of
tickets.
an amount of tickets like that, like a fraudulent amount to demand of that. Like this is like, oh, if you get the jackpot here, you get 480 tickets right now. How much is the N64? Oh, it's 41 million tickets.
It takes advantage of kids who don't know big numbers, right?
Yeah.
Like, ooh, I have 100. That's got to be like a big portion of 20,000. No.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
It's like you.
But you
I
can
could've
get this
robbed-
USB 3 cord
Yeah.
for your phone if you want.
And then like I would fall into the trap with my tickets, like as a young kid at Chuck E. Cheese, where I'd be like, all right, we wasted all of our coins on the T-Rex game again. What can we afford? Well, we can afford nothing good, but we can afford a lot of bad stuff. And so it'd be like, all right, 20 cloth rings and 15 rubber poppers. Do you remember those?
Oh, yeah. Those
Were
are
you
actually
invert
20
those?
Chinese finger straps or finger
Yeah.
traps.
Give me,
Super balls.
Give me some
Yeah.
Super Balls, some Chinese finger traps, some of the rubber poppers, and then this plastic frog toy that you could flick the back of it and it would kind of hop, like mostly. Yeah,
Those,
some
the
dog
sticky
shit,
things
yeah.
you would flick at stuff and they'd stick
Yeah.
to it. It's like,
Like the hand.
yeah.
It would say on the package, it'd be like, instantly gets disgusting. You won't believe it. Like it's marketing. It could pick up every germ that's ever been in that area. And bring it back right to your face.
every germ at the arcade. Seriously, get like the joystick and
Yeah.
the
I
toilet.
remember like swinging those, trying to like slap at friends. Like they'd have one too. And if you even made contact with someone, it rips off, breaks.
I would always get them stuck to the ceiling in my parents' living room. It was really high vaulted ceiling, and they'd be stuck up there forever.
You just ruined it. Just throws it on
It's
there.
just stuck. You like flick it up there, and then it would like slip out of your hand, or it would snap off, and now it's just stuck up there forever.
Dude, I was.
Remember, even as a
Oh no.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, even as a kid, I was like, anytime I won like a thing for like cashed in or whatever at those places, it was like the fun lasted like a day. Like before you're just like, I fucking hate this
Yeah.
thing.
And there was a different, like, as soon as you got home from like not Toys R Us, from like Chuck E. Cheese, all those toys that you had there, like that you got with your tickets, you'd immediately be like, oh, my regular toys are so much better than this bullshit. Like I'm going to play with my regular toys. And I remember in like, I guess I was 10. So that's like 5th grade. Our teacher didn't know what the hell she was doing. Like, it's funny looking back and realizing like, oh, that was like a 22-year-old girl who like had no idea what the fuck was going on in life, just teaching us.
Nice.
And there were these little like rubber eraser men. I think everybody had those. They were just eraser people, tiny little eraser people, and they were in different colors. And they were one of those bullshit gifts, at least at my school. There was like, oh, you got your like, you did well on your spelling gift. Come to this little box, and you can like take out a Chinese finger trap or like some garbage. And it was like these little eraser guys, and there were a ton of them for some reason. And so all the boys started collecting all these, and then we built little forts on our desk, like battlements, and the teacher at first encouraged it like as an exercise in creativity, and she made a mistake because Ford and Joe started like a Cold War going, where like it started out just like a small little fort, like a little like looked like a garage, and then the next day now a third of the desk is taken up, and there's 3 stories to it, and there's like tubes of cardboard sticking out like guns. And then all the other boys were like, this is awesome, like this is so cool, we all should have. And so there was a period for like a couple weeks where every boy in the class had like an index card created base with different layers, different levels, like battlements. People would like cut like spires into the top, like a citadel, and then you could put your little eraser men on there and decide like who was going to win and whatnot. And then if I recall, Joe, the firepoi guy from many years later, went to school with him from kindergarten on, started like taking a rubber band and like putting a paper clip around it, and then like firing them at other people's bases, and then some kid Nate got hit in the eye and was like, "Oh man, my eye's bleeding," and and so then the teacher shut that down, and so then all the rest of us gave up, but these other two were fighters, so they were doing very poorly in all the subjects, and so they and so they like basically got like stopped even putting books in their desk because they were the open kind. With like the cavity in the middle, and they were building a little city in there. It could have been neat.
What grade was this?
This was 5th grade. We were 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you and your friends
Senior
all had,
year.
severe undiagnosed ADHD. Like
We all probably did, but like every kid has ADHD. That's just part of being a child. I'm supposed to sit there and listen about Little Red Riding Hood.
I think it's pretty. I think it has something. I know when I take caffeine, it can make me sleepy. Does that ever happen to you?
Never.
Exactly. I think that my chemistry is a little bit different in the way that like stimulants affect me and the way that.
No, I think gay guys get perked up by caffeine.
Oh, them too.
Yeah,
Oh, well, never mind then. My mistake.
Oh fuck! I owned myself.
Fuck! I fell into it too.
Damn. Delete this part, Zach.
Let's start over.
Hoisted by his own petard.
Hoisted by his own retard. Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about earlier the Shane Gillis show. That's what you got to review when it comes out. I'm excited to see that.
It's a sketch show, right?
I have low.
What is it?
No, it's about a tire shop that he works in.
it's like kind of mockumentary, like looking.
Yeah, it's like a sitcom.
Yeah.
When's it coming out?
Soon-ish, like a month.
It might be out like around now.
That'd be cool. I don't remember exactly. I just saw some clips from it, and it looked pretty funny. He's basically playing himself, and working in a tire shop with other degenerates. It looked funny.
Oh, is it called Tires?
Probably, yeah.
I'm seeing him live in
premieres,
June.
so a week. Oh, and it looks like 6 episodes are dropping
Oh, nice.
on May 23rd.
I'll watch it. I like Shane Gillis. He's funny.
That might be all of them.
I know that's a brave take that Shane Gillis is a funny guy.
Yeah.
He was on SNL. I think he's good.
Yeah, that was funny to see. I've never watched SNL. Like, I've never actually just sat down and watched an episode of it. But it's good to see. Yeah, just not my
sketches were good.
It's not. I don't like the broadcast either. Like, I'm an SNL fan, but I wouldn't watch the broadcast because there's so much filler and there's so much crap. And I don't care about the music act. Like, you want to, hey, would you like to see your favorite artist give the worst performance they've ever given late tonight between some comedy skits? No, just I want to go to bed. So just put the comedy skits all together and I'll watch the music at the end if I want to. I hate that formula that they do.
So I'm glad they post on YouTube. Like they're
exactly
watch everything.
You're able to go. It's like Super Bowl commercials. Like just get to the meat and potatoes of this whole fucking thing. What we actually want to see, and it's much better that way. I liked his skits. The one where the Trump sneakers like gave him the ability to just like he shoots the basketball and he misses. And they're like, oh, you missed. He's like, no, I didn't. It went in. It went in. No, it didn't go in. It absolutely did. I was like, maybe. They're like, I guess it did. I don't know.
I guess it did. He's pretty sure.
Did you see the one where he was like at his high school reunion? And
the Forrest
Gump one. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, that was great.
The Liberty Mutual one is good. The Limu, the Emu, that was probably the best.
Oh yeah,
it was a cut for time. Yeah, that one is really good. But
I watched them on YouTube. They're I like him. I like his comedy. And he seems like a decent guy. I like his World War II obsessions too. Like I heard him talking about that Dan Carlin thing, and that's what made me go listen to it. And so it's funny to like listen to him talk about it after I've seen the 25-hour fucking podcast or whatever it is about World War II. No, he seems like a good guy.
Yeah, you linked me that clip of other comedians like making fun of him for playing Total War or Age of Empires, one of those three, or one of those games.
Yeah, the Draculas.
The Draculas versus the Greenskins, which is definitely not an Age of Empires thing. That's a little.
I also watched. Have you seen the Tom Brady roast?
I have not.
Only highlights.
I've seen clips. Yeah.
So I fast forwarded through like all the people. Like I don't care what Gronkowski has to say. He's not a comedian. He's been fed some jokes. He won't even deliver them well. I'll skip that. If you want to see the best part, it's Nikki Glaser. Nikki Glaser kills so fucking hard that nobody else can even come close. Nobody else came close to what Nikki Glaser did. She blew it out of the park so well.
Yeah.
It was mean and nasty and
She
biting
cut the meanest jokes.
and it was so well timed. She was hitting forehands and backhands. Like they were coming. The jokes were coming quick sometimes. It just like bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, and like shitting on 4 different people. Like as she like looks around the room, everybody's getting some shit, and it's all mean, biting, true shit. It was really good. She killed.
You told
On
me.
the other hand, did you see the Bert and Segura?
I watched 1 minute of, and then I started going fast forward.
Non-comedians could do that better. Like they really bombed.
What's up with? I mean, I don't know about Bert Kreischer's career really, but Tom Segura was very funny at one point. Like what?
I think he still is, but like I don't know. I don't like Bert at all.
Yeah, I've never seen any of his comedy and giggled at it.
You've seen The Machine.
The Machine.
Yeah, I've seen The Machine, and it's just like why are we pretending this is a real story?
It's a real story.
Nikki had a joke where she was like,
"Not try to disprove The Machine."
With
a quick cursory Google search. Do not do that.
One of Nikki's jokes with about Bert was like, "I love that your joke." One joke.
I love your joke. Shirts are supposed to say but
it's so funny because you don't wear it, but you're supposed to. But
everything she said was really mean and biting. They shit on Tom Brady so hard. He wasn't expecting it, and he said,
"What? It's a roast."
They went so hard, dude. They were talking about how his wife left him for her jiu-jitsu coach, and they were talking about how like she's sucking his balls with their $30 million and stuff like that. Like it was mean shit.
I feel like,
and they kept going back to it. They went back to the jiu-jitsu teacher taking his wife at least 4 times, and I fast forward a lot.
Dude, they would have to. What else can you make fun of Tom Brady for?
It's become a point of
kissing his sons.
Crisis and contention in his family. He's like, I did not know it was going to happen like this. And the only thing he objected to was when the Patriots coach got called out for that massage parlor wank.
Yes, he did.
I was just about to
Bob
ask,
Kraft is there.
Got like upset at.
Bob Kraft is there, and they made a massage parlor hand job joke about Bob Kraft, and you can hear Tom Brady leaning like, "Don't joke about that shit." And it's like, ooh, I don't think that was a joke.
Make fun of my whore ex-wife, all you please, but don't make fun of my man in the football world.
They cut over to Bob Kraft, and there the old fucker is. You know what I mean? Like, it was awkward.
Was he having fun?
He's
the massage parlor. Yeah, he was a huge fan.
Yeah, he loved it.
Not the roast, not at all. No.
5 stars on the Yelp review.
Yeah,
if he was if I was his like manager publicist, like helping him with the face of his brand, Bob Kraft, I'd be like, sir, Yelp review the massage parlor right now, 5 stars. Right now, it'll be the funniest thing ever, and this whole thing will blow over. It was true. It would be true. It'd be so hilarious if he Yelp reviewed him, or if he gave him a bad review and like had a comedian write it about that. He could own the whole thing, but no, it was clearly something that I caught that moment. That Tom Brady's like, don't joke about that shit. You can hear him pick up on the mic. It wasn't like, haha, don't joke about that shit. It was like him leaning over to the guy, like, don't joke about that shit. It was a fun little moment.
Jeez,
it was a good roast.
I haven't watched a roast in forever. I need to remember.
I think
it was funny seeing the one comedian roast Dana White and the fighters that are with him. Now, I like fighting, so I know these guys are killers, but they look ridiculous. One of them looks like, I don't know, like a transsexual clown, and the other one looks like he's homeless. And but these are 2 of the baddest motherfuckers in the world. They both
was the transsexual clown Sugar Shane O'Malley?
It sure was. Okay. And the homeless person's Max Holloway. He's just sitting there with half a mustache grown in, wearing like a sweater at a black tie event. Like he's just wearing like a long sleeve shirt, sit with like a regular like cheap little chain on, and it's a black tie event. Dana White's everybody's wearing suits and gowns and shit. And there they are. And so this guy's like, who you got sitting with you there? My God. And just starts ripping into them. And it's just like, oh, it is kind of cringy. They're not representing themselves well. Why does Sean O'Malley have to look like a gay poodle everywhere he goes?
That's his brand.
Why is that his brand?
Little fruit.
You got to take a brand that's not taken yet.
Jesus Christ.
That's true. He's like, damn it, all the cool fighter names are taken.
Right?
The Hammer, the Titan, the attempted murderer.
But I'm the first bozo.
The axe murderer. That's a real fighter name.
Yeah.
The axe murderer.
The axe murderer.
It was that
Vanderlei Silva, right?
Oh no, that's who's the Iceman?
Chuck Liddell.
Oh, I met that guy. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You met Chuck Liddell. You had giant hands, right?
He did. He's a beefy boy, a broad fella. I wouldn't want to tussle with him.
Well,
good call.
Yeah, he's a very good call.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's pushover these days. You saw that fight.
I don't know. I feel like that guy goes into any like public place not full of professional fighters.
I would rather fight Chuck Liddell than you. If I'm thinking about it, like I just think like I'd much rather fight Chuck Liddell than you. If I got to jump on one of you outside the bar with no warning, man, I'm jumping on Chuck. Chuck ain't getting back up.
That's true. I'm surprised.
You might be like, oh, you're in trouble.
Ooh, I got you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, like I dropped my keys trying to make my getaway.
Drop your keys.
I bet Taylor could beat Chuck Liddell in a foot race.
I could definitely run faster than that dude. Yeah, and I'm not quick.
Well, I might be the slowest here, but
are you quick, Chris? You got speed?
Could you outrun Chuck Liddell if you need to?
I never thought of it, but no, I am fast.
So,
really?
Like the wind.
I like the confidence.
I'm small, so it's
Oh,
built for
hard to catch. You would be hard to catch.
I would, yeah. Some would say
he's quick.
Oh yeah.
What if Chuck Liddell had blade legs though? Do you think you could evade him still?
Dude, the blade leg guys run faster than regular leg guys.
That's what I'm saying. Now you have a speedier, more agile blade legged Chuck
Taylor
Liddell.
said it backwards. All the world record holders don't have blade legs.
They wish they did.
They would run faster.
They'd go even faster.
But there's a chance that I could unhook them. I would be like golden.
How about this? We add blades to our regular legs. Now we're the best of both worlds.
8 feet
Don't
tall.
they make those?
I have tried the moon shoes.
Yes.
Yeah. What they don't tell you in the commercial is that moon shoes are not made for 150-pound 12-year-olds. And
they get any bounce at all. You're just crushing those springs.
No bounce. All they do is clack against the sides of your sneakers as you're sadly walking around the unfinished area of your basement trying to leap against all odds.
I want to share the blade leg answer. The research showed that runners using blades performed significantly slower than non-amputees. They took 40% longer to start out of the blocks, 19% longer to reach their aerobic capacity, and were 1 to 3% slower around curves.
And had a 200% higher shorts budget.
What's their top speed though? Like I think that might be where the blades take it.
I think that was the 19% longer to reach their. Let me see. That's where I'm curious too. The top.
Yeah, they're
speed.
like carefully avoiding top speed by mentioning the corner speed,
I was
right?
gonna say, is it like how some cars are like quick and then some are fast?
I think
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think this has in the straight in a drag race that's long enough, the blade legs win because you're getting to a higher top speed for sure.
I mean,
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, but if
there was a show on Fox where they had athletes compete against animals, and so they had like a strong guy and an elephant like pulling against each other and shit. But then the one thing they had like somebody fast. I don't remember who it was, but they had him like race a cheetah, and it was just like, what do you think's going to happen?
Yeah, man, the humans once again losing to the animal that's specifically chosen. For
Fox didn't give a shit back in the day. They'd have like a 2-hour special that was something like that, and they build it up for a week. And 12-year-old me, oh my god, they're gonna have a man race a cheetah tonight. Who's gonna win?
Oh, the cheetah!
It's like 70 miles per hour.
They could barely convince the cheetah it was in a race, and it won. Like easily. The animals are always gonna. They'd have to mix up the animals' core competencies. Like you'd have to race an elephant instead of do a strength test against an elephant, because obviously like any animal our size is way stronger than we are. We suck at strength compared to animals, and we suck at speed compared to animals. We like hang our hat on being good distance runners, which is the lamest thing to be good at.
I disagree. I disagree. It's how we chase stuff down, and how we got our brains so big was by being able to run like that.
I thought we got our brains so
top
big.
speed's hotly contested.
Figuring out
that's what it comes down to. You can get whatever answer you want to
crack open they'd crack open the marrow of the bones of things that have been killed by other predators too.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, the
I don't
more
know
you
enough to
know.
dispute that.
The more
I don't
you
know enough to dispute it.
That's helpful for me.
The Don't Know podcast.
That's my core competency.
Sure.
Just yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, I'll repeat that confidently to people at parties now.
It's like me whenever I say, I'm like, yeah, I read an article about that, but it was like a TikTok I saw 5 days ago.
I
think I read that somewhere.
I was poring over the data, and
There's this girl
mom.
eating in her car that was talking about this one thing.
Yeah, now she was fat, so take it with a grain of salt. Well, I think that's a nice 5-hour show.
God,
Yeah.
Chris, thank you for helping us wrap it up. Appreciate it.
yeah, no
man.
problem.
Appreciate that, man.
Gotta do
Thanks
it
for
again.
involving me. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone check out Chris's stuff. Check out Wendigoon's stuff. Check out Dick's stuff and Gavin Mcinnes. All linked below.
Buy our cum pills, join our Patreon, and have a nice day.
That's it. PKA 700.